and spirituality. And sometimes we ourselves have lost the connections, but the people from global north have come to learn more about it. And I get sometimes surprised. We have even need to learn how to do a yoga, which is born from this part of the world. And particularly the indigenous knowledge, which is a very much tightly linked to the nature and resilience. So when we talk about culture in the mountains, it is dynamic, we all know. It is alive, we are part of it. It's changing, which we will all witnessing, and it's adapting, because adaptation is not a choice. So when we talk about adventure, adventure is always with purpose, many different. So when you look over the adventure across Himalayas, it contains 54% glaciers, largest volume of ice besides two polars, which many people know about it. It covers 4.2 million square kilometers of space, including the highest mountains in the world. And most importantly, because of that, being the tallest mountains being in Nepal, Nepal is the heart of the mountain tourism. And tourism at the moment accounts only about 7% GDP. But we do it correctly with Crossroads, has a capacity to reach 25% GDP by 2030. And the moment we talk about remittance, which is 26%. And here, the adventure is in the crossroads, I was saying. We need economy, which is development. We need biodiversity, a basis to develop. So these are in the crossroads. So I've been listening, everyone, and in plenary it made very clear the Earth is warming fast, and I don't have to say that you are already people who know about it. Setting heat records after year, 23 was the highest. Again, 24 was high in the last 175 years. And we are talking about managing under 1.5 degree, and it has already crossed 1.55. So what does that mean? So clearly, we all understand the climate crisis is the Himalayas realities, which our Honorable Prime Minister was talking about yesterday. Our Chinese friends talking about it, Indian friends are talking about it. Everyone has talked about there's a reality of present today. Because science says that it's 0.3% per decade warming faster than global average. And we lose 1/3 of the ice by 2021, even we are able to keep the warming at 1.5, which is not going to be reality. And that means clear, all kinds of disasters are coming. And for people, for mountainous countries like us, where water and energy security are under tremendous stress and threat. Biodiversity loss is a given, despite we did very well in this region. And the food crisis is we begin to see, and we're going to see more. So the rapid melting of the Himalayas is not a threat, future, it is present. So the culture and displacement, this is something I really see here, people from Sagarmatha, Mustang, and all the Himalayan ranges here. And this is my hometown, Upper Mustang. And look at that village, it's called Dey, displaced by loss of water sources, and relocated to one of the most vulnerable places on the riverbeds from climatic angle. And then slowly on the other side, and the other western part, we say as the Gumbo, cordyceps is the gold of the Himalayas. It's also under threat because the snow patterns. And it's creating climate refugee. And it's not only issue of the Himalayas, it's issue of the global. And for us in particular, Himalayan people, Himalayan range, the migration, out-migration, and loss of intangible heritage. Disappearance of indigenous seeds traditions, and spirituality, and leading to disconnection from language, lifestyle, and cultural identity for the generation present, who are in the cities, and the generation to come in the future. For the adventure, the loss of unique cultural heritage is the very product of tourism which are losing. We just talked about in the tea room. When to say Sherpa minus Sagarmatha, what does it look like? Mustange minus Upper Mustang, what does it look like? See, it is an important foundation that we are talking about. When climate hits humanity, we are talking about loss of our own cultural identity. So the adventure, a changing climate. I saw the chair of municipality chair from Kagbeni, this village, that most people know about this. And adventure is under tremendous stress. Not only ecosystems of fragility and further under stress. You saw changing extreme weather conditions are manifestation of a climate impact. And it's happening more frequently at a scale. Just a week ago, people were staying in the base camp. We were unable to climb Mount Everest because of the wind speed. And here we are talking about tourism. The time we're talking about diversifying it not only, but also having a donation of value-based. Not necessarily everyone we talk about quantity. Quality with high value, low volume could be the time to think about it. For that, we need an urgent need for climate smart, ecologically sound tourism infrastructure, backed up by education and human resources, to provide the experience that people are looking for, to manage these resources. And the choice is ours. And sometimes I feel, as I'm getting older, I feel very strange. We know, but we don't seem to internalize. And we seem to forget immediately after what had happened. Look at Thame village. There are lots of municipal mayors here. Mayors are here. Overnight, it's gone. 50% village. So what does that mean? It does mean we are losing fast the beauty and uniqueness of our tourism adventure product, our own heritage, as glittering mountains are converting into black rocks. As our water resources are drying up, little water is getting polluted, and even we need to serve 2 billion plus people. The culture, faith, and values are slowly eroding fast because the connection with the land and lifestyle, food systems are getting disconnected. People like in my village, our grains, indigenous grains are replaced by apples. The way you plant indigenous seeds to grow your food healthy with medicinal property are replaced by something that and taking food of diabetes, let alone what's going to happen impact in the food security. And community linkages within in country, between the upstream and downstream nationally, and beyond our national boundaries, among neighbors, we are having difficult connections. And most importantly, the natural capital, which we call our tourism product, and our very basis of our own existence is under threat. More than that, when our head of government talks about prosperity for Nepal, and that prosperity of hope we are losing. So just to give a glimpse of where do we stand in Nepal in terms of climate vulnerabilities, you see the map? Where most of the tourism happens, trekking to mountaineering are the most red zones. Where the hydropowers are lined up are the red zones. The only green zones which are climatically low impact, resilient, Less vulnerable are the where the protected conservation and low protected systems are, where the land covers are. And sometimes we also think about that too much. And this is something we need to think about it in every country when we're talking about upstream and downstream. And these protected areas are also the very important product of wildlife tourism. Whether it's in India, whether it's in Nepal, some of the parks with our tigers and rhinos, tourism is unthinkable. Okay, so what is the road ahead? And at the road ahead, we all strive for is humanity thriving in nature. Because nature is going to evolve. As long as there's water, as long as there's sun shining, we are the one who's going to lose. So here I'm proposing with my team. So what is that? It's getting low. One more back. Okay, it's coming sometime. It's taking a bit time later. Why is it not coming? Text action. It's not coming. So the text is not coming, so we'll continue. So the road ahead, I will talk about, the first is life support system. The life support system are the two angles. The one is the time has come to look into the indigenous culture, indigenous seed with more clarity as a priority. The linkages between intergenerational understanding and passing on the knowledge is another critical to look into it. When you talk about the culture, documenting it, the indigenous knowledge and culture, is a critical. And doing so, that locally led adaptations, actions are critical. The other one, the adventure tourism, I've been saying that now the time has come that we need to find a donation for tourism. High value, low volume, mass tourism development with experience. Places like Muktinath, Lumbini, or Shupatinath, and many other places in India are mass tourism that we need to just manage experiences. Places like Sagarmatha with superlative, places like Chiton with the superlative in the nature, wildlife. These may need to be managed differently. And most importantly, the time has come to diversify tourism. So tourism benefit can be across, because that is, I see a long hope. The reason I'm saying is, if you build a house with 1 year, build a road is 10 years. Even hydropower is 10 years. But the tourism in Chiton has given 50 years of a job for 500,000 people, and we will continue to give job if you manage that way that we're managing it. And governance, I just want to highlight here. Global commitment is there in terms of Global Climate Fund, Global Biodiversity Fund, Global Adaptation Fund. There are lots of commitments. Now we're talking about the Loss and Damage Fund. That the allocation and investment from the developed country is nowhere near what is needed. The very little that we are getting in, we also have a challenge of making the use of it. Our efficiency is very low. And I'm very happy to hear yesterday, across all the representatives of the governments yesterday, the regional collective agenda has to put together, so we're going to negotiate that better. Just like small islands have done it. The time we Himalayans countries can stand together regionally, because institutional mechanism is must to have that. And Nepal has taken a lead, and I wish we continue to keep the momentum going. And knowledge, science, and technology is important. So far, the climate science is so much driven by the global north. We might need to sharpen our own climate science, because that's what's happening in the challenges. Yesterday, I heard about early warning regional systems, improving science systems, and it's critical that we need to have a mechanism to do so. The government institutions should enable us to do that. And then there's a transfer of empower local communities and their institutions where the suffering happens the most, where the people are bearing the brunt of climate impact. And in the climate finance, this is our proposal. The priority should be a grant-based, not loans, and dedicated to Himalayas, because the Himalayas are under threat. Common but differentiated impact you have heard yesterday. Proportional investment to the mess that's being created is important. And I'm really proposing here, I see now the senior government officials here, that we really, when talk about investment, we are talking about large investments, which have a long-term investment should come in this
Call of the Sagarmatha, Nepal, a nation where the mountain touches the sky.
So we are to cover the additional cost of climate smartness and wildlife friendly, which I was talking about in Chiton and others. It's critical. And the investment and the sustainability areas also need to be the priority of the government and also the region. As we heard from Bhutan and everyone.
A mosaic of multi-ethnic people.
Energy sources, and the NDC says that. But then how sustainable it is, we really need to think about it. Because many eggs are in one basket. The way climate vulnerability, the risks of glut, the risks of cascading floods are a major issue. With this, I'm gonna end. No, it's good. Okay, so my proposal here is that with you all, the COP30, with momentum which they have taken today, yesterday onwards for the government, under the leadership of government, the voices of the mountain should be the agenda in the COP30, clear and loud. So with this, I would like to conclude. Amidst the silence of mountains, the world can hear it is truth. So let Sagarmatha Sambaad be a turning point for climate justice from all angles. It should, there could be the turning point for environmental and social harmony. And most importantly, the Sagarmatha Sambaad be a turning point for the hopes for the Himalayan people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gurung. Please take the central chair here. So that lays the context, for our discussion. And I think, Dr. Gurung laid out very clearly that there are many people who live in the mountains, but there are even more people who live downstream of the mountains. And so you can look at it from water perspective, you can look at it from food perspective, but the point is whatever happens upstream, it is going to affect everybody. But then the way we've also done adventure or tourism up in the mountains really depends on the people and their culture in those areas. And with food, with water depletion, so those people may actually move. And then when people move, there won't be anybody to host you as a tourist. And so the Sagarmatha without the Sherpas, or Mustang, without the Thakalis or the Gurungs, or the Chitun National Park, without the Tharus, would not be a really good, destination. So I think, the context is very clear, but also his conclusion that we do need to work both on the knowledge side, right? We need to really, be good at, what we do. But then there's the issue of governance, how do we govern these areas? But then also having dedicated resources. And so the Himalayas or the mountains, cannot be an afterthought, something that you set aside some money, but it's got to be a dedicated resource. So Dr. Gurung, thank you very much, for those amazing words. So the panel, and so we discussed this with the organizers. So there are basically three areas that we would like to take up from this keynote speech. So one is, we're talking about markets, right? And so when we say markets, it's markets for tourism, but then also about practices that we have in terms of generating, products or destinations. So how do we do that? But then also in terms of a shared vision for preserving our natural capital. So do we develop tourism by depleting, or do we actually enhance the natural capital that we have? And so many years ago, people came to villages and then they were basically cooking for the tourists using rhododendron plants. It didn't take very long for people to realize that it's the rhododendron that people come to see. So tourism actually provided an incentive for rhododendron conservation. So I think people understand these issues. The second part is, of course, policy and institutions, but then also the finances that are needed, to make this happen. And the third, of course, is the people, the community, the women, the youth, who live in these areas. So those are the three broad areas in which we want to discuss. So maybe Rajanji, we start with you, and then just move around, and we'll see where this conversation goes. Please, Rajan.
Thank you, Anil sir. So let me start with Dr. Ghana, who clearly indicated that there are a lot of problems. So there is a climate crisis, in the earth. And Oxfam did a study on, one of the area on climate crisis in terms of inequality. It says that 1% of the richest emit carbon pollution equal to 5 billion people. Look how scary the situation is. And the other thing is looking at the financial commitment that we have and the recent study that we have done. So here is a paper and which will be out after a month, in the website. So what it says is between 2011 to 2021, Nepal secured a total of $5.71 billion in climate finance. But among that, 70% of the total with bilateral finance and only 1% that comes from private sector and philanthropy. So now looking at it from the multilateral source, that's from the 70% among that. So the 53%, among 70%, the 53% that comes as concessional loans. Now, looking at our carbon emission and the penalty that we are getting, so we need to work on that, where Oxfam is having a campaign on that. So that's the work that we do at a global level. Now being at a local level, at a country level. So what we do, we have done the research, try to identify the scenario. So what's the context and how are we moving ahead? Then second is we work on innovative tools and technologies, because it's not only blaming others, it's also our responsibility, because we are also the part of this globe. And that's why, let me take you through an example, to a river, as Dr. Khana already mentioned about the crisis on the mountain. So look at the people that are dependent within that river. So I'm taking through you a Mahakali basin, that's a sheer basin between Nepal and India. And when I was there with a project called Transboundary Rivers of South Asia in 2017, during that time, everyone knows that, people living nearby that river always have a sentiment or a connection with the river. But the opposite on that river is the community were quite angry with that river, because they only used to get flood, disasters, and they don't have access to the river because of political sensitivity. The tag has been given on that. There were blame games. Either Nepal is polluting the river, India is polluting the river. It was quite difficult for us to initiate, any activities on that river, because even the local governments, the civil society organizations, they said that it's a sensitive work that you are trying to do, and only the central government of Nepal and central government of India can do or can act on that. Then we started inviting people from the ground, from India side and Nepal side. We call it Mahakali Sambaad. That's like Sagarmatha Sambaad. So you can Google it, you can find reports on that. So now, on that forum, there were blame games, because the river has been polluted, but people are getting water, they are using those water for drinking during sand mining, they were using on that. Then we started asking them, so what would be the best option? What we need to do? The one common thing that we found between those communities is conservation of Mahakali River, sustainable use of Mahakali River. That was the terminology that has been coined by the community. This is not by the INGOs or NGOs. So that means they said that we need this river because we are getting a lot of things indirectly. Then we started with inviting private sectors. So one of the private sector was from rafting company. So then what he started saying, the rafting company from India side, so they were initiating their business since 2015. So during that time, he came into a panel, and what he said clearly is, look, what I'm trying to do here is, I started a rafting, but rafting is it's a traditional way of doing an adventurous game. But what I'm also, diversifying the economy, in terms of diversifying the economy, what I'm trying here is, so rather than, killing a fish and serving to a tourist, so he only gets maximum $5 out of it. But what he tried is, he does fish angling, which means, taking out a fish, taking a photo. He earns $100 from a tourist, and that can continue for a long term. So that means now he is getting a lot of earning out of it. So then the community, now look at the migration rate on that area. Most of the people from Nepal side, they go to India saying that, I'm not going to India, I am going to the market. So that's the marketplace for them. So now, because of rafting, people have received the training on rafting. Now they are staying with their grandfathers and sons. So most of the people, they have returned on that area. And during the leisure period, because rafting does not continue in the rainy season, so they started their alternative business like agriculture. And even the homestays are working on that. Now, looking at it, what I am, giving a message to everyone, is that in that, very sensitive, politically sensitive area, people are interested to conserve the natural resources, and they look at the welfare. Why shouldn't we, promote and request these private sectors who are the watchdog of rivers? So let's, invite those private sectors, because we always blame private sectors saying that they don't do, but let's have a collective effort. I did ask them to come up with innovative ideas, and let's ask also, to make a plan of less polluting the nature. Thanks.
Thank you, Rajan. That's a really good example. And so the more concrete we are, the better off we are. So this, transboundary, rivers. So the key points here, high value. So adding value is not just catching the fish, but creating a destination and also an activity that actually pays in hundreds of dollars instead of just killing the fish. So zoning also, as in what Dr. Ghana was saying, we don't concentrate just in a few areas, but there are many areas where we can expand to. And then also pricing, I guess, is a very innovative way, to do this. So Nadira, so again, you're somebody who's actually climbed Sagarmatha, and so few people who know what the world looks like from Sagarmatha actually. So your thoughts on the market, right? So this is one. But the second thing I think is, in terms of tourism, but also in terms of adding value, your thoughts. I'm sure when you're climbing, you're only thinking about breathing.
Yeah.
But now that you're down, maybe you can tell us, what you think.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Anil, and good morning, everybody. Namaste. I'm happy to be here. It's an honor that this conference, they look also after the climbers, who they've been in the mountains, and also the Sherpa, also to give their ideas, because they are the people who's in the field to see closely what's happening there. So yes, I've been in so many places in mountains, in Oman, here in Nepal, Himalaya, also Karakoram in Pakistan, in Alps, and I think it's what is give these adventures more value is the people who is living there. So if we'll not go across the people, so there is no value. We don't see any culture, so we going back just with ourselves. When I go to ABC, okay, it told me Sagarmatha Base Camp, Sagarmatha Base Camp. So I learned a lot. I learned a lot about people, about Buddhists. I learned about even the flags, what does mean, the color, what does mean. They taught me that I should go from right way or left way when I'm going up, when I'm going down. I been participating in puja ceremony. I'm Muslim. Maybe I don't believe in this, but I respect and I understand, and I want to be there with the Sherpa, with the community of climbers who they believe in this. So we are sharing a lot while we are climbing and while we are doing our adventures. What's happening with the time that we are seeing less people living in mountains. The villages has become smaller. The houses is closed. Nobody there. So who will be meet? Who will see there? It's not enough just to see mountain and we climb the rocks and we cross through snow or ice. That's it will not be enough. It will not fulfill what we are looking for. So the culture we going back and we talk about it. This is the most important. Everybody say, how is Nepal? How it's look? What do you see? Like people they looking for the culture I learned, the experience I get back with me. So this is the most important, and I think the key, the secret to keep this identity for mountains is from youth. We should bring and involve youth in everything. We should listen to them, listen to their ideas. What's their ideas to keep this community grow with the time, not become less. It should be a curriculum at the school. It should be there is to have a program about bring children and kids and youth working there, not just like for 1 or 2 days. We need sustainable for this program. What they can do. We are not, I think, selling experience. We are telling stories in mountains. That's what we need, and that it will what will save what we are looking for. The identity. That's Omanids have their own identity. Here in Nepal, they have their own identity in everywhere. So we don't want to lose that. So let's keep it with a special program, with the special activities, with all climbers who they go up there, up and down between while they are doing their adventures. And I think we should care also about women who they are living there, and also youth. They have so much knowledge unheard, so much knowledge. It doesn't go with the generations. So much stories until. So this is, I think, what's important. We should be open-minded for them, to give them a time and to listen for them.
Very good. So I think the key message there. Thank you. Yeah. So I guess the key message there is also the stories that you bring back, and so the experience of climbing is amazing, but the stories you bring back are the stories that the local people tell you, and I think those stories have to remain. And for those stories to remain, the people have to be there. And then the people have to be there on a continuous basis. So you cannot have broken things. And so young people, have to be part of this. So I think all of us understand that when we say sustainable, I think anything is sustainable only if young people do it. And so one of the reasons why the festivals in Kathmandu are sustainable is because young people are participating. And so that young youth, mindset, I think is something that we really have to be mindful of. Wonderful. So Maureen, so, the whole idea of institutions, but then this whole issue of water, but then also resources. And so just wanted to, pick your mind in terms of the work you do in Uganda, but then also what does this mean, for the mountains as well as the people. Just see if it works. Otherwise, it's working. Yeah, please. So institutions, the finances, but then you focus on water. In Uganda. So tell us a little bit about the work you do, but also what it means in terms of mountains and mountain communities.
So that would be the question on policy.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so when we look at policy and institutional reforms for innovative tourism in mountains, we need to look at reforms that look at sustainable development, reforms that empower the people, and of course reforms that help the people in the mountains to adapt to climate change. And the first thing would be to have an integrated policy frameworks for sustainable development. On the mountains, there are a lot of different sectors that are doing different things, but the planning often it's separate. The people doing agriculture sit on their own, the people doing forestry sit on their own, the people doing the roads and infrastructure sit on their own. But at a policy level, it would be very important for us to have an integrated policy framework where we bring together all these different sectors as well as the communities to be involved in developing policies that are sustainable for the integrated functioning of these mountains and their ecosystems. And then also we need to look at strengthening structures and institutions that are involved in the sustainable development of these mountains. And of course, this would also involve empowering the local governments. It would involve empowering the local communities that live in these areas, because they also participate in the management of these areas. So in Uganda, we are looking at, rather than have the central government be responsible for implementation of all the policies in the mountain areas, we are looking at involving the communities through community forest management, through community engagements, because they are the ones who live on these mountains, and therefore if they're involved in the management of the mountains, it creates a sense of ownership. It creates a sense of them knowing that they are going to also benefit from the resources that come from these mountains. And then we also need to look at innovative financing mechanisms to encourage the small-scale enterprises to be able to participate in tourism in the mountains through access to finance. Now, I mean, like yesterday, we were having very big stories about funding, like the GCF and Adaptation Fund and all the different sources of climate financing. But how easy is it to access them? So these are some of the questions we need to ask ourselves, that they need to make these processes easy for SMEs to be able to access these finances, to be able to develop tourism, ecotourism in these areas. In Uganda, for example, since the Paris Agreement, I think we've only been able to get one project on DCF, and it's a national project. But at what point do the SMEs access these resources? And then we also need to enhance public-private partnership, because we cannot keep complaining of resources to develop the infrastructure in these areas. Developing infrastructure in the mountains is very, very expensive because of the terrain, and therefore we need to look at innovative sources of financing by looking at private partnership, private-public partnership. And then also we need to look at community-based and inclusive tourism models. For example, in Uganda, we have arrangements where we let the local communities to be responsible for managing, for example, the tourism trucks, the cultural sites, so that they also earn revenue from these resources. And then we also support the local and marginalized communities. And then we also look at, because it's all about livelihood. A poor person, a hungry person cannot conserve the mountains. But if you provide them with alternative sources of livelihood, these sources of livelihood would reduce the negative impact that the activities have on the mountains, and therefore conserve the integrity of these mountains. And then, of course, we also look at investing in human resources, building capacity of both the technical people who are responsible for the management of these resources, as well as the local communities. And then promoting climate resilience through climate resilience infrastructure, for example, investing in renewable energy, investing in appropriate facilities for managing waste, sustainable transportation, and putting in place infrastructure in the mountains that would attract visitors. Because the young people, for example, would not want to, I'm going to talk about Mount Rwenzori, which is in Uganda. It's the third highest peak in Africa. A young person would not be encouraged to climb to Mount Rwenzori, because then they would ask you, I'll not have access to internet, I'll not have access to Snapchat, TikTok. So if we put in place that kind of infrastructure, then it would encourage the young people to go up there. And then, of course, finally, we need to do monitoring and evaluation of all these systems and track how these policies and strategies are affecting the environment in the mountains, so that we can be able to monitor and put in place mitigation measures to reduce on the negative environment and social impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's wonderful to hear, from Africa, and so the commonalities of like what you're saying about investments, right? So the need to invest, but then the sources of those investments. And so, the whole idea of looking at both the private and the public sector, being involved. But I think the key thing that you also mentioned is that you can have a big conference where people have access to funding, but then the real issue is the little SME, the small and medium enterprise, at the grassroots. How do they access, these issues or these resources? And so access becomes a key issue. But also you mentioned people and the local governments that they represent, and so getting them involved. But you mentioned the word integrated many, many times. And so this is not something that one agency or one line agency can do. So we need to take a very integrated approach. But I think the key thing that you're saying is that policy has to be in place. And so it is policy that will often drive us from where we are to where we need to be. So that's just a summary of a lot of good ideas that came from here. So towards the end of, to my left, is Chiring Sherpa. And so, this is one of those anecdotes where we say, Sagarmatha was beautiful, so a lot of people came, so a lot of people threw a lot of garbage, so it stopped being nice. So I think this is a cycle that we need to break, and here's somebody, who's actually been working on it. So Chiring, tell us your experience with the Sagarmatha Pollution, Control Committee, please.
Namaste, it's a great honor to be here. I just came from Everest Space Camp the day before yesterday for this program, and to share my experience, this Sagarmatha Pollution Control Committee, SPCC, have been working for more than 3 decades in Everest region. And we also deploy our team to set the route between Camp 2 and Everest Space Camp in Everest, which is also known as a Khumbu Icefall, and which is the most dangerous part of climbing Mount Everest. And our team is also known as Icefall Doctor Team. And we have been deploying our team for more than 24 years now. And besides that, we also manage the waste in Everest. And not only Mount Everest, we also manage the waste in whole Khumbu region, whole Everest region. So it's been more than 30 years now we have been working in that region. It's a very local-based NGO. We are not based in Kathmandu. We are based in Namche. We are based in Lukla. So we are very working in a grassroots way. So in our experience, Mount Everest is not only mountain, it's a livelihood. It's a very important part of livelihood to shape a community. So in terms of tourism, I think in the context of Nepal, Mount Everest is the major part of tourism. This is the only competency we have in terms of tourism if we need to compete to other part of the world. But unfortunately, the policymaker from Nepal, we do not realize the importance of Mount Everest. So we are only talking about the cultural part of tourism. We're always talking about homestay of the tourism, but we never give the priority to the mountaineering tourism. Because if we look the story of tourism in Nepal, the foreigner came here only for Himalaya, not for rhino, not for homestay. But it's unfortunate to say that people only focus on other part of the tourism. So as a local from Khumbu region and the Sherpa people, and also the summiter of Everest, I just summited Mount Everest last year. And we have been working in Mount Everest for so long time because what we feel is if we do not take the ownership as a local, because the problem is what we have there is we are the one who suffered the first. So in terms of the glove, like last year in August 16, there was a glove in Thame. And it's been more than 1 year that more than 25 houses were completely destroyed. More than 10 families were completely displaced. But still from our government side or from other part of the world, no one came to support there, So it's been more than 1 year. So as a local from there, what our concern is, we are the one who suffer first from this climate change issue. As we all know that we do not have any contribution for this climate change, but we are the one who are suffered first. So as a local, what we learn is we need to take the ownership to face this problem. Every people have their own role. Policymakers have their own role. Everyone have NGO, INGO. But as a local, we need to take the first ownership. So recently what we have decided is we want to work in Thame region. As a SPCC, we have been working mostly focused on waste management, but recently we have jumped into the climate change issues. Because after this incident, what we realize is we are the one who suffered the most, but we are the one who gave less priority. Because even after the 1 year, this incident, there is no project going on to support this community. So recently we have developed our plan to set up the early warning system in Thame Lake, and also want to put some early warning system and silence system to aware the local community if this incident happened again, because still there is still 3 lakes which is in danger. So as a local, what we are doing is we need to take the ownership and work ourselves. So that's the one experience. Also about the waste in Everest, I would like to share is, it's been more than 24 years now we are working in Everest, and every year more than 60 tons of waste generated in Everest in each climbing season. Not only that, now more than 2,000 people are staying in Everest base camp, and every people are peeing directly in glacier. And no one knows what is the impact of that peeing in the glacier directly. No research has been done yet. No one is aware about that. So I'm sure it have a very bad impact on environment. We need to sustain, we need to manage the waste here, because Everest is not the mountain. We also treat as a God, as earlier said, like, we do the puja ceremony before climbing because it's a God for us. As a Sherpa people, what we believe is we are going to summit, so we pay the respect that, we are going to take an excuse, because we treat mountain as a God, so we are going to mountain, but we need to take an excuse. For livelihood, we need to go there, but we are paying the respect to them. So that's it, I will share for now.
No, thank you very much. So this, I think, is, thank you. So this, I think, is very important because I think in the Sambaad, or the Sagarmatha Sambaad, listening to voices, that actually come from the local is just as important as somebody who traveled from Oman, on a trip, and then there's somebody working for Oxfam, that looks like livelihood, and then there's the head of the WWF, who actually manages a lot of resources, and then this whole issue of policy. So I think, if you look at the Sambaad, and if you look at, the way a jigsaw puzzle would work, so different people have different pieces or different answers to the problem. And so the whole idea, I guess, is to come together and see if we can do something collectively. And so the word integrated was used very often, but we do need to take an integrated approach. But this key question of ownership that Shering just mentioned is very important because, when a glacial lake outburst, happens in Thame, it is the people of Thame who get hurt. And so you can write a paper about it, you can show pictures of it, but then we have to realize that the frontline people are the ones who suffer. So I think, just having this voice, at the Sambaad itself, I think is a very critical piece of it. So what we'll do is just pause on this side. So let me see in the audience if there are any questions that you would like to ask the panelists. Okay, so let's do 1, 2, and then 3. So this is very good. From 3 sections, 3 different questions. Let's do 1 round and then we'll come back. Please.
Thank you. My name is Indra Sabgota. I work for the Ministry of Forest and Environment. I'm going to ask a question, keeping in my mind that the recent dispute over the Pathivara temple in the eastern part of the country. Probably you can see this issue from all perspectives of nature, culture, and adventure too. In this context, may I ask a question to you all, especially panelists from Nepal? Any of you can respond to this question. How can we preserve the cultural value of sacred Pathivara while promoting it as a destination for nature-based adventure, tourism, without disrupting the ecological and spiritual balance?
Very good.
Thank you.
So let's take a few more questions and then I'll summarize it for everybody. Yeah, please. Yeah, Bichapa. Yeah, just let's go turn by turn. It's fine. Please.
Thank you. I'm Krishna Tiwari, Institute of Forestry. Thank you, Dr. Gurung, for nice presentations. My question is, I'm working on some high mountain rangeland ecosystem also. I don't know in Lomanthang now the nomadism is still or not. In the Lomanthang area, 15 years ago I did the research about the impact of nomadism with the climate change in rangeland area. In addition, I did the research in the continue this area also. So now I found that these yak and chori farmers, my last generations, maybe next generation, they will not work with their children because most of the children are out, but only old people are working on it. Even though now that this is the cultures, yak and this is the livelihood also, but now you talk about now there is the more on the accessibility also. With planting, with the construction of the road in the rangeland also, the damaging all these grassland also, and also drying the rangeland, as well as the increasing the pollution. When the accessibility increase the pollution also. Yeah. So in the context, how are we coping these yak and chori farmers also to make the more benefit for the young generation? Thank you very much.
So just pass the mic to the, yeah, please. The mic is not working. If you, the mic is no, no, action. We'll sort out the technology in a few years also.
Thank you. My name is Anil Misra. I represent Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, UNESCO. Thank you for a very inspiring talk and testimonies. I was just wondering, listening to all these testimonies, whether any application of citizen science has been applied in those regions, engaging citizens for data generation, calibration, and validation. I'm a hydrologist, so now there is an opportunity to engage citizens with the technology and gather those data gaps, address those data gaps, and it will be sustainable because it will create buy-in effect. Whether citizen science has been applied in any of those processes that you just described. Thank you.
Very good. So let me just, can I see some hands again? So we did 3. Please.
Dhanyavad. I am Dian Koirala from Karnali province. I have very short question.
Please.
After 72 earthquake and post-COVID scenario, why the mountain people are very suffering outward migration, and though the many possibilities in the mountains, why people are migrating outside, and what is the cause for this migration and the future development of mountain biodiversity, cultural biodiversity so far?
Okay.
We are very keen to demand the answer from panelists. Thank you.
Very good. So yeah, and we'll go one more, please.
सबैजनालाई नमस्ते मेरो question छ since Sherpaji said that policymakers are not that much interested, I'm asking this question from yesterday onwards. What kind of policies and laws do you, stakeholders, agencies, and institutions, those are working on this sector, want us from? I will suggest that you should also have a samvad with policymakers. And then we will get the answers. Thank you.
Very good. So, Nanda. So, please.
My name is Buddhinarayan Srestha. I'm a border analyst and advisor to the Nepal Mountaineering Association. My short query to Chiring Sherpa. You are working to control the Sagarmatha pollution.
Yes.
Study reveals that Sagarmatha is going to be polluted year by year because expeditioners leave plastic materials, even tents and empty oxygen bottles. And even the dead bodies have been left from the time of George Mallory expedition till this date. And this season also, 2 expeditioners died, so far as I know. I know you are trying to control the pollution over Sagarmatha. My query to you is, what are your suggestions to the government bodies to stop or to mitigate the pollution from base camp to camp number 4 or 3? My second query to you is, should the permit to ascend the Everest be in alternative years, 1 year stopping and next year be giving permission? So what are your suggestions? Thank you.
Thank you. So this is, very, just hold on. No, we'll come to you, don't worry. So, this is amazing. So what I'm going to do is come back here. So maybe we start with the cable car, okay? So what is your opinion about cable cars in the mountains? So, Rajan? So should we have cable cars? And so just a summary of that question, please. What do you think? Yeah, please.
So starting on cable car, I think, it's not us to define, whether we need cable car or not. So if we have a dialogue with the communities, I think they are the one who should come up with whether they require those resources or not. Because this is 21st century and we need to respect, people's voice. If they don't want and if they have the idea, to preserve in a different way, I think we need to respect that. So that we need to have a hope and trust on the people.
Local people. Nadia, so do you think, what Budinaran sir just mentioned, should we basically have mountaineering on alternate, years? And what is the best way to manage, trash up there?
I think they will not be happy about that because more they are asking for permits. I think this year this is the above 400 permits they issued to climb Mount Everest. So I think it's hard for this decision to decide, but there is other ways to manage the waste and control how they are climbing. Like this year, I think from next season, it will be must that any climber, they must to climb one peak above 8,000, so they allow him to climb Mount Sagarmatha. So there is other rules, not to keep year by year, but continue climbing with new rules.
Okay, Ghana? So if you take the mic, so what do you think about these nomad communities? And so what does, tree plantations or road infrastructure, do to people who depend on grazing and nomads?
I think nomads is slowly dying. There is still some left. And I've seen my own goat all gone. So there's very little stopping is there. So I think there's a possibility of the pastures that are getting bad. It's not only the people like the roads have come, people are doing something else. Yaks are very valuable, very, very valuable. The cost has gone up the roof. But thing is the pastures have degraded so much, so people are unable to manage sustainable. That's a major issue. So from climatic angle, that if there's pastures are improved, that there's some nomadicism, I would not say total nomadicism, but more of a agro-pastoralists will continue to remain. In terms of goats, it's still there because the goats live in everything. So that's there. So your information, that is still there. Even like a last yak herder, that is documentary was made in Thay. There's only one family still owns a yak, and the village has been shifted all to the riverbeds, now growing apples. So that's still there.
Yeah, we'll just hold on. So, Maureen, the question to you is about policy. So this is the bad habit. You ask a question and then you leave. So answer to this policy maker who is not here.
Yes, thank you.
What do you think? No. I'm trying to answer the question here.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I'm going to talk about a question on policies. And basically, it's about what kind of policies do we need to conserve the mountains and tourism on the mountains. So for me, the first thing about policy is that it must involve the local people. They must be involved in the policy making. They must be involved in the different processes. They must give consent to the different projects that we implement on the mountains. And this starts also by involving the marginalized groups. The women, the elderly, the vulnerable people should be involved in these processes. And then the second thing is that we must have policies that recognize the rights of the people. We have indigenous people in the mountains. When we make policies, we must recognize the rights they have. We must promote the cultural diversity in these mountains. And we must make sure that we continue to promote the culture and not lose the culture in our mountains. We have a community in Uganda called the Batwa. They are an indigenous group recognized by the UN. And whatever we do in Mount Virunga and Mount Rwenzori, so far they've been marginalized, but we are trying to put in place policies that ensure that they are part of the process. And then we also need to put in place fiscal policies. For example, environment bonds. When people climb Mount Sagarmatha, how much money do they deposit as a bond? Which money should be channeled back into cleaning up the environment? Because there is so much waste on those mountains up there, but who bears the cost of cleaning? So we must put in place fiscal policies to ensure that we use these resources to preserve the environment. And then finally, we must put in place policies to ensure equitable benefit sharing so that the communities feel that they are benefiting from these mountains.
Wonderful. So Chiring, the short question, why are people leaving the mountains?
Leaving the mountains is, if we really study deeply, it's a question of opportunity. If you have a nice opportunity in other part, people always leave. So in the context of mountaineering also, the new generation of Sherpa, especially from Everest region, they are not engaging in this profession because it's highly risk job and we are earning more in other parts. So because of the opportunity, this thing happened. And other question related with the Everest West, I would like to say is, like in Nepal, if issues arise, we always think about banning that issues. But I think the management is the important part. So in the case of Everest, every year, more and more mountains are coming to climb. Like last year, more than 478 people got the permit to climb Mount Everest. And this year, around 428 people are climbing. And with this increasing number, there is always issue of waste, but the management of waste is important because with banning the climber to climb mountain, it will not only impact the Sherpa life, but also the whole tourism. So we know the economic condition of Nepal. We need more money for Nepal, so I don't think that we allow to ban or, for taxation reason also, I think. And another question I would like to say is about the policy. About the policy, the new tourism policy is going to change. 2081, which is registered in the National Assembly now. But we have been ruled by tourism policy 2035 till now. So within this long year, we have never changed any policy. So even this current new policy, there is a one part in mountain section, but whole tourism policy is drafted in terms of casino perspective. So my concern is, Nepal tourism for Nepal is Himalaya, but we are changing this policy in terms of casino purpose. So I have a request for all those policymakers. While changing this policy, tourism policy, we should give more priority on mountaineering also, Himalaya also, and also in terms of climate change also. We are talking about climate change issue, but with this tourism policy, no one is thinking in terms of climate change. So while drafting this policy, while making this policy, I think we should think in terms of mountain, in terms of climate change also. And about the yak farming, there was one question, because I'm from Aberdeen region, we have lots of yak we used to have. In my village, every household have the yak before, but within these 20 years now, only 4 or 5 families have only yak.
Okay.
So while studying what was the reason for vanishing this yak farming is to have the yak and to have this yak farming is very difficult job and very less economic value. So in the new situation, new generation, we got a new opportunity to earn more money than yak farming. That's why this is vanishing. In terms of Kumbu, tourism have a booming every year, and we are earning more on tourism. So this old traditional yak farming is vanishing, which is bad, unfortunately, but that's the reality.
Okay. So so there was a question about citizen science, and so Rajan might be in a good position. So are people generating local science, local data, for policy making?
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. So, Oxfam has been applying, like the citizen science concept in the transboundary rivers too. So not only, like generating data in the other rivers, but also in the transboundary river, just to, challenge the people in terms of blame games. So now we are in a process of developing these citizen-led river health reports, so that citizens will be informed about the river, they will understand the challenges. So we have used these info kits at this stage. So it has simple pH, like litmus paper to understand the pH of the water, and we are making a report on that. Even we are working with Water Energy Commission Secretariat, so is the nodal agency on water resource management, along with watershed departments. So then with them also we are piloting a project in Rangoon watershed in Sudur Paschim area, so where citizen science has been applied and they have been trained on that, and we are linking it with school education. So with the schools, so they do have practicals. So linking with that and understanding about, about the river through technologies. So that would be a great power and evidence, so that can lobby on the policies.
Nadia, please.
Can you add about citizen science? Because there is a program, they call it GLOBE program. It's held by NASA, and it's in all over the world. And it's as a community, it's gather scientists, teachers, and students also. So we had this experience in Oman. We took students to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest peak in Africa. So while they are climbing, they've been collecting the data, and all the data, it was managed by through the satellite missions for specific data. They are crossed by the same time. So they collecting the data about water, about air, about soil. So that's how we create, we build citizen scientists. Also, we did the same experience in Oman. We took students to highest peak in Oman, Jabal Shams. So it was not just climbing. They learned about the plants, they learned about the air, they learned about why the air is cooler up, why the air it's hotter down. So that's how we did, and they collect the data. So they submit the data they have at the website. So there is a huge data about from all over the country, and there is each school they have their own page on this website, and it's open data. Anybody can use it. And also they are using the same equipment exactly in everywhere. They are collecting the data about let's say the air at the noon time. So everything, it should be at the specific conditions. So any scientist, they can use this data. So this is also another way how we create and how we build citizen scientists in our country through students and through school.
Yeah. So Ghana, Dr. Guru?
I just want to say citizen scientists in conservation field has been last 25 years. From a highest level of a GPS radio collaring of the species like tigers, national leopards to just genetic monitoring to even monitoring of rivers as river ranges. That's been a very long practice and it's working. And it's one of the key conservation contributors that's coming from the local people. I was part of citizen scientists and youth engagement and so forth. The other one, I really want to talk about migration. Migration, I think Mr. Sherpa has clearly made, that's all about playing with income generation and income levels. There's two things. One is income and one income levels. When we talk about, in my lifetime, I saw Manang whoever Manang is here, that late 60s, early 70s, they come in Kathmandu. As soon as the tourism came up, they went up. Same thing in my own Mustang village. If the Mustangis, if the tourism had not been here, my village would have been empty by now, most of the places, locked doors, okay? So I think it's really important we need to understand is tourism is one of the vehicles that really helps to maintain culture in the mountains, revival of the cultures, people keeping the land, so distribution is better, but the only way to do is to do a management better. With local culture, seeds, the varieties of things which we are talking about, the history that we heard about it. So just I want to put this across. Is migration, you cannot stop, it happens. It's the economy scale, opportunity, so it happens. But there's a possibility you can keep it on the mountains and Sherpas look at that. How many Sherpas outside here, Kathmandu, in the US and out in Europe? But looking at that, it's still Sherpas on the top of the mountains because of that tourism. So this is something we shouldn't be forgetting it. It's something the government has to make a policy on that. And policy, I really want to say, the policies have to be very much integrated way of coming from the bottom. There will be more implementation. If your policy is on the top, then the implementation becomes much more difficult, and that's what we've been facing it. So I want to stop here. Thank you.
Good. So let me see the hands again. So yeah, the mic is pulled up. Yeah, this. So let's not worry about the time because we're about 10 minutes. So we will stop at 10:30 because we have to empty the rooms for other people. But let's get as many of it as we can, please.
नमस्कार, मेरो नाम विमला सुवेदी, म कानुन न्याय तथा मानवाधिकार समितिको सभापति। म प्रश्न नेपालीमै गर्छु। एउटा चाहिँ पहिलो प्रश्न मेरो जस्तो अहिले हाम्रो छिरिङजीले राख्नु भएको थियो, यो पोलिसी मेकरहरूले चाहिँ कुरा बुझिदिनु भएन भनेर उहाँले चाहिँ फेरि आफ्नो कुरा पनि राख्नुभयो। त्यसैले म आफू पोलिसी मेकिङ गर्ने ठाउँमै भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो भूमिका के हो, हामीले कहाँनिर के गर्नु पर्यो, यो विषयमा चाहिँ हामी गर्न तयार छौँ। यहाँहरूको सुझाव राम्रोसँग आओस्, 1 नम्बरमा। 2 नम्बरमा अहिले जुन यो जलवायु परिवर्तन, कार्बन उत्सर्जनको कारणले गर्दा विश्वमा चाहिँ जलवायु परिवर्तन जो आइरहेको छ, त्यसको मुख्य दोषी देश नेपाल चाहिँ हो भन्ने लाग्दैन मलाई। कम कार्बन उत्सर्जन गर्ने देशमा पर्छ। त्यसकारणले गर्दाखेरि यसमा जुन कार्बन उत्सर्जन भइरहेको देशहरूबाट माउन्टेन हाम्रो चाहिँ हिमाल र सगरमाथा जुन हाम्रो मुटु हो, त्यसकारणले यो मुटु बचाउनको निमित्त विश्वका देशहरूबाट र समुदायबाट हामीलाई कस्तो सहयोग हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ म राख्न चाहन्छु। र साथसाथै यो जलवायु परिवर्तनको कारणले जो तापक्रम बढ्दै गइरहेको छ र यसको तापक्रम चाहिँ अब 2039 देखि 49 सम्म चाहिँ 2 डिग्री सेल्सियसमा पुग्छ भन्ने खालको जो आकलन गरिराखिएको छ। त्यसलाई घटाउन के गर्ने हो, यो प्रश्न चाहिँ मैले यहाँ गर्न चाहे। धन्यवाद।
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to all the panel members for this interesting presentation and discussion. And I also like to thank this panel member because they touched upon the issue of human mobility in the context of changing climate. So human mobility, I mean relocation, migration, and displacement. And one of the things that I would like to draw the attention of everyone in the room is when we are talking about addressing this climate mobility in the context of changing climate, and the multifaceted nature of human mobility, then we should not forget 3 things. 1, providing support to help people stay in their homes as long as it is possible. 2, support to people who have already been displaced and who are more due to climate and environmental factors. And number 3, support for people to more safely and orderly if this is something that they choose for. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Wonderful speakers on the dais. I have something to say to the lady from Oman. Congratulations, you have summited Mount Everest. That's a big deal. I just have a question to ask you. How did you find the women who are the real operators on the ground as you climb up to Everest? Every tea house is operated by women, mostly, because of the migration that we've been talking about. Health, hygiene, sanitation situations. Because, I've been working in the field of tourism for many years, and we've been talking about empowering rural tourism level. So that's a question that I have for you. And of course, SPCC, that I know very well, and I've been also president of the Trekking Association. And those days we tried to work with SPCC. Now, one important question for you is, are you working with the Trekking Association of Nepal? which is the biggest, it's the Association of Trekking Operators. They are the ones who are responsible for whatever pollution you might be calling. I would be one of them too. So if you are working closely, and again, I have another hat that I worked in the government for a while, and that time I made sure, because from the private sector, we always say that the royalties earned by the high mountains, some percentage should go to the ground, areas where these mountains are situated. And the government did implement that, and recently I think there's been increment. But are you getting a share of that too? Because your job is great, I know the garbage that's brought back, you refund the money, isn't it, 70? So that's important, and I'm talking about your sustainability. The work that you are doing up in the Everest is something that's a big contribution to help mitigate the environmental pollution that we are talking about. And wonderful, thank you for the speakers. Thank you very much.
So Shering, what do you think? So are you working with the Trekking Association, and are you getting money from the trekkers?
As you suggest, it's a very important role of Trekking Agency Association in terms of waste in Kumbh, because if we look in the data, tourism is directly related in the context of Kumbh. So, but unfortunately, I have to say that, those who are working in Kathmandu, who are based in city, they normally work only in city. They never go back to the community. So it's unfortunate to say that we don't get any fund from TAN or any other agency, NMA, we have been a partner for a long time. It's been more than 20 years now. So they have been supporting, and we also have a role to check the permit if there are any illegal activity going on in mountains.
Yeah, so Shering, the last word from Narek. How did you find the women entrepreneurs, on your climbing experience?
It's less. I saw all everything, the operators is by men in everywhere, but just maybe I saw maybe 2 lodges, like houses, tea houses. It's run by ladies, and it's suddenly unfortunately her husband, he died in avalanche on Amadablam. But I think it's less. But there is some Sherpa also, Lady Sherpa. They are running this business. But I think it's not strong enough to have women in this on this field. They have the abilities. They are ready, I think. But I don't know what's the challenges they face here. But we see there is the Dawa Sherpa. She's working with National Geographic. There is a Queen of Everest. She climbed Everest more than 10 times. So there is so many role models of Nepalese women. We can look after them. So, but I think it's less. It's not that so much we saw on the way.
Very good. Okay, so this is when you heard the bell. So what we want to do is close this panel. But there is a reason why there is lunch time, tea time, so that this conversation can continue. So make sure that you meet the policymakers. And so it will be really good forum if we continue the conversation beyond the allocated time. So once again, let's give a big hand, to our panelists. So thank you very much. And I'm sure, the organizers have something, to give you. So let's be, patient, please.
Yeah, really interesting conversation and insightful session. Thank you to all our panelists and the speakers and all the participants that were in this conversation. So we are really late for we are at the end of the session, so to express our sincere gratitude, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our speakers and moderators. So may I kindly invite Kusum Devi Thapa, the chairperson, Honorable Kusum Devi Thapa, chairperson, Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture, Cooperation of Natural Resources, and House of Representatives to the states to present the token of appreciation. And I'd like to invite Dr. Ghanasam Gurung to receive the token of appreciation. Pictures. again like to request Miss Kusum Devi Thapa to present the token of love to Rajan Subedi. I'll again like to request Honorable MP Kusum Devi Thapa to present a token of appreciation to Nadira Al-Harti. I'd also like to request her again to provide a token of love to Miss Maureen Anino. Again, I like to kindly request Ms. Honorable Kusum Devi Thapa to present a token of love to Mr. Chiring Sherpa. And finally, at the end, I'd like to request Kusum Devi Thapa to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Anil Chitrakar. Also, we'd like to request everyone on the stage for a group picture. A short announcement that we have souvenirs for all the international delegates of the Sagarmatha Sambaad in the reception. Please, we kindly request you to collect yours before you leave, and we will have a 15 minutes tea break and see you shortly in the same hall. Thank you.
Nepal, home to the Himalayas, the sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, a timeless source of wisdom for the world. Here stands Sagarmatha, Mount Everest, the pinnacle of the earth, a symbol of hope, perseverance, and strength. For centuries, this land has believed in the power of dialogue. Today, as humanity faces unprecedented challenges,
the land that carries a mantle of ancient practice of finding solutions through dialogue and discussion.
this legacy feels more important than ever. The world needs hope, action, resilience, and above all, the world needs dialogue. It is with this vision that we present Sagarmatha Sambaad, Nepal's
एयरफोन छ त्यो सर देऊ न मलाई एयरफोन भनेको एयरफोन सोधे त स्टार्टमा नै हैन मैले फेरि गर्छु यसो गर्यो न प्लिज म एकछिन बिजी छु के हुन्छ म आउनु नि यता ए ल ल ल ल के अरे के गरौँ भने के अरे अरुण सर सर त्यो भिडियो कति मिनेटको छ हाम्रो पूर्णिमा सबै हैन लस एन्ड ड्यामेज हो
पहिला भिडियो बजाउनुहुन्छ हजुरलाई क्यू आइहाल्छ ल अनि हजुरले प्ले गरिदिनु होला अनि त्यसपछि सरले कन्टिन्यू गर्नुहुन्छ है
परिमा कहाँ गयो? यसलाई छिटो आऊ भन न। यहाँ ब्रेक सबै एमसी हो टाइमलाई ख्याल गर्नु होला भित्र सिन्नु होला म तानिदिन्छ आउनु के गर्नु पर्छ परिमा 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 त्यो सुरु हुनुभन्दा अगाडि पहिला भिडियो प्ले गर्छौँ त्यसपछि मात्रै ए दिपक सरलाई सोध्दा सक्नु सिस्टमबाटै भइरहेछ ए कीर्तन तिमी के गर्दैछौ भने त लाइक यहाँ म चेकिङ गरेर बसिरहेको छु यहाँ आउनु तिमी यहाँ मलाई लाइक चाहिँ आप तिमी एकचोटि ब्याक अरु भइसक्यो चाहिँ अहिले होइन कुन भिडियो एउटा पूर्णिमा एउटा मोनिका उपाध्याय एउटा चाहिँ यो हाम्रो सिमोडको पनि अहिले नै हो सिमोडको त राउन्ड टेबल नै एलएनडीको सेसन यही हो पछाडि आउनु न राउन्ड टेबल लाइभ त्यो यो ग्लो यो ओभरअल भिडियो होला सायद यो तपाईँको सगरमाथा संवादको ओभरअल भिडियो होला सायद मलाई चाहिँ त्यति बेला बोल्नु भएको छ तपाईँहरूलाई सियर चाहिँ गरिरहेको छ नि त त्यो भिडियो के भन्नु त्यो एउटा एलएनडीको भिडियो थियो एलएनडीको यहाँ र उता भइरहेछ नि त होइन यही मात्रै हो एलएनडी सेसनै यही हो एड्रेसिङ लस एन्ड ड्यामेज हेर्नुहोस् न उता त सेसनै छैन नि
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the session 8 on addressing loss and damage in the mountains. We kindly request you to please be seated on your positions and we will be starting shortly.
इमेल दिनुस् है उहाँलाई है म एकछिन कोही हेल्प गर्नु छैन अरू
I'm still downloading. This week I'm still downloading. Yeah. The high grade. You have the high grade. This one. Yeah, for LND. High grade, is in UNDP. This one. I'll just share it with you guys. How can I share it?
Do you have a link?
No, I don't have. Email maybe?
Because there is already one video from Invite. So two videos at the same time?
Yes.
There is this two sections in the loss and damage.
Yeah, this is the loss and damage.
This one is called this, addressing loss and damage.
Can I share
Deepak sir.
email? Email here, you can download.
यो यसमा छ नि सिमोडको भिडियो पनि देखाउनु
The loss and damage video of ECMod already here, not yet. I'm not sure. I'm asking if they have shared with you or
They
not.
haven't shared.
Oh, so you have it, right? I have it. I can share it. Okay. And you can email. Play that at the end.
Let's start with that. We have already put
Can you
that.
type the video हामीले क्युमा राखेछौँ कि एकैचोटि फेरि प्ले गर्दैन कि
कस्तो क्यु भने
हाम्रो एउटा चाहिँ भिडियो छ कि तपाईँको अनि त्यो चाहिँ यहीँ दिनुपर्ने थियो कि खासमा मैले त्यहाँ भर्खरै आइरहेको छु होइन
Sir, we were thinking, we were planning to show this video. No, we did not know about the other one. Did we discuss?
Then check. दुईटै भिडियो गर्नुपर्छ
Then we
टेक युमा राख्नु विकिङ युमा राख्दैन न त हुँदैन क्यान यु रिफ्रेश है त्यो गरेर अर्को पनि हाल्न न त त्यसमै
So play them together, one after the other. So the UNDP first and then this one.
त्यसपछि हाम्रो प्ले गर्नु होइन अनि त्यसपछि
A little bit late to our session, so I request everyone on the hall and on the ground to be seated on your position.
Play them UNDP and then is it
We will be starting soon now. A very good morning once again, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and passionate participants. After a remarkable momentum built on the day one and the inspiring conversation we've had today, it is now time for a session that lies at the heart of climate justice, addressing loss and damage in the mountains under the theme Averting, Minimizing, and Addressing Loss and Damage. As we all know, rising temperatures are intensifying the frequency and severity of climate disasters. Flood, wildfires, landslides, droughts, and for the countries like Nepal, nested in the fragile and majestic Himalayas, the stakes couldn't be higher. Loss and damage is no longer an abstract concept. It is lived reality. And this session will bring together global, regional, and national voices to examine pressing need for the effective financial mechanisms, simplified access to support, and justice-driven climate response for the mountain communities. But before we formally start the session, we have a short video related to the loss and damage right from the Dingboche in Everest. I request the technical team to play the video.
म पूर्णिमा श्रेष्ठ युएनडिपीको क्लाइमेट इन्फ्लुएन्सर र म पर्वतारोही पनि हो। म चाहिँ अहिले दिङबुजे गाउँको यो इम्जा भ्यालीमा छु। धेरै मात्रामा चाहिँ म पटक पटक आएको हिमाल भनेकै सगरमाथा हो। त्यही भएर चाहिँ मैले आँखाले देख्दै नै हिउँ पक्लिरहेको र एकदम ग्लेसियरहरू खोलाहरू चाहिँ दिन प्रतिदिन चाहिँ ठुलो ठुलो भइरहेको हेर्दा हेर्दै नै यो चाहिँ एकदमै पक्लिसक्यो भन्ने जस्तो भएको चाहिँ यो यही खुम्बु क्षेत्र नै हो।
पहिला यस्तो थिएन। म पनि ट्रेकिङ नै गर्थेँ, तर यस्तो देखेको थिएन। म यहाँ बस्न थाले 20-25 वर्ष भइसक्यो। यो छिटो मुभ भएको यो ग्लोबल वार्मिङको कारणले हो कि न, एकदम गहिरो गइसक्यो। अब घरभन्दा 5 मिटर नजिकमा छ यो पहिरो।
हाम्रो एभरेस्ट एरियाको त्यो आइसफलहरू पहिलाको भन्दा धेरै नै भन्नु 4-5 गुणा घटेको अवस्था छ। पछिल्लो समयमा गोरक्षेपको अवस्था पनि त्यस्तै छ। त्यहाँको अब घर बनाएको 2017 मा बनाएको घरै फेरि अहिले आएर 7-8 वर्षपछि बङ्केर गएको अवस्था छ।
the same thing from easy mode. I'd like to request the technical team to please play the video. And now it's time to start our expert dialogue. To expertly guide us through this critical conversation, allow me to introduce our session moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, our session moderator is none other than Dr. Arjun Kumar Karki, the Executive President of Rural Reconstruction Nepal, RRN, and former Ambassador of Nepal to the United States and several Latin American countries. Dr. Karki is an acclaimed political analyst, development expert, and global climate justice advocate. He serves as the global coordinator of LDC Watch, and has over 3 decades of experience spanning diplomacy, peace building, and international negotiations, especially on behalf of the Global South. With a PhD in development studies from the UK, he brings an unmatched blend of grassroots understanding and global rise. Dr. Karki, the floor is yours.
Our keynote speaker, Ibrahim. Hello, Speaker, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased and honored to moderate this very important session. I would like to thank organizer for inviting me to moderate this session. The loss and damage refers to the negative effect of climate change that occurs despite mitigation and adaptation efforts. While mitigation addresses the causes of climate change and adaptation addresses its impacts, loss and damage is concerned with the unavoidable and irreversible impact of the climate crisis. Addressing loss and damages in the face of climate change is the defining challenges of modern governance and policy. A coordinated effort that ranges all the way from local level in the world's most vulnerable countries, all the way to regional and international level is the only way we can address these challenges. This is especially true for mountain countries like Nepal, where the effects of glacial melt, landslides, and erratic weather are accelerating, threatening the lives and livelihoods and culture of vulnerable mountain community who have contributed least to the crisis. The Hindu Kush Himalaya region, often referred to us as the third pole, is experiencing warming at a rate faster than the global average, placing immense pressure on both ecosystems and communities that rely on them for water, food, and cultural survival. Protecting the Hindu Kush Himalaya and its people must be central to global effort to address the loss and damages. In this context, the establishment and operationalization of Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, FRLD in short, is seen as a timely move, signaling a step forward in climate justice. As of March 26, 2025, a total of $768 million has been pledged to the FRLD fund. However, the damage, the loss that we have been experiencing needs enormous amount of resources, which is not enough. The question that those of us that are integrated into climate policy have been asking are as such: how are we measuring the quantifying loss and damages? And are we creating a pathway for destructive inflation and economic crisis through debt? In this panel, to discuss about the various dimensions of loss and damage, we have invited very distinguished experts in our panel. Dr. Rajesh Sharma, Program Specialist from Global Crisis Bureau, UNDP, Thailand. I would like to invite Rajesh Sharma to the podium. The next panelist in my panel this morning is Dr. Arun Bhakta Shrestha. Arun Bhakta is Senior Advisor to the ICIMOD. He is Climate and Environmental Risk Expert. And third speaker in my panel is Maureen Santos. She is from Brazil. Perhaps she is one of the farthest travel person to attend this meeting. Maureen is coordinator of the Socio-Environmental Justice Program at the Henrik Ball Foundation, Brazil, and she is also political analyst, expert, and also climate justice campaigner from Brazil. And she is involved in organizing think tank, civil society, and various other sections of societies to engage in COP30 process. And last but not least, our next speaker is Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta. Anil Kumar Gupta is from Integrated Center for Adaptation to Climate Change. He is Disaster Resilience Sustainability, Department of Science and Technology, India at IIT Roorkee. So, warm welcome to our honorable panelists and also to keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is Mr. Ibrahim Sheikh Diong, Executive Director of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. He has especially reminded me to mention Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, not Loss and Damage Fund. Mr. Diong is a Senegalese and American national who brings over 3 decades of professional leadership and management experience in Africa, the United States, Europe, and Asia. He provides strategic leadership and oversight to the Fund Secretariat. Over to you, Mr. Ibrahim.
Well, thank you very much for saying the name of the fund for responding to loss and damage as opposed to loss and damage fund, which I know the LDC countries and European countries take that very seriously as a name. Very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Good morning. So as they say in Nepal, namaste. Before I get started, let me use this opportunity to recognize in the room one of the biggest champions of the fund, the COP29 president. We'll ask you to give a big round of applause who is in there. He has demonstrated not only support, but a commitment. I made sure the fund and what the fund does was at the center of COP29. And I want to start by recognizing his presence in the room, but also all the distinguished guests that are present here today. This is also an opportunity for me to thank the government of Nepal. This is my first time in this beautiful country, and we're extremely delighted by the warm welcome we received since I arrived 3 days ago. And I want to acknowledge that warm welcome in a land of generosity, but also in a land of warmness. What I want to do in this keynote speech is to share with you 4 key messages. And one is to acknowledge together the problems that we face when it comes to climate crisis, what is that we're doing as a fund, but also collectively what we can do to be part of the solution. And like in any panel, I always said to be provocative, it was some food for thought, which I hope the panel members will take on and hopefully give us some insight, how do we address those challenges. And like in any conversation, it's important to make a commitment. And I also want to make a commitment on behalf of the fund and what we can do, again, to sustain the efforts that have been done so far. With regard to the problems, if there's any doubt that we are faced with the climate crisis, I think the videos that we watched at the beginning of the session is indeed a reminder of the impact that we have on the flood, particularly in this part of the world, which has tremendous consequences on the lives of many people in this part of the world. But the same problems also happen in the Caribbean, in Africa, in other parts of the world, where the tropical cyclone, the flood, and all the disasters that we've seen here happen in other parts of the world, are such what they have in common. There's a human face to climate crisis. These are the lives of people who are affected. These are the communities who are actually affected in a day-to-day life and livelihood. But there's also the infrastructure that need to be rebuilt, and particularly in countries that are struggling to meet the needs in other areas that are equally important. So you can imagine this crisis is an additional burden to most of the countries that are actually faced with this climate crisis. And that is why this kind of conversation, not only it's important, it is a conversation we should have for many, many years to come to make sure we can come up with sustainable solutions in addressing this climate crisis. Now, the solution is a combination of actions. What we do as a fund is part of it, but it's a bigger picture. I think number one, our fund has seen the day because of global solidarity. And I've seen some of the members here in the audience, my good friend Rajit, who has been part of the civil society over decades. They've been making the case that the countries are going to be less to climate changes, unfortunately happen to be affected by climate change, so therefore we need to come up with the fund that's entirely dedicated in addressing the challenges of climate change, in this case, the crisis that I talked about earlier. So the mere fact that that global solidarity has helped to operationalize the fund, to bring it to where it is today, it is a testament what we can do when we come together as a community to be part of the solution. We can move mountains, and we're in a country of mountains. Certainly, that global solidarity is extremely critical. Now, that global solidarity got us to where we are today. We need to use that global solidarity to maintain the momentum of what made this fund actually a possibility, so that the communities, the governments that push so far to make this possible, that we don't actually disappoint them, so we actually deliver on their behalf. I think the second part of the solution is how do we actually empower the government so they can be really on the forefront and making sure that we may provide the support, we may provide the funding, but ultimately for this solution to be actually sustainable, it's extremely critical that the government is actually at the forefront in assessing the demand, the needs. So what we bring in add value to what the government wants to do as opposed to the other way around. In my view, and I believe this is extremely important, not only for climate crisis, but it's important that we actually empower the government to be on the forefront in assessing the needs so we can bring in our support. I think the third area equally important, and that is that it's not just the government. There's a civil society. There is the indigenous communities who are affected by loss and damage. It is extremely critical in our intervention, in my view, and make sure we can be inclusive and transparent and reaching out to those communities so that all of us combined would like to play our part so we can address losses and damage, as I say, because of the human face and what it affects many communities. Now, on our side, as the fund, we're also doing our part. And that is to say, out of the funding that's already been mobilized, what can we do to begin to at least initiate some early intervention so we can begin to actually make the fund relevant to the number of countries that expect so much from us. And that is why at our last board meeting in Barbados, our board has decided to launch an initiative of $250 million out of the fundings that we've mobilized so far, which we call the Barbados Implementation Modalities. And that is our way of saying it is important. We began to actually intervene, learn the lessons, provide the necessary corrections so that as we mobilize more resources, we can be actually more effective. Now, in that Barbados initiative, one of the things that's extremely important, and it's not just launching an initiative. What are the access modalities we're going to put in place, respond to the demand, the expectation of the countries, so that we can provide funding those where actually needed, as opposed to announcing millions of dollars that are not accessible to those who need them the most. And that is why, as we speak, my office is working on the modalities, working with the different stakeholders, and making sure that when we're ready to make a call for proposal, we actually provide the fund that's actually accessible to those who need them. Equally important, and that is, as the moderator has stated earlier, $763 million is way below the demand in addressing loss and damage in the most vulnerable countries. It's in the billion. So as we actually initiate early intervention, we need to think about the bigger picture. And that bigger picture is the long-term resources, is intervention that can be effective, impactful for the countries, so we don't actually disappoint them. Now, food for thought, there are four things I believe that the panel will have to discuss, and I look forward to hearing their views. It's number one, innovation. Today, if you look at the global landscape in terms of fundraising, in terms of mobilizing resources, it is an understatement to recognize it will be extremely challenging to mobilize resources business as usual. And that is why it's important, not only for the fund, but also for loss and damage, we begin to actually innovate the way we raise funding, going to philanthropy, private sector, all the players that could be part of the solutions. So that way we can continue at least to provide the resources needed in response to the demand. I think second, equally important, and that
Brian,
is
you have
partnership.
You have less than 2 minutes left.
I have less than?
2 minutes.
Okay, I only need 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it.
We need to build the kind of partnership whereby even if the government is not going to drive a seat, we provided the right partnerships so at least the government get the support that they need in terms of capacity building and so on. Last but equally important, and that is, I hope in your discussions, to think about that not one fund alone can actually provide all the solutions. So in the name of complementarity and coordination, how do we actually coordinate with other funds so we avoid duplication of efforts as we intervene with the countries? My last message is our commitment to continue engaging with all of you to make sure we get it right. We cannot fail the millions of people in the European countries that expect so much from this fund, And as they say in Nepal, let's just make sure in the spirit of Nepal, no one is left behind, particularly the community in the mountains. They expect so much from us. We're ready to play our part, and I hope you can play our part so we can support the most vulnerable countries across the developing world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Yes, only fund cannot solve the problem, but fund is very important. And we want a very strong fund office, and also we want our development partner walk the talk and put their money where their mouth is. In fact, the kind of loss and damage we have been experiencing, and particularly in our part of the world, is enormous. I will understand that no matter how big amount they place or commit or deliver, it's not enough. But it is very important for us to have. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are very honored to have His Excellency Mukhtar Babayev, COP29 President. We have invited him to deliver a very brief message on behalf of COP29 Presidency. Very brief.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to address this important topic of loss and damage in mountain regions. I wish to focus on how the UN and COP process is supporting action and what we need to do within the multilateral framework. Dear colleagues, we have been discussing loss and damage in the UN system since the earliest days of the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio, when then adopted the Warsaw International Mechanism to build capacity and foster collaboration. We acknowledged the importance of loss and damage with its own article in the Paris Agreement. At COP27 in Egypt, we agreed the principle of a fund. At COP28 in Dubai, we adopted the theory for how it will work. And at COP29 in Azerbaijan, we took the final steps to get it up and running. We understand how much this work means to communities on the front lines of the climate crisis. In Azerbaijan, we were humbled by the responsibility to conclude the process of setting up and fund. And we were honored to be added to the list of historic milestones. The full operationalization of the Fund for Responding for Loss and Damage is one of our proudest achievements from Baku. Moving forward, we need more contributions to the fund. The Azerbaijan COP29 presidency will hold countries to account for the promises that they made in Baku. Donors pledged to triple the outflows of official UN funds by 2030, which includes the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. And we want them to set out how they plan to contribute their fair share towards mobilizing the 300 billion a year by 2035 that they promised the developing world. We also need to make sure that the entire loss and damage landscape is working as effectively as possible with the resources that it has. A wide range of stakeholders play an important role in delivering support to frontline communities. This includes UN agencies, international financial institutions, MDBs, the private and philanthropic sectors. We need everyone to exchange technical expertise, share experience, identify gaps, and grasp new opportunities for cooperation. At COP29 in Baku, we also established a high-level dialogue on loss and damage. This will help maintain the attention of senior leaders, and it will bring different actors together in new partnership. We held the latest dialogue on the sidelines of the Spring meetings of the World Bank. And we will continue to have an active presence to keep this issue high on the global agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this work is essential to support communities on the front lines of the climate crisis. Mountain communities face irreversible losses from the glacier melt and thawing permafrost. The multilateral system will be a critical mechanism to make sure that we do not leave communities behind. In Azerbaijan, we remain committed to playing our part. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I would also like to thank on behalf of Government of Nepal, organizer and host of this meeting for your remarks and also your hospitality during the COP29. Thank you very much. Your presence is highly appreciated. And now, I would like to really have more interactive dialogue among the panelists and also with the participant of this meeting as well. As we have heard that Fund for Responding Loss and Damage is the center of the debate at this moment, and particularly in the changed geopolitical context. After COP29, we are facing new kind of challenges, even in meeting commitment made by the development partners and many other member states. So in the Sagarmatha Sambaad, we have experts from various walks of life to discuss and debate about loss and damage issues, changes and challenges. And first of all, I would like to ask a question to Dr. Rajesh Sharma. Rajesh Sharma, as I mentioned earlier, he is the specialist at the Global Crisis Bureau, UNDP, Thailand. Dr. Sharma, given your experience with the post-disaster recovery and post-disaster need assessment process across the Asia Pacific, how can PDNA be better aligned with the evolving loss and damage agenda to ensure that assessments not only capture immediate recovery needs, but also inform long-term financing for irreversible climate impact? Dr. Sharma.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaki, for the question. First of all, I really want to thank the organizer for inviting UNDP to this very important event. I feel honored and privileged to be here. I think I would like to respond to your question in the spirit of the title of this event, Sagarmatha Sambaad. Sambaad is really dialogue between us to create new knowledge, to learn together, and to address the challenge collectively we are facing here, for which we are collected here, assembled here. Just to give you some background to PDNA, PDNA, as you mentioned, stands for post-disaster.
Dr. Sharma, we are expecting very brief, precise answers.
Yes, just I will be precise, probably not take more than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So just for the sake of information for everyone, it was developed around 15 years back, together by the World Bank, the European Union, and the United Nations. And globally since then, it has been applied in more than 100 countries around the world in a variety of contexts. When I say it's a disaster context, country context, capacity context, etc. And then there is a whole volume of work available online on this, so I will not go into all those details. But the important point I want to highlight here is PDNA is at the national level led by a government. It's owned by the government. That's very important. And all the decisions, what it concludes is basically under the government leadership. Typically, PDNA helps understand, because of disaster events, what are the losses and damages happen, and then what is the recovery strategy, which help us outline the future pathways, what has happened, and how do we recover from the event in a more sustainable manner. Now, given the context of climate loss and damage, there have been learnings in the past on PDNA, because it was, as I mentioned, about 15 years back it was developed. Since then, it has never been sort of reviewed thoroughly and changed thoroughly. So there have been learnings during this whole process. One is, of course, this non-economic losses issues, slow onset events, And also another third dimension is conflict sensitivity. Disasters happen in all kinds of contexts. So there have been gaps on the PDNA methodology which exists as of now. And since last year, because the PDNA is basically owned by the whole UN, it was developed by the UN system together with other partners. So now the process of reviewing the PDNA process, integrating slow onset events, non-economic losses, conflict dimension is being undertaken, and it's being undertaken with the various UN agencies and partners. For example, UN Women is leading on gender issues, UNICEF and WASH, WHO on health. Likewise, number of other UN agencies are involved, and they are all contributing to revision and updation of PDNA. So this is an ongoing process, and we are very hopeful that by the probably early 2026, we will have more revised and updated version, which will respond to the needs of climate loss and damage. And we see very good connection there, because PDNA, as I mentioned earlier, is a process owned and led by the government. And then when we plan recovery strategy, which includes short-term and long-term strategies, there we also identify the financial needs. And that could be a pathway to connect it with the fund for responding to loss and damage, and also other sources of finance which the government can access. So I will stop here. I hope I was able to respond to the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. And my next question is to no other than Dr. Arun Bhakta Shrestha, who is a senior advisor to the ICIMOD. Dr. Shrestha, given the complex cascading risk in mountain environment, how can multi-hazard risk assessment serve as a foundation for attributing losses and damages more accurately, and thus help mountain country make stronger claim under the loss and damage mechanism?
Yeah, is it working?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Karki sir, and I resonate Rajesh ji in thanking Government of Nepal for organizing this excellent forum and giving me the opportunity, as well as UNDP and my own organization, ICIMOD, for excellent design of this session. Right, so just to start with the context, I think we know the hazard environment is getting worse and worse. We have several events very recently in this region where we see that the nature, the character of hazard is changing. It is becoming more complicated with cascading hazards happening and multiple hazards occurring in a complex manner, right? So traditionally, we have been looking at one hazard at a time, which probably is not going to work moving forward. So the question about how multi-hazard risk assessment can contribute, I think that is something which I would like to start with, that, as the keynote speaker said, we need different kinds of solution. Of course, the funding, everything else is very important, but the methodological aspect is also very important. And like PDNA, MHRE can be a very strong tool to provide strong basis for loss and damage claims if it is done correctly, right? So when I say if it is done correctly, that means the MHRA methodological framework has to be able to account for the complex cascading hazard natures, their interplay, which is not simple. Conceptualization is more or less simple, but putting it in a quantified manner is very difficult. And for that reason, at ICIMOD, we are also working on it through different partners and experts to actually look at how to, in a methodological manner, in a modal sense, look at those complexity. I think that is very important, and it is not simple, as I mentioned. The other aspect is about the climate, because climate attribution is very important, and that's very challenging as well, especially in this landscape where hazard is quite common, right? Naturally, it happens. So I think that's very important. So then again, I think the framework has to be able to account for it, through more granularized, more nuanced, naturally it happens. Of climate change. So I think that is very important through different downscaling scenarios, loss modeling tools, and then incorporating into more impact tools like hydrological, right? So to come up with what-if scenarios. The other aspect I think MHRA can actually contribute is in coming up with what we call the annualized impact loss estimates, right? Which can be very helpful for government, the regional member countries in Hindu Kush Himalayan region, to kind of have a better understanding of investment, the need as well, in advance, right? So I think that would be very important. So, so what I would like to say that for mountain countries, MHRA can really, if done properly, again, I would like to add, help move from like anecdotal evidence to really scientifically grounded and defendable, claim for loss and damage. But in closer, I would like to say that, it is easier said than done. Loss and damage discourse actually is the late starter among other two contenders. And therefore, we have much more mileage to cover. So having technical methodological clarity is very, very important, and that's where I think we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. In fact, many of us, those who are in the global south, particularly those who are living in UN-defined least developed country, landlocked country, and small island developing state, we think that we always say that we are vulnerable, we are devastated, we are most vulnerable group of countries and people and community. But until and unless we are able to bring scientific data, valid, substantiated argument in order to claim the loss and damage fund, we won't be recognized as vulnerable, even if we are vulnerable countries and community. This is what Dr. Shrestha was basically trying to tell us. And this is what we have, those who are involved in the climate change advocacy work, encounter time and again in various fora. So our next speaker is Maureen Santos from Brazil. She is the only woman panelist, unfortunately, in this panel. Maureen, you have a huge responsibility you have to represent half of the world, but also respond my question, okay? My question is, given your extensive experience in integrating climate justice perspective into both international negotiation and grassroots advocacy, how can the fund for loss and damage, fund for responding loss and damage, Executive Director, reminded me several times, be structured to reflect these justice principles, ensuring that the needs and agencies of frontline communities are not marginalized in funding and governance decision. Please enlighten us.
Thank you. Bom dia. Namaste. Good morning. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the facilitator and the speaker and for the government of Nepal to hold this very, very important dialogue. And I'm very glad to be here. And I would like also to say hello and greetings to all the women that's based and present here. As you talk about justice and the fund, the Loss and Damage Fund is create also because of the need of justice. No? There is a very important, the convention that was held in Rio de Janeiro. I'm from Rio de Janeiro. We're very young when this convention was signed up in 1992. They bring this perspective or historical responsibilities. And when you talk about historical responsibilities, you talk about justice. No? And how can you really bring these issues to the topic? So there is a need of persistent advocacy and mobilization for climate justice in all over climate negotiations and mechanisms. It's not only about the Loss and Damage Fund, but you really need to bring this perspective for all over the negotiations. The lack of a clear and comprehensive definition of loss and damage requires us to ensure that inside the structure of the loss and damage fund, it embodies the principles of justice. This means not only structure a fund that only provides financial resources, but also empowers frontline communities to have a voice in funding and government decisions. So we must advocate for strategic policies that can facilitate access, like the other colleagues talking about, but also promote the technology transfer, but not any kind of technology. Because we also have technologies that create a lot of more impacts for these frontline communities. So incorporate also two aspects that's very important in the policies. One that talk about reparative, and other that talk about distributive mechanisms. It's very essential to ensure that those most affected by climate change are not only recipients for aid, but also, as I mentioned, active participants of the decision-making processes. So when you talk about reparation, it involves the acknowledgement of the historical responsibilities and rectifying the past environmental exploitation for our South countries. And when you talk about redistribution, and I finish like that, it ensures that the benefits of climate finance will be equitable share, particularly among marginalized communities who have been disproportionately affected by the climate change. So you are here in Nepal, and you know already how many impacts Nepali citizens is suffering about the climate change. And it's very, very crucial, and because this is very, very important to have this conversation here to show up how our cities can really be respecting the future to receive not only the funds, but can have the voice to participate on that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Maureen. So my last speaker in this first round of interaction is Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta. Dr. Gupta, how can disaster preparedness and risk reduction strategy be systematically integrated into loss and damage framework to reduce avoidable impacts, both economic and non-economic, with respect to climate context? Dr. Gupta.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to Government of Nepal and the organizers for inviting me, especially having a disaster person on board. Loss and damage, I think when we use this term, addressing loss and damage. So one thing that, despite of the global discourse on loss and damage, how do we really perceive the scope, the length and breadth of defining the loss and damage? I think that's very important. And still there are some research questions, very fundamental research questions. When we say addressing, so I see it in two parts. One is that what we do to avoid or minimize. And second, how do we respond to what the loss and damage. Rajesh ji referred about the PDNA. So the disaster fraternity uses the damage word even, which includes the set of losses as well. There are certain sectors where we do not have the tangible, this kind of parameters. Those are included in the PDNA tool also. So here, what I would say, that loss and damage for DRR perspective is primarily that we look at that how do we address the residual risk. The risk that we think that we would not be able to address by adaptation. So this relates with the limits of adaptation as well. So here, then again, how do we look at the climate change impacts? In two ways. One is the shocks and the other is stresses. Shocks are often addressed. Those are in the media, those are in the policy domains, they assessed also to some extent in a greater depth. but about stresses. In DRR fraternity, now recently we have understood that the stresses which lead to increasing vulnerability that make a hazard to be realized in a bigger size of disaster. I think that's very important, and that is still a gray area, and some good research, some good, particularly the methodological research is very much needed. And some examples of these stresses leading to increasing vulnerability for mountain areas is like we have the problem of like the ghost villages in the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the huge migration, the issues of livelihood, issues of health, particularly when we talk about the one health or the mental health kind of things, are the gender the concerns, several other things. Loss and damage, particularly for the major disasters like we referred about the Gulf, more than 90% of such kind of damages to infrastructure are related with climate change. And the majority in general with climate change, around 90% or so. So this is an important thing, and I would also refer the example from India, that what effort India did, and then the challenges also, briefly. India created a huge funding mechanism to address disaster risk. That is to the tune of $29 billion for 5 years, 2021 to 2025. This is the last year. But if we see that how much has been spent, so somewhere around 20 to 25%. So that tells that there is a huge gap between the different strata, like we talk of the research, science and research, then policy, and then the operation. So when we talk about addressing loss and damage in reference to disaster risk reduction, then again there are certain things which need to be demystified, that addressing loss and damage will cut across both the aspects. One is reducing the risk of disasters and also responding to disasters. And I think that's very important. And there, the final message, there we need to work more on the data systems and the evidence-based planning and the decisions. I think that's very important. And I am representing the government of India's new institution that is called ICARS, Integrated Center for Adaptation to Climate Change, DRR and Sustainability, which is mandated for working on the research, policy, practice interface. I think we need this kind of institutions. In fact, in India also, this was a discussion for more than a decade. Many countries, we are talking about this interface, we are talking about the integration of the three fraternities, but we need to work on the institutional mechanism and a robust data support system. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate your brief answer to my question. I am entering into second round of question, but in this round I would like to really request very short, brief, bullet point, sometimes we call PowerPoint answer to my question. And we are going to repeat a couple of issues that we have already discussed. The next question is, this is to Dr. Rajesh Sharma. You have talked about PDNA, but please tell us, how can we ensure that PDNA in climate vulnerable regions, such as small island developing states and mountain countries like ours, reflect non-economic losses and contribute to the assessing support from the loss and damage fund? Because we are very much concerned and also interested to understand how we can make claim as vulnerable group of countries.
Thank you for the question.
Very brief, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So in fact, I just want to go back to the way PDNA is structured these days. They do include non-economic losses in a different way. Yeah. What do they do is basically they look at human impact, and also there are some part of PDNA where they look at impact on environment, culture, even human health. So those are the dimensions where there is a non-economic loss dimension, which is also looking at the impact on people's life, their well-being, impact on livelihood, social structures, which is, as you can imagine, sometimes at local level, there are various social structures which are disrupted by disaster event. And then it is very difficult to, for the society to have the same kind of well-being, cohesion, which was there before the disaster. So what we do in PDNA nowadays, basically we look at the deprivation dimension. We just look at, as a result of disaster, who lost what. We just count those numbers, but do not attach a economic value to it. So that's a gap right now. So now, as I mentioned earlier, we are revising this and then trying to bring this economic annual dimension with new analysis and insights, and so that could be reflected in the new version. So now we are also working on other fronts. Many times being at UNDP, we are working in countries and governments are requesting, talking to us and coming back to us to help them strategize, help them understand. So we are also working at national level to help them adapt PDNA to national context. I just want to give an example. Last year in Bangkok, we had a workshop on PDNA exclusive of Thai government.
My question is to the senior advisor of HISIMO, Dr. Arun Bhakta Shrestha. As we have heard that, okay, all of us have high expectation from you or every institution. What role can regional scientific institutions like HISIMO play in ensuring that data, traditional knowledge, and localized assessment are integrated into loss and damage framework to support more just and evidence-based financing decision?
Thank you.
Very brief.
Yes, it's good to know there is a very high expectation, but I would like to start with that we are not alone and we should not be alone in this big, grand task. So it's about collective, action, collective, effort. Definitely, as the question has put it, I guess the gap is in integrating the so-called scientific knowledge, traditional knowledge, and community wisdom, right? So that's big gap. And we at HISIMO have been promoting integrating on those. So that's something which we definitely, at all fronts, try to do, and we'll try to do that, right? And then, more importantly, bring it into the methodological aspect. How do you incorporate in, let's say, the MHRA process? I think I'm coming back to that. Beyond that, I would like to say again, while responding to your first question, the issue of attribution. That's a big challenge, and that's something which we have not done much. Even at HISIMO, we have not done much. And again, we should not be alone to do it. So that's an area where we can collectively with other partner organizations work more on establishing more scientific basis for attribution, because that's going to be a big question when it comes to loss and damage funding. The third thing, and that's final, is we are all in a shared space. Whatever happens might not always contain between one country's boundary, and we have ample examples of transboundary hazards and risk. I don't have time to give example. So that's also one big area where HISIMO can contribute basically in doing joint assessment, if there is a transboundary event, and then that gives more advantageous leverage point for making a collective voice in accessing fund. I think that kind of platform also ECMOD can provide. So these are a few things that ECMOD as an institution can provide.
Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. So next question is to Maureen Santos again from Brazil. She is also a voice of civil society and think tank and people in the academia. Maureen, please tell us what lesson can we draw from civil society and community-led initiative to help make loss and damage response more participatory, transformative, and accountable?
Thank you. Okay, it's working. So there is a lot of alternative experiences and processes that the civil society all over the world and the organized communities in the territories bring us related to these lessons and community-led initiatives related to the loss and damage, and also to deal with not only the extreme events, but how can you really protect the climate, the biodiversity. We use too much this word in Brazil, territories. That's not comprehensive for all the cultures, but territories means not only the land and the place the people are, but territories including how is their reproduction and the way of life related to their environmental. So this idea of the territories brings us so many transformative aspects that should be prioritized, and these initiatives prioritize local knowledge, as our comrades had that here. There is a lack between this gap between the local knowledge and traditional knowledge related to the scientific knowledge. How can you push together these both really important kind of knowledge, and at the same time foster the sense of ownership and agency among these most affected. So we need to really learn about how this grassroots movement they are designing loss and damage responses, not only because they have already a lot of alternatives in the deal of this traditional knowledge, but because the policies and the public policies and the resources didn't arrive at this moment. So they need to be very creative to survive. They need to be very creative to bring a lot of kind of perspectives that can bring us also alternatives and experiences to our for more effective and transformative fund. There is also a reflection in the civil society, and in Brazil, for example, we are holding a lot of big events. Like last year, we had the G20. This year, you held BRICS Summit and the COP30 in the end of the year. So the civil society didn't want to look for all these events as a separate processes, but how we really can get to connection, the synergies and the convergence between them. So there is a very important message that I think it's great to bring to the debate of climate loss and damage fund. That we really must to advocate for resources, but first, how will be the implementation of these resources, no? So when you talk about the clear definition, and we will talk about the policies and how the mechanisms will bring accessibility, but at the same time, hear these voices to participatory processes, we are also talk about how to mobilize funds and mobilize financial different kind of contributions to this debate. And one of them is related to the global taxation system. No? So there is a huge debate internationally about that. So how you tax illegal transference of money, how can you take this aspect that was possibilitated in the G20, in this new convention of international taxation, and also connect to finance. So loss and damage fund is also should be part of that. And as we don't have more time,
10th Sagarmatha Sambaad, Nepal's permanent global dialogue platform.
I hope to see you in Belém and in COP30, and also from the civil society and organize for the People's Summit that you do in parallel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. Last but not least, before us is Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta. We have heard that the claim we want to make on lost and found are very challenging, both economic and non-economic. But please tell us, how do you see as an expert key challenges of methods and approaches on disaster-related loss and damage in view of non-economic impacts of climate change?
Thank you for bringing this question, very important aspect of non-economic loss and damage. First of all, I largely disagree with this term using non-economic. It is our failure to understand the economics behind each and every type of impact the climate change plays. And if we just dig deeper, we will find some case studies, maybe not perfect, but maybe some community worker or some academician, some researcher in civil society might have done some kind of research, and we find that. Basically, it's important that we dig deeper, we find out those. And I would say that this is a lateral economics. So sometimes it is not the formal economic system, it's a informal or the lateral economic system. The economic parameters take the front seats, and non-economic aspects are not recognized to that extent by the social systems or the socio-political systems. Primarily in the developing nations are the less developed countries, because I would also link with the short cycle of this election-based governance also, because we want to showcase something which is more tangible, which is more can be rated higher in terms of the economic achievement. So there we will have to work that how the global thought process, how the thought process of the, for example, now we have under the COP mechanisms, that we take in a more operational way, and try to identify and create more localization models. Because even if we really want to address the loss and damage related issues or adaptation related issues, and then refer to mountain context, even the other geographies and the mountain context would be varying. And then within mountain context also, if I talk of India, then we have Ladakh, which is a cold desert, and we have the other states. So we will have to come up with the specific different models for this. And the last, I would say that message on this for me is that basically we also look at the current planning regimes at local level. For example, districts are so. In India, we have now all the districts are required to come up with a disaster management plan. We have the financial mechanism also. Now we are asking all these states have a climate change adaptation plan. Now we are asking districts to come up with climate change adaptation plan. The Supreme Court asked all the districts to come up with environmental action plan. Now under the National Program on Health in view of climate change, we are asking the districts to come up with health adaptation plan. And if we see this mechanism of going the sectoral approach also, yes, that will provide some opportunity to find out some mechanisms, approaches, and also some tools to find out the ideas that we address so-called non-economic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. In fact, something new to all of us is, we often call non-economic, but all non-economic losses are economic losses also, because it will have implication in economy of life and livelihood of the people, particularly those who are living in the most vulnerable countries and communities. So thank you very much for reminding us all non-economic losses are economic loss, in fact. Perhaps, our statistician, economist may not be able to calculate that in a way. Ordinary peoples, or people living in vulnerable places and community, understand it. Thank you very much. So without further ado, I understand that we are running out of time, but I would like to really open the floor for discussion. And I'm very much hopeful that you all would agree with me. I want to give priority to youth and women. And then policymakers, export later, okay? So, woman, please.
Thank you very much.
Very brief,
yes,
madam.
My question is to Mr. Ibrahim. My question is, what strategy?
Will you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm called Marina Nino. I'm from the government of Uganda. I'm the focal person for mountains in sub-Saharan Africa. My question is, what strategies do you have in place to make it easy, cheap, and quick to access the loss and damage? Because why should you have, for example, I'm using an example of GCF. It takes over 3 years to access the GCF funds. Now, you already have people who have lost houses, they've lost lives, they've lost their livelihoods. If it's going to take over a year to access the loss and damage, then it will not be very useful. So what plans do you have for that? But also, what plans do you have for the actual communities to access the funds by themselves?
You made your point clear. We need support yesterday, no? Not today. And we cannot wait for another 6 months. Madam, from South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Tasnim Esop, and I am from South Africa, but I also head Climate Action Network International, large global network of civil society. And why I mention that is exactly the question that I would like to ask the executive director of the fund. We call it the loss and damage fund.
For responding loss and
we
damage.
call it the loss and damage fund because it was civil society that actually decided to escalate the fight to win that fund. And we did that in a matter of 2 years after decades of negotiations to land that fund with, of course, supporting governments. I'm sure you will acknowledge that because that was very clear. Now, we fought for it because it was about justice. Achieving justice for those most vulnerable in the world but least responsible for the climate crisis. What I am concerned about, therefore, is that the issue of justice remains central to the objectives of that fund. And so when we talk about mobilizing finance, and we talk about innovations, and we talk about the private sector role, etc., there's going to be a tendency that we reduce the justice element.
Please brief.
My last point is, it is possible in this world to mobilize funding just like this for wars. It is possible to mobilize funding for things that do harm in the world. So it's not about when developed countries, rich nations say they don't have money, and we have to be sitting back and accept that. We must challenge this as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
She's my friend, that's why I can cut her off. The next, you madam, young lady. Oh no, okay.
Hello.
Please introduce.
Namaste, my name is Roshni Gurung. Thank you very much for all the great talks.
Very brief, no statement, but question.
Awesome. The evidence of climate-induced loss and damage from glacier melt and landslides in the high mountains to floods and displacement in the Tarai Plains is clear and growing. As Dr. Anil said, much of this loss is not just economic, but also cultural, emotional, and ecological, and often immeasurable. As a young person speaking for the vulnerable communities at the ground realities, I'd like to ask, how can we ensure that the loss and damage in the mountains is adequately recognized, addressed, and financed? What mechanisms must be strengthened or created to channel real support, especially in finance and knowledge sharing, to the frontline communities who need it the most? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Gurung. Secretary Madhu.
Thank you, Dr. Karki, for this opportunity and great hearing to all the experts. So since I am a finance guy, obviously I'll have a query on finance, right? So Mr. Ibrahim, so the total pledge for the loss and damage fund so far has been 768 million, so far I know. And the signed agreement has been 495 million, please correct me if I'm wrong. And the paid in funds is only 321 million. And as you just informed us that through this Barbados implementation modalities, you have already allocated 250 millions, right? Okay, so now we have only 71 million available, right, in the fund so far, right? And
Secretary, question.
Yeah, okay. The question is that the estimation for the loss and damage fund was around 400 billion per annum. So far, I understand. So there is such a huge financing gap. And given the change context, since the US withdrawal from the USAID and the UK is scaling down the grant money, because we wanted grant money in the fund. May not want like the loan or credits or private money in the fund. So how do you, what is the exercise or the work that you've been doing to meet this huge funding gap in loss and damage, considering the changing context of global aid dynamics?
Thank you, Secretary Madhu Marasene. I would like to give floor to the disaster guy, Anil, and then you next. Please introduce yourself.
जलवायु परिवर्तन सम्बन्धी धेरै सम्मेलनहरू भयो, तर न्यूनीकरण सम्बन्धमा विश्व नै संवेदन हुन सकेन। अहिले नेपाल लगायत विश्व नै डडेलो मुक्त घोषणा गर्नुपर्छ। अनि यो अर्को चाहिँ प्लास्टिक लगाएर सिसाहरू कन्ट्रोल गर्दै लानुपर्छ। म स्वयं स्थानीय सरकारको
Do you have volunteer to translate that?
सुमनुब्री गाउँपालिका सुन्नुहोस् है, सुमनुब्री गाउँपालिका स्थानीय सरकारले डडेलो मुक्त क्षेत्र घोषणा गरेको छ, सिसा मुक्त क्षेत्र घोषणा गरेको छ।
तपाईको प्रश्न कसलाई हो? प्रश्न मात्रै सोध्नु।
अनि मैले प्रश्न चाहिँ सम्बन्धित सरोकारलाई विश्व नै एउटा न्यूनीकरणको सवालमा चाहिँ संवेदनशील हुनुपर्छ भन्ने प्रश्न हो। अहिलेसम्म त्यो न्यूनीकरण सम्बन्धमा चाहिँ संवेदनशील हुन सकेन। सम्मेलन धेरै भयो, छलफल धेरै भयो, बहस धेरै भयो, खै त न्यूनीकरणलाई प्रोसेस गरेको? विश्वमा जहाँसुकै आगलागी भइरहेछ त्यो कन्ट्रोल गर्ने खै त माध्यम? त्यसकारण न्यूनीकरणको लागि एउटा संवेदनशील हुनुपर्छ भन्ने हाम्रो मान्यता रहेको छ।
धन्यवाद तपाईलाई। अनिलजीलाई दिनुहोस् त पछाडि, तपाईँको पछाडि उहाँलाई, अनि तपाईँ पछि।
Thank you, Dr. Arjun Karki. My question is to Ibrahim. Last year in September, we saw a massive...
Please introduce who are you.
My name is Anil Pokhrel. I used to head Nepal's National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority. Yeah. Last year, we experienced an unprecedented flood that was attributed to climate change. The total damage and loss was something more than $500 million. We've hardly been able to raise even 10% of that finances. My question is, how could countries like Nepal access to the loss and damage finances on a fast-track basis, unlike GCF, where it takes ages, like 6 years just to get a project board approved? What you want is the money now, the 760 million, or even half of that, distributed to these high-risk countries such as Nepal with high mountain risks. So how could countries like Nepal really access on a fast-track basis within less than a year?
Thank you, Anil. Thank you. The next gentleman, yeah.
Namaste, my name is Rinjin Gurung.
Rural... Very brief, please. We are running out of time.
गाउँपालिकाको अध्यक्ष नेपालीमा भन्दा अलिक सहज होला। मेरो सिम्पल क्वेसन हो, जसरी नेपाल देशले चाहिँ विश्व सामुमा चाहिँ लस एन्ड ड्यामेज फन्डको चाहिँ जुन चाहिँ माग राखिएको छ, स्थानीय सरकारले जसरी चाहिँ आफ्नो स्थानीय स्तरमा, तपाईहरुलाई म कागबिनीको चाहिँ बाढी पहिरोको यो कुरा चाहिँ स्मरण गराउन चाहन्छु। त्यसमा चाहिँ नेपाल सरकारले विश्वबाट लस एन्ड ड्यामेज फन्ड प्राप्त गरिसकेपछि मेरो चाहिँ स्थानीय सरकारका चाहिँ पोलिसी मेकरलाई हो, ती लस एन्ड ड्यामेज फन्ड मार्फत चाहिँ स्थानीय सरकारहरूलाई चाहिँ डाइरेक्टली एक्सेस हुनुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ मेरो माग हो। यति
धन्यवाद। In fact, he represents local government authority, and his demand is we should have a direct access to loss and damage fund. Thank you very much, young lady there. Yes.
My name is Bhagwati Gopane, member of National Assembly, Chief Whip, CPN UEML. I am going to ask one question. Anyone can give answer of my question. Recently, glacial lake outburst. Communities displaced of it, hoping that infrastructure development play in mountain degradation. My question is, how can indigenous knowledge help reduce loss and damage in mountain? What funding mechanism support loss and damage recovery in highland areas? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. I am going to take 3 more questions. There are 3 young, very enthusiastic ladies there. Let them speak first, and then I'll come to you second round. Please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Vivishika. I'm from UN Women. My question is to Mr. Ibrahim and also perhaps Dr. Rajesh as well. How are, if not how should, intangible losses, especially faced by women, like the care burden and the care economy, be integrated and considered in loss and damage funding mechanisms and also in assessments like the PDNA? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kriti Shrestha, working for DCA Nepal. My question is to Mr. Ibrahim. So I'm more worried about, when I was hearing this discussion revolved around socks. What I'm worried about is how does FRLD prioritize stressors, for example, drought, and also the non-economic losses or damages due to those stresses, because stresses are generally slow and very much impactful than the shocks which are more rapid and extreme in nature. So what is the mechanism for assessment as well as also for what is the approach of FRLD for climate-related stresses?
Thank you very much. Please, last.
Hi, namaste everyone. My name is Tashi and I'm from Limi Valley, Humla district, known for being one of the poorest districts, unfortunately. My question is to Mr. Ibrahima. I want to tell everybody here that just 2 days ago, my village was hit with glacial lake outburst flood, and it resulted in more than 10 million Nepali rupees damages in physical infrastructural damages. I was just at the conference about the science of risk management and all, and then they said that, so my question is, how to access loss and damages when you do not have a scientific evidence to show the data, when on the other hand you have a real people suffering there and their infrastructure damages being carried away. The science there was saying that they only do research about the generic stuff and not specific community to community, whereas here when it comes to accessing the fund, you need to present a data. So there is a huge gap here. Some places like, let's say, Everest region are over-researched, whereas so many places are under-researched. Therefore, we have a data gap here, evidence data gap here, and it's difficult to access money to get the
Thank you,
ground level intervention.
I think you have made your point. Okay. See, we are running out of time, but I would like to really give only time to 2 speakers. One gentleman here, the lady there. Then I will try to give floor to the fellow panelists here and keynote speaker. Gentleman here, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Malhar Fafana. I'm the Asia Regional Director for GGI, Global Institution on Green Growth. It's not a question, it's just a contribution. Just to remind us, we can just not lose focus, and we can have a lot of people around this room. My question is how we in the room can make the loss and damage fund successful. That's my question.
Thank you. You are asking question to us. Madam here, last, yeah.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. I'm Swati Thapa. I'm a development professional working in the environment sector. I'm also the Central Committee member of National Democratic Party. My question is to Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta. Is there any possibility or is there any good practices where the concept of virtual university has been implemented? Like the local people at the local ground, they need like local knowledge. So the curriculum should be based on the local context. So my question is, the people who has made the curriculum from outside would not be that much helpful to local people to address the local issues. Is there any good practices? My question is that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the participants here for your valuable contribution and asking very important question to our keynote speaker and fellow panelists here. Since the target of attack in this session was the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, and head of Fund for Responding Loss and Damage is here with us. We are very fortunate to have Ibrahima, Mr. Executive Director. So I would like to really give you time to respond the very serious, important question raised by our dear participant. You have a choice, but I prefer that if you speak from here, you will make your point in less time than from the podium.
Less than 2 hours?
Yeah. Okay, over to you.
Well, first of all, I mean, I'd like to apologize to the panel members because they spoke so eloquently, but I got all the questions. And I assume that demonstrate really the interest that you have for the fund, and that's something very important to us. Let me, on the offset, just underscore, particularly to the community organization, to the CSOs in the room, the historical perspective you provided that led to the fund is certainly recognized as an important contribution that got us to where we are today. And if we give you any impression that was not actually appreciated, certainly it doesn't reflect the reality the way we see your role within the fund. And that's the reason why within the board, our board obviously has welcomed some observers from the civil society to join some of our discussion to make sure we're actually being informed by their perspective. And then second, as we develop the modalities, and I think some of the civil society here can confirm that, we do actually consult with the civil society to make sure we learn from your lessons, from the knowledge that you have, and make sure we get it right. It's an evolving process. It's not going to be an overnight process. And I can assure you, as a secretary, certainly will continue to consult and make sure that that experience that you have certainly is taken into account as we design the modalities going forward. I think second, and this is brought up, and I know this is a concern for many institutions, how do we make sure what I call the AAA of climate finance is availability, accessibility, and affordability of finance. There's no point of announcing billions of dollars that are not accessible to as needed. So therefore, what we're doing concretely as a fund is to learn from the lessons about the fund and make sure the accreditation process, the modality are nimble and flexible to make sure the money will go to actually where it's needed. And I can assure you, both from the board and from the secretariat, as we design these modalities, our intention is to make sure it doesn't take 2 years, because loss and damage is particular. If the funding gets to where it's needed too late, you may not be able to actually save lives. So rapid response is such that we have to come up with something that's actually flexible. With regard to the resource mobilization, I do recognize our sister from South Africa. The climate justice, the responsibility is such that obviously we're not saying that the funding will come entirely from the private sector. If you look at where we are today, the $766 million, to your point, are not generated out of resource mobilization. They came spontaneously as a contribution to the fund. So we haven't even started raising funding for the fund. We're just literally a voluntary contribution that came in, which we're working towards converting those dialogue.
It is with this vision
that I think as we get to the longer term resources mobilization, it's important we recognize the billions that we need in order at least to really deliver going forward. I think the last 2 points I want to make, and it's equally important, it is important, the fund's responsibility is not to determine the needs of the country. It's the countries themselves who have to determine their own needs. And so therefore, when I hear some of the conversations, for example, from the panelists, the fact that they're working in helping the government to actually firm up their needs.
Please conclude. Yeah.
What, do you want me to answer the question or not?
Please answer.
I can stop here.
Briefly. No, I want you to answer this question.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Looks like I get a lot of questions.
Briefly, gentlemen, yeah.
I even got some of the questions in Nepalese and loss and damage. Let me answer the questions. Should I stop or should I continue?
No, please continue.
Okay, all right.
But
So I think it's really important because this is really an opportunity to get to the bottom of the model that we're trying to design, that takes into account of the lessons that we learn, respond to the needs of the governments, future partnerships so that they can help the government, but eventually also make sure, as you talked about earlier, the importance of data and make sure at least when we talk about loss and damage is actually data-driven as opposed to a general statement about the losses we're trying to address. So I can just assure you, since you asked me to wrap up, that our intention as a fund, being a startup fund, we have an opportunity here to learn from whatever mistakes that others have made to make sure we get it right. So the same efforts that took us to where we are today, I think collectively, if we use that, certainly we can make this fund to be successful, and by success I mean to be impactful to the communities that are affected by loss and damage across the vulnerable countries. I'm just a word of caution. If you spend too much time on the definitions and realizing the human face that is much more important, we may get too academic and not get to the bottom at least what this fund is all about, and that is really to respond to the needs of the community. And that's important that we can talk about academic conversation, which is important, but eventually it's bringing it back to the real world. And the real world, there are people that expect so much from us, and we can't fail them. So I could have spoke for 2 more hours, but let me stop here.
I know, I understand that. That's why you are appointed as Executive Director of Loss and Damage Fund, responding to yeah.
The score. The rest of my team is here. I am available, accessible at any time. Any great ideas that you have for us to get it right, we absolutely welcome you as a fund, because this thing is not just our fund, it's for all of us. And your contribution is highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim, for your very honest answer to our very important participants' question, and also for your flexibility and also availability to talk to our fellow participant in an informal setting as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and also contribution to the debate. Without further ado, I would like to, with your permission of course, give 1 minute each expert panelists to respond the questions raised by our distinguished participant. Please, 1 minute each. From here, this, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the engagement. So, because there was no specific question to me, I will be a little bit more generic in terms of responding.
Closing remarks,
yes.
if you like.
What I also said in the beginning, all fronts of climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and now loss and damage is bound to get a lot of resistance, right? That we know. I think that we have to be ready for.
That we can feel in the room.
Right. Now also, if you agree, I have also seen an atmosphere, some resonance of L&D fatigueness, right? The voice that probably talking too much about L&D, we are deprioritizing, let's say, adaptation, right? So I think that's also, that at least I have heard that, I have felt that. So, but then linking to what you have said and others, the justice dimension, and the example from Limi just 2 days ago, I assume it is from a glacial outburst. Yeah. And what has people from Limi done to face that? I think the justice issue is very important. So I guess we have to be ready for struggle. I think that is definitely we have to it, and we have to have in mind it is about justice. And your question about, I think the struggle should be in terms of how to make it more simple, more accessible. I think, looking at each case individual, I think that is not going to help. I think we need to come up with a more broader kind of mechanism to access this. That is what I would say. But the road ahead is bumpy. Let's be ready.
Thank you.
Buckle up.
Doctor. You please.
Yeah, thank you. So very quick, 2.5 points. So Arunji spoke about multi-hazard risk assessment, and if we see that this is an event, so the prior to that is multi-hazard risk assessment, and after that is the loss and damage assessment. Most of the time, loss and damage assessment is a post-event process, and that complicates because there's a undulating capacities and expertise available in different places. If we have an effective multi-hazard risk assessment, we link it with the scenario building. We create some kind of a flexible but ready framework of loss assessment, particularly for most hazard-prone and vulnerable sites. The same way we do in the domain of chemical accident analysis, there we say that what if analysis. So what if, okay, you just put the parameter and it will give some kind of scenario. Second point was related with the institution. India has a concept of community colleges. So formal educational system can opt for working with the communities and like a immersion program. This is a recent initiative, but we had the open university concept also, like the IGNU, and IGNU operates in Nepal also, I think, and some other this thing. And just to happy to share that IIT Roorkee, where my institution is located presently, is currently working with the government of Nepal to likely open a campus here in the IIT Roorkee Nepal campus. So that is also. So this is, and the last point, basically that we need to work collectively to identify the case studies. May not be the perfect, but even the imperfect case studies, and that will help us identify the possible methodologies for addressing particularly the non-tangible, non-economic loss and damages.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make 3 points. One is on data. I think everybody is talking about data. So we need to have, in fact, at national level, systems for collecting data through formal structures and through informal structures, even going down to community level. So with the help of technology innovations, we must have systems established so that we are able to, when it comes to justifying, making an argument, we are able to make an argument with really good quality data. And the quality of PDNA also depends on data. If there is no data, PDNA results will not be good, and we will not be able to do much with those loss and damage assessment, and also with recovery also. So that's very important point. Secondly, on you talked about the caregiver role of women in this new PDNA guidelines. So UN Women is leading the gender dimension of PDNA, and then I think a lot of these kind of issues are being consulted with a range of partners, and we are hopeful that because PDNA is now being updated after a long time, that there should be more frequent revisions in future and updation as and when required, not at such pace which has happened in the past. And third point, I think as UNDP, we are working in several countries, and many times there are requests coming from government to just access fund, FRLD. What we are responding to them that we need to organize internally at national level, government see where are the gaps in policies, institutions, frameworks, financing, so that when they are accessing fund, that whatever fund they get is strategic. They are able to prioritize what is most important for them, so that they are not able to just do projects, but strategically address climate change related issues in a more meaningful manner, so that the scarce resources which are available to all of us, they could be very meaningfully deployed at national level. I will stop here.
Very quickly. So about 2 questions about the communities. There is 2 representatives here related to the participation. And as we have the executive secretary here, it's very important not only the participation be about hear the voices, but in decision-making processes, and make sure that the communities have their assent, the place inside of the body. Know that this is very, very crucial. And as we are in also governmental space, that there is a lot of countries here representative, think about how can we push inside the nationally, in the national countries, assemblies, councils, or kind of working groups that can also have communities to have participation on that, so countries can bring their position to the debate. And in the last one is about the intangible losses funding mechanism that we're talking about. When you bring the issue of the reparations, exactly because of that. Reparation is a political concept that not only concentrates in economy, but how can you of course, you not never it doesn't have a replaceable thing. But you can think about how can you create policies that really achieve and face that the impact not repeat again, you know. And if they repeat, you have a better possibilities to face that, you know, with dignity. So I think is that. Thank you.
Thank you. I am not going to summarize this discussion. Very rich discussion. I would like to thank all participants and distinguished panelists and our keynote speaker on behalf of organizer and government of Nepal. I understand that I was not able to do justice to all participants, neither to fellow panelists and keynote speaker. So government has given me a most difficult, ruthless job. But I would still like to thank government of Nepal for giving me this opportunity. I'm very pleased and honored to have such a distinguished panelist and keynote speaker and very serious, enthusiastic participant from cross-section of not only Nepalese society but also from all over the world. Thank you very much. I would like to conclude this meeting here.
Thank you so much to our keynote speaker, our distinguished panelists, and of course our moderator for your truly powerful session. Before we head towards the lunch, there is a small gesture of appreciation for your time and knowledge. So I'd like to request Mr. Thakur Prasad Gaire, Member of Parliament, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Abrahima Cheikh Diong. I humbly request Mr. Thakur Prasad Gaire on the stage. And moving on, I'd like to request Mr. Thakur Prasad Gaire to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Arun Bhakta Shrestha. Also, I'd like to request Mr. Sagar Prasad Gaire to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Rajesh Sharma. And also, I'd like to request Mr. Thakur Prasad Gaire to present a token of appreciation to Ms. Marine Santos. And I also like to request Mr. Thakur Prasad Gaire to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta. And at last, I'd like to request Mr. Thakur Prasad Gaire to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Arjun Kumar Karki. Proceed towards the lunch. I request everyone to be back at the venue by 1:15 p.m. as for our agenda. And thank you so much for your presence and enjoy your meal.
Nepal, home to the Himalayas, the sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, a timeless source of wisdom for the world. Here stands Sagarmatha, Mount Everest, the pinnacle of the earth, a symbol of hope, perseverance, and strength. For centuries, this land has believed in the power of dialogue. Today, as humanity faces unprecedented challenges,
the land that carries a mantle of ancient practice of finding solutions through dialogue and discussion.
this legacy feels more important than ever. The world needs hope, action, resilience, and above all, the world needs dialogue. It is with this vision that we present Sagarmatha Sambaad, Nepal's permanent global dialogue platform.
is the current member and former Vice Chair of CEDAW. Thank you very much.
Sagarmatha, a towering symbol of resilience and reverence, of ecological wisdom and spirituality. Spirituality has been the key word since yesterday. I think most of the speakers have been using that word. As we gather here for this global dialogue, Sagarmatha Sambaad, I humbly invite us all into a moment of collective contemplation and shared reflection on building an inclusive future, gender, and intergenerational equity. We are not here just to speak about the climate. We are here to speak about people, especially those most affected, least heard, and yet most vital to our survival: women and girls, youth, and indigenous communities. We are here to explore how justice, gender justice, intergenerational justice, and climate justice must become the heartbeat of our response to the global crisis. And with Sagarmatha as a guiding summit, let us reimagine the future we are shaping for our daughters, sons, and our grandchildren, and for the rivers, forests, and snow-covered peaks that sustain us all. Our mountains are more than majestic landscapes. They are the world's water towers, biodiversity hotspots, and homes to millions. But they are also cultural and spiritual anchors. They teach us humility, patience, and responsibility. But what happens when the glaciers melt, when landslides wash away homes, when biodiversity is lost, and with it, entire ways of life? The answers are not only in technology. They are in solidarity, in systems change, in reimagining power, so that mountain communities are not treated as afterthoughts in climate policies, but as central architects of a just future. Climate change, we are all aware, is not just a technical and environmental problem. It is a deeply human one, and like all human challenges, it is layered with inequalities. Women, especially those in rural and mountainous regions, often bear the heaviest brunt of climate impacts. In Nepal and across South Asia, they are the first to feel the scarcity of water, the loss of forest resources, the decline of agricultural productivity, and the disasters that disrupt their homes and communities. In many villages, it is women who walk longer distances for water. It is mothers who stay behind to care for the elderly and the children when men migrate due to climate-induced livelihood loss. It is girls who drop out of school when floods destroy often with minimal recognition or support. And now let me turn to the youth, the torchbearers for tomorrow, those whose future hangs in the balance, but who are also leading the change with courage and creativity. Around the world, youth-led climate movements have changed the way we talk about justice, urgency, and accountability. A few years ago, Greta Thunberg stood before the United Nations and demanded that world leaders need to act, her voice echoing the resolve of a generation that refuses to look away. There are many other young climate activists from the region who have organized cleanup campaigns, led advocacy for climate education, and pushed for greener cities. They are developing local innovations, solar-powered technologies, sustainable agriculture models, and digital climate storytelling. But youth are too often invited to the table only to be seen and not heard. We must go beyond tokenism. We must recognize that intergenerational equity is not just about protecting the rights of future generations, but about partnering with today's generation of young leaders. Indigenous communities around the world, including Nepal's own Tharu, Gurung, Tamang, Sherpa, and many others, have lived in harmony with nature for centuries. Their knowledge systems are not relics of the past. They are guides for a collective future. Yet these voices are marginalized in policy spaces and development programs. We must change that. Let us reimagine development is co-created with them. Let us integrate indigenous knowledge into climate adaptation strategies, into forest and watershed management, into early warning systems, and into education curricula. Nepal stands at a unique intersection of vulnerability, but also vision. We are on the front lines of climate change, with landslides, glacial lake outbursts and floods, and erratic weather patterns threatening lives and livelihoods. Yet, we are also a nation of immense resilience. Nepal has made remarkable strides in women's empowerment. Today, 41% of local government leaders are women. Women's cooperatives, community forest user groups, and mothers' groups are pillars of local governance and climate resilience. Our constitution enshrines social and gender inclusion. These are gains to be celebrated. And yet, persistent challenges remain. Women's access to land, finance, and decision-making power is still constrained. Climate finance mechanisms often fail to reach those at the grassroots. Indigenous and youth voices are underrepresented in formal planning processes. Therefore, we must contemplate on how we together can build on Nepal's role as a moral and spiritual voice, a nation that, despite its size, has shaped worldviews towards peace, harmony, and ecological balance. As a member of the UN CEDAW Committee, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, I must emphasize climate change is a human rights issue. CEDAW is a legally binding treaty and accountability framework. Ratified by 189 countries, it is a powerful tool for climate justice. In CEDAW General Recommendation 37 on the gender-related dimensions of disaster risk reduction in the context of climate change, CEDAW makes clear that the impacts of climate change and disasters are deeply gendered and that failure to act with gender responsiveness constitutes a violation of women's human rights. It urges states to ensure meaningful participation of women and girls in climate-related planning, policy making, and implementation. Guarantee equal access to resources, including land, finance, technology, and early warning systems. Institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting for disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation. Protect women's rights before, during, and after disasters, including from violence, displacement, and exclusion. Integrate the knowledge and leadership of indigenous women into climate governance. This brings me to what I believe is the heart of the discussion today. Building an inclusive future means centering justice, dignity, and participation, not as add-ons to climate policy, but as its foundation. Distinguished delegates, the climate crisis is a crisis of inequality, and solving it requires a fundamental shift in power, policy, and participation. States, UN agencies, financial institutions, and civil society must institutionalize CEDAW General Recommendation 37 into national climate strategies, disaster plans, and environmental legislation. Ensure full and equal participation of women and girls, including indigenous, rural, and marginalized women, in climate and disaster risk reduction policy making. Fund youth and women-led climate innovation through accessible, transparent, and decentralized climate finance. Establish intergenerational mechanisms that link elders' wisdom with youth energy in long-term climate planning. Strengthen data systems to track gender-differentiated impacts of climate change and hold institutions accountable. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that we are at a crossroad. Climate change is the defining issue of our time, and how we respond to it will define who we are as a human family. Will we continue a path of exclusion and extraction, or will we choose a path of inclusion, compassion, and co-creation? Let the Sagarmatha Sambaad be a global movement, one that uplifts the voices of women, youth, and indigenous people. One that draws wisdom from the mountains and the rivers, from our elders and our children. One that invites the world to learn from Nepal's journey, a journey rooted in harmony, humility, and hope. As we contemplate our future, let us remember the mountain does not need us to survive, but we need the mountains to breathe, to balance, and to believe. Justice is not a favor, it is a right, and the earth, like all its children, deserves nothing less. We must honor that interdependence, and in doing so, we must build a future that is inclusive, equitable, and alive with possibility. I look forward to listening to the profound wisdom of our panelists here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that very powerful call to action, Vandana ji. And it is my honor to welcome the Foreign Minister, Honorable Foreign Minister Arzu Ranadioba as well. Thank you for being here, ma'am. As Vandana ji just said, we are at a turning point, and how we respond now will determine who we are and what will become of us. My first question is for Isabella. I'd like to first understand this disparity. Despite contributing minimally to emissions, why do vulnerable groups in Nepal and the Hindu Kush Himalayas keep facing the brunt of climate impacts? And has enough been done to integrate the most vulnerable into climate change policies and plans?
Thank you, thank you. And of course, the short answer is that some progress has been made, but not nearly enough. And as we know and have heard from the keynote speakers, women and vulnerable groups in Nepal and across the Hindu Kush Himalaya have contributed least to the climate crisis, and yet they face the greatest impacts because of where they live, but also because of who holds the power, who controls the resources, and whose voices are heard. And of course, this isn't just accidental, it's the result of long-term systematic exclusion from climate decision-making, from planning, and from access to finance. And I'd like to stress that it is not just at the national or regional level, but most certainly also at the international and global level. And we've heard so much already today about how women contribute to resilience, but these contributions are rarely acknowledged. And so these contributions are very often left out of climate policy and program design. So why do these gaps persist? And I think we all know that often gender and social inclusion are still treated as tick box exercises, not really yet as core principles. And of course, representation still remains painfully low. For example, at COP29, only 8 out of 77 opening speakers were women. And I think we can also acknowledge that global mechanisms have not yet gone far enough to integrate Jesse at the heart of climate policy and planning. But there has been progress in this region. So countries like Nepal, India, Bhutan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have gender provisions in their constitutions and climate policies, and have ratified key global conventions. And for instance, Nepal's LAPA also requires women's participation. And gender is mentioned in the various NDC and climate change frameworks. But we still haven't really done enough to make this progress on paper translate into action on the ground, and particularly for these most affected groups. So what is now needed? We really do need action and not just token inclusion. We need to recognize that representation matters. Climate policy needs to reflect lived realities. That means we have to move beyond consulting with women and disadvantaged groups to really sharing in the leadership and the decision making. We need to ensure that women have real seats and voices at every level, local, region, and international. And we need to shift our institutional culture. We need to equip our institutions and our staff with the tools, training, and incentives to enhance inclusion. And we really need to build GESI expertise within our institutions, not always outsourcing and bringing in external expertise. We need to align resources with policies. So gender-responsive budgeting is very important because the finance enables the implementation of the policies. And of course, Nepal's use of Sutra to track gender-related climate expenditure is a really promising tool moving forwards. We need to invest in inclusive leadership so that we are able to make those changes in policy and practice, whilst also embedding intersectionality. Gender intersects with caste, ethnicity, and geography, and the policy needs to reflect this complexity. And then finally, we need to leverage the power of organizations such as SARC and BIMSTEC so that these platforms can also drive cross-border GESI collaboration and lesson learning. So if gender equality is to be integrated within policies, then it must be resourced, it must be prioritized, and it must be institutionalized. And then it's time for policy to catch up with the reality in the Hindu Kush Himalaya, but also globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. There were a lot of needs. We need to do a lot of things so clearly, and I'll come to you, Patricia, for that. We need a seat at the table beyond mere tokenism, as Isabella just mentioned. How do we do that in this context now? How do we go beyond just being the side story at big events? Your views.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Sunima. Thank you for the question. Namaste. Good afternoon. And first, would like to thank the government of Nepal for this invitation, for being part of this very important conversation. And I will respond to your question building on what already Vandana and Isabella have very eloquently presented. But the short answer to the question of do we really see that women, youth, indigenous communities have a meaningful voice to contribute to the decisions that matter most and that will impact their lives right now? Unfortunately, I feel that there's still a lot to do. They could and they should have a seat at the table. And this is because if we consider the magnitude of the challenge that we have ahead of us, and since yesterday we have seen and we have heard many examples and many data on how urgent action is, really excluding this talent, the half of the population, the potential benefit that inclusion will bring is really a missed opportunity. So from that perspective, I think on the how to do this, on how to advance in this inclusion, I would like to propose, and this is a framework that also we use from UN Women, that every climate policy from our perspective has to be rooted in what we call a feminist climate justice. That might seem like a very sophisticated notion, but when I describe to you the main elements, you will see that it's very much on common sense. It has 4 main elements. One has to do with recognition of precisely what I just said around this talent, this contribution that can be made, the knowledge, the labor that both women, indigenous communities, youth, they can bring, and they bring on a daily basis, and that is also a rights aspect to it. But to be able to recognize, of course, you need data, and we've heard also in the previous panel how we oftentimes lack the data to demonstrate, although more and more we have studies that bring a very good evidence. But for instance, if we look into the SDGs, we see that less than 10% of the SDGs indicators really make this connection between gender and climate change, no? And with some of the key SDGs on water, on energy, on consumption, on oceans, having no indicator that talks about gender. So there is this gap on data. But the kind of studies that have been generated, the awareness that is being generated show the two angles that already Mandana has mentioned really accurately. One is the disproportionate impact that climate change has on women, the more likelihood of falling into extreme poverty, the gender-based violence also that spikes when disasters hit. For instance, the massive increase in trafficking that we see after disasters, or the increase in child marriage that we see associated to droughts. So there's increasingly more and more evidence around this. In addition to the increased care burden or care responsibility, the amount of time that women spend in drudgery because of the scarcity of those resources that usually they're in charge of collecting, no? Like water, like firewood. So we say that the climate crisis is really also a care crisis. So this impact is there, but at the same time, there are also evidences that show the very important contribution that women, indigenous community make to climate action, to finding the solutions. One, because of also the very important role that they have in the agriculture sector. Also because linked to what I just mentioned around care economy is not just this invisible job that is done on a daily basis. It also has a very important economic value that, for instance, in Nepal, the amount of work that women do in terms of care economy and paid care work is equivalent of 17% of the GDP, which is like even larger than the industrial sector altogether. In addition to the role, for instance, that women have as first responders in crisis, no? So their voices really, their contribution really matters, and this recognition is the essence of it. This is the first element. There's a second element that is around redistribution and the shifting the resources towards, from these fossil fuel economies towards what we call care center and resilient systems or ecosystems, and this is very much in line with what I have just mentioned. It is about investing in a comprehensive manner in climate-smart technologies that reduce this drudgery, but together with care infrastructure, together with social norms change, because we know a lot has to do with the mindsets, this very intangible, together with access to land, to financial inclusion. So it's really not like segmented, fragmented investments that we need to do, but really this more comprehensive investment in this redistribution. There is a third element that is around representation. I think it has been very much touched upon, and how we still see, for instance, in the higher level of COP, 1/3 of the delegations, and very stagnated, are women, 1/4 of those who lead the delegations. Only 2% of the delegations have gender parity, so we see a gap there, although a very positive progress, for instance, in women in leading the ministries of environment and agriculture. So really ensuring that this voice is at the table, that this voice is protected, because also being an environmental defender can have its risk, and allow this voice to demand accountability is important. And the last element that I hope we can have the chance to discuss later, the fourth element, is reparations, and this links to the element of justice, the fund for loss and damage, and how the recognition of both economic and non-economic losses linked to GBV, the increased GBV care economy, is extremely important. So just to finalize, just to say that we believe that climate justice has to be rooted in just gender justice. There cannot be one without the other. So I'll leave it there, Sunima. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Patricia. Let's open up this question to a much wider demographic, and for that I'll go to Mr. Jaibal Naduvat. South Asia is home to, of course, 2.4 billion people. We all know that, a quarter of the world's population. But it's also one of the most diverse in terms of indigenous groups, castes, marginalized communities, tribes. The keynote speaker, Vandanaji, mentioned wisdom from the mountains and the trees, knowledge from the communities who have lived in harmony with nature for centuries. What is the real challenge in South Asia, particularly when it comes to integrating indigenous knowledge into the development process?
Thank you, Subnima. I think Isabella, you and my other preceding speaker referred to some very important points. First is gender, or the interests of marginalized and disadvantaged groups becoming side events at important global events. And she talked about representation as well. And Isabella used a very interesting term of it becoming tick box activities. And this is the kind of discourse that we need to dismantle, which means we really need to work hard to mainstream these conversations. In South Asia, the biggest challenge really is data, and we need to talk more about data. There is very little disaggregated data sets available when it comes to gender, and even less when it comes to marginalized groups, children, and the elderly, literally next to nothing. How can we have responsive policy making if we do not have hyperlocal disaggregated data sets first? Second is that we need to break institutional silos. Institutions are not talking to each other. If institutions do not talk to each other, how can there be a whole of government response? This is very, very important. There cannot be a whole of government response, there cannot be a whole of society response if institutional silos are not broken. The third is representation. And women's representation in climate conversations, in climate policy making, has traditionally been very little. And we need to really rework those numbers. How do we capture, not just women, the other disadvantaged groups also, how do we capture their hopes and aspirations? How do we capture their fears and anxieties while we are framing coherent policies? And that's very, very important. I mean, in vocational skills training in climate transition in South Asia, the percentage of women is less than 10%. And that's terrible. Fourth is, we have a problem of patriarchy. It's the elephant in the room, and that needs to be addressed. How do we dismantle the shackles of patriarchy? And we need to dismantle the shackles of patriarchy in two ways. One is using outreach, and the second is through being innovative, through empowering. For example, the Solar Mamas program in India empowers poor women, illiterate women, and they're trained in manufacturing, in the assembly of solar equipment. And that essentially empowers them financially. It gives them a say in their communities. And second, of course, is, like I said, the outreach. And we have seen in many of the societies, many of the communities in South Asia, that when male community leaders were engaged with, the women participation in many of the climate programs actually went up. So we need to look at outreach also. And I think these are some of the points that I would like to make here. So I talked about data, I talked about the breaking silos, and the most important point which you talked about, indigenous. We in South Asia, and perhaps in the global South, have a proclivity towards borrowed Western institutional practices and principles. We need to break free of that mentality. And that's very, very important. I mean, if you look at, I'll just give you some examples. In the 2011 Sikkim earthquake in India, the only houses, the only people who came out completely unscathed were the Lepchas. And the Lepchas used traditional methods of building their houses. Conventional houses were all destroyed, but the Lepchas came out completely unscathed. In the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, the Jarawa, Sentinelese, and the Ongo tribes in the Andaman Islands of India, they have an oral tradition which says that if there is an earthquake followed by the sea receding, run for the higher ground. They were saved. And these are happening everywhere. I mean, if you look at Philippines, the Mayans have their own ways of looking at nature science, bird calls before the Mayan earthquake, the volcanic eruption happens. So we need to, how do we integrate these knowledge systems, traditional knowledge systems, into our existing resilience frameworks? That's the big question that we need to ask, and we need to be serious about this. And for that, we need to look beyond being merely clerical in our approach. We need to be inclusive, we need to be innovative. I think I'll end there.
Again, a lot of needs, things that we need to do, and I think our next panelist maybe can answer some of those questions as to how do we go about doing that. When I spoke to you a few days ago, Abdus Mia, you had said that you're the weakest link in this panel, and I actually think you're one of the strongest because you are on the front lines. You're the head of disaster management for the leading political party here. You've seen the impact of climate change, induced devastations head on, most recently in the floods in September of 2024. Can you describe your experience in such times of crisis? What happens? Is enough being done to help the most vulnerable? And how can we better integrate the youth, the communities into national climate decision-making?
Thank you. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the government of Nepal and actually congratulate for organizing Sagarmatha Sambaad on climate change, mountains, and future of humanity. This is very important. And we've been listening to a lot of panel speakers, experts from yesterday. It is already very clear that this agenda is a very, very important one that we cannot ignore. And as the frontliners working on disaster, a lot of time induced by the climate change, what we see is this is the time of crisis, actually. And these times of crisis deepen the inequalities in the society, which is already unequal. And let me share my personal experience, be it while working in earthquake 2015 or the recent earthquake in Jajarkot. I was actually there in the field with 1,000 volunteers, leading them, helping people build temporary shelters. You know, one thing that I realized was most of the families in the rural Nepal are led by women because their counterparts, they are in different countries for the employment and other family necessities. And when disasters strike these families, these women, leaders of their families, have to migrate along with their kids and the elderly family members that they have. And most of these women, they're not politically protected, they're not economically protected. Their social status is a lot of times compromised. And these are the real vulnerable communities that, who have to firsthand face the disaster. Can you imagine a situation where a 35-year-old widow, in addition to that, if they represent Dalit community, can you imagine a situation how difficult it would be for such families to actually reestablish their home? So a lot of times we talk about, I've been listening a lot of debates here. We're talking about 100 billion money committed by the rich countries who play major roles on carbon emission and climate change. We're also talking and complaining that these funds don't reach Nepal. But my question is, the fund that is in Nepal, does it actually reach to the vulnerable communities, the real victims?
And then, well, I would not repeat all the funds that have been there because this is a quite expert audience, no? But I realize that there are perhaps some reflections, lessons learned from many years of funding from development partners, from the experience of the UN that might apply also to the climate financial mechanism. So I just wanted to recap what would be, from my perspective, like the top lessons learned. One is that really, if in these funds we really want to target populations, and we want to really address these structural inequalities, we have to make sure that, in this case, for instance, gender equality and inclusion, it's a core requirement of the funding. It cannot be an option. And for it to be a core requirement, it has to be embedded. And some of the climate funds, for instance, has it embedded, but in the requesting like gender action plans, the disaggregated indicators, the disaggregated data that was mentioned before, the outcome tracking. But there has to be some kind of consequence if you don't follow it, no? So there has to be either incentives or penalizations if this in this design is not included, because otherwise we go back to the idea of tick the box. Secondly, I feel that it's very important also that these funds include some kind of direct access for women-led organizations, for community organizations, dedicated funding windows. And this we have seen in many other areas of work, in peace and security, in development, where these affirmative action through funding mechanisms, funding windows, can make a difference. And in the climate financing, for instance, GF, Small Grants Program, I think it's one of the flagship initiatives. Just to give you some data, globally, if we consider the climate official development aid, only 2% of it goes to women's organizations, no? Having said everything that we have said around their role as first responders, their knowledge, their protagonism in the agricultural sector, only 2%, no? So having this affirmative action and specific mechanisms or funding windows, I think can help us moving forward. Third, I feel also we have to set some targets, and this in the UN, for instance, we've been discussing this for a very, very long time. We started, for instance, targeting that 15% of our interventions on peace and security and development, now we have had to be gender specific, no? Now we have reached to 30%. And then we realized that there would be no reason why interventions should be gender neutral, no? And we have seen a movement of many development partners that have brought it to 80% of their interventions, no? Like Canada, UK, there are several that have embraced that. Again, globally, if we look at the numbers, 3% of the global climate finance targets gender equality. So it's 3% the target that we want to keep, or we really want to raise the bar there and ensure that this is something that we commit and that we can follow through. Fourthly, I think that the kind of interventions that often we target through this funding are very, I said it before, fragmented, no? And what we really need to target is what we call gender transformative projects. That means addressing these other dimensions, like the unpaid care work, like the gender-based violence. So really encompass all the dimensions of economic empowerment, of women's economic empowerment, because we have seen, for instance, that oftentimes programs feel that because half of the beneficiaries are women, this is a gender program, no? Whilst we know that this is not the case, in fact, can be quite the opposite, no? So just, it's not about the numbers, it's really about the vision that you're supporting through and that you're funding through these mechanisms. And last but not least, we have seen how important it is to invest in capacities, not just by allowing the access to fund that you can make the difference, but by bringing training along with the financing, and also thinking more creatively. I think several times it has been mentioned the issue of innovation, of tailoring. For instance, when it comes to access to financing, we know that many women don't have access to collateral, no, when they ask for credit, no. So how we go about other mechanisms that can really be accessible to them. We have some experience using concessional loans, for instance, so blended financing, looking into this kind of innovations. But just to say that I really believe that if we want equality to be taken from a principle to a practice, money has to be there, and the way we design how money flows is where the key of success will be.
Thanks very much, Patricia. Some very good suggestions there. Isabella, you've attended several COPs before, and we've got COP30 coming up now. How can past COP lessons, like the Lima Work Plan on gender, how do we strengthen gender inclusion? How do we ensure that yet another year or yet another event is not wasted on rhetoric?
Thank you. So, yes, I've been to several COPs over extended periods of time, and it is very easy to become a COP skeptic. Because the processes are so slow and so glacial, let's say. But actually they're important because they set critical principles that are agreed globally. So they represent international consensus. So just looking at some of the past COPs, yes, at COP 25 and 26, we agreed the Lima Work Programme on gender and the Gender Action Plan. And these documents set out really clear targets, goals, and approaches and principles on gender. But without country enforcement, these kinds of agreements cannot go further. They remain as principles. And of course, we had the first breakthroughs on loss and damage at COP27, but many of the provisions really are not strong enough in terms of ensuring that the loss and damage mechanism targets the most vulnerable and the most disadvantaged. And yet we know, we've heard already today, that these are the most affected. And of course, COP28 brought the Just Transitions Work Programme. This does give greater visibility to disadvantaged groups, but challenges remain in operationalising these. And COP29 saw care work finally recognised in the text. So there clearly is progress, but what does this mean for COP30? So many of you may have heard that we've got the global goal on adaptation. There is currently a process where experts are putting together the indicators on GESI for the GGA. We need to make sure that those are not dropped during the negotiations. It's critically important. Without GESI indicators, we can't track progress, as we've already heard from other speakers. Let's move from participation to putting women and disadvantaged groups into more positions of power, that they're reflected and participate and hold key positions in the negotiations, and that we do capacity build in this shift. Many women haven't had the exposure to these kinds of fora, nor have many marginalized groups. We need to ensure that they have the skills and competencies to actually be there at COP30 fighting for those GESI indicators and GGA. And we just heard that 3% of global climate funds are for women. Now let's just reflect on that. If half the world's population are women, why? Why, oh why is it just 3% that is targeting women? I mean, that really has to go into the negotiations on the global funds. I mean, 3% is simply not enough. And that we need to also ensure that the mechanisms are there to ensure that that funding does get down to the most affected. But clearly we know that it isn't. And of course, just transitions, we need to ensure that it's the right kind of individuals and communities that are being targeted in just transitions, whether it's women workers or care systems or green jobs that address intersectional barriers. And finally, these kinds of platforms like Sagarmatha Sambaad, they're critically important. And the findings and the voices of all those that have been here over the last day and tomorrow, these need to move forward and be reflected at COP30. So I hope we'll have a coherent and consistent message that we'll all be able to take to COP30. So whilst COP30, we would love it to be a turning point. We know what the global politics is, but that shouldn't stop us really moving our ambition towards climate justice and not just climate ambition. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That really gave us a good picture of what we're looking forward to in September. Getting funding down to the most affected, that's what you mentioned, Abdus Mia. When disaster strikes in Nepal, I always wonder why we here are not more prepared, why we are not perhaps forewarned. In your view, how well equipped are we here in terms of technology, early warning systems, disaster risk mitigation practices? Is there anything innovative, anything pioneering that is happening that we should be, that you can tell us about?
Are we prepared? I don't know. Yes, we are prepared if enough funds come. Like one of the panelists from EC board said, they have only 3% climate fund for women. How much do we have? How much climate fund do we have in terms of the global commitment? And that is far less than 3%, I guess. So we are prepared. We are ready, but we don't have money. The climate funding that is required for Nepal, that is required to solve the climate-induced disaster is not enough. Let's be very clear. And since we don't have the enough funding to battle this fight, you can imagine what kind of position we have while dealing with the times of crisis. And we're talking about gender. There's a very interesting stat here. One of the panelists was saying only women have difficult time in establishing collateral and credit. It's very amusing to see that 70% of the households are led by women today, and only 5% of women have land ownership in Nepal. In the rural part, where they have the climate vulnerabilities, in such spaces, most of the family leaders who are women do not have access to finance. Most of them don't even have bank accounts. Women have land ownership in Nepal. Finance distribution. We're expecting a very a powerful leadership from such vulnerable groups. So the main question is, how are we going to empower them? How are we, unless we empower family leaders who are women and the vulnerable communities in these areas, we are never going to solve this problem. And about the early warning systems, yes, limited early warning systems are installed in Nepal. That is once again due to lack of the family leaders. What I believe is the preparedness for the disaster is not only about technology. It is about a mindset. It is about collaboration. It is about the important organizations in this fight communicating. The collaboration, if is not done well, will never be able to solve this problem. And another important thing is, during this time of crisis, the weakest ones, the poorest ones, the societies, the communities who require the urgent help, the relief that we provide reaches to them at last. This is the real-time scenario of the disaster fight, disaster battle that we're leading today. So if we do not change it, the conversation does not have any meaning, I guess.
So that, we were told that there's no questions for the keynote speaker, but I have to ask you, there is policy and there is practice. How do we ensure that these policies are actually implemented? How do we bridge this gap between policy and practice?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, policy and practice, look at the panel discussion over here. The key words are inclusivity, participation, resources, data, dismantling patriarchy, mindset, stereotypes. If you look at that, I come to CEDAW, when you talk about policy and practice. Not because I'm a CEDAW committee member, but because the CEDAW concluding observations have been used intensely, even as a civil society activist, even before I became a member, to bring about policy changes and to make sure that these policies impact the real needed one. The reason is there are so many UN documents, but CEDAW, we have to understand, is a legally binding accountability framework where the member states, 189 countries, need to report every 4 years to the CEDAW committee, not just report, appear before the committee for a face-to-face dialogue, respond to the rigorous questions that are posed by this committee members, and then a country-specific, tailor-made roadmap of recommendations is provided to that country. It's not a blanket recommendation. It is after a rigorous review of that country, not only based on the state party report, but from shadow reports, UNCT reports, UNHCR reports, that a tailor-made roadmap is provided. Many of our countries, which are poorly resourced, what happens? Isabella said, we have it very good in the papers. We have the white papers, but then it's not transformed into reality. The implementation is weak. Of course, resources always a constraint everywhere. Even in the UN, we always say financial, resource constraint. But perhaps, coming from the CEDAW perspective, perhaps what we can say is I always tell in the CEDAW committee, I mean, we have Honorable Minister here, we have Parliament members, we have bureaucrats here. I can see, the Joint Secretary who has been engaged in the CEDAW process. When reporting to a treaty body comes, most ministries say, oh, another UN treaty body reporting, what a burden, And that is the narrative that we need to change. Because we have excellent policies, but we do not have very strong monitoring mechanisms to see whether those policies are really reaching out to the most needy. And here is a CEDAW committee of 23 world-renowned experts, hardworking, who rigorously reviews that country every 4 years and comes up with a roadmap, as I said, for the next 4 years. This is a free service, so it should be taken as an international, independent, impartial, free service. Now, how do we, maybe to some extent, I'm not saying this is the magic word and that CEDAW can do everything, but it can to a large extent, whether we, in the context of Nepal, whether we talk about the domestic violence law, the engendering constitution, it was a lot to do with the civil society activism on the basis of the CEDAW recommendations given. And there are many examples around the world. But what I'm trying to do from my own small level is, because we don't have resources, the provincial level, the local level, when they develop their annual plans, if we can look at the roadmap that is provided by the CEDAW, because all those keywords, CEDAW has 16 substantive articles, it is cross-cutting across all those inclusivity, affirmative actions, everything. If only we can build the capacity, the knowledge, of the provincial and local level, that when they develop their annual plans, as it is, there is going to be an annual plan, there are going to be some resources allocated for the implementation of the local plan, the provincial plan. If we can integrate these recommendations into those plans, perhaps you may not require a huge donor support or a separate donor funding. It's always welcome, of course, to add to the benefit. But perhaps that could actually align and institutionalize about how we can have plans backed with resources, commitment, and dedication to make sure that it reaches those who are very needy. And in this context, we are talking about the rural community, the vulnerable community, the indigenous, the youth. So I think, of course, there are other treaty bodies also, but when we are talking about gender, women, I think CEDAW is one of the most key treaty body. And this, as I can say, as an activist, having worked for more than 35 years, is the most powerful accountability framework. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's also why events like this one, Sagarmatha Sambaad, are so important to build solidarity, to build the cooperation that is required. Jabaji, I have one question for you before we go to the floor for questions. Just as we here in Nepal and the Global South are starting to take a leadership role in terms of this discourse and articulating our views, articulating the risks in terms of climate change, the West, or the global North, as it were, seems to be taking a back seat on climate change. How do we create a narrative? How do we ensure that these issues are not, how do we ensure that these issues stay relevant and are not sidelined? And that action is taken, real action is taken.
Sorry, technology always plays spoil. I want to see the biggest problem in narrative creation is the absence of spectacular, emotionally appealing storytelling. I mean, you had in 2009, President Nasheed of the Maldives held an underwater cabinet meeting to highlight the dangers posed by rising sea levels. That became global news because it was so emotionally appealing. It resonated so well. It resonated with each one of us. The imagery, the idea, very interesting. Then it took another 10 years for Greta Thunberg to give her face palm of I dare you at the United Nations. What happened? She was infantilized. Was it fair? She raised important issues, but she was infantilized in the global media. But The objective is not infantilization. The manifest, looking beyond the manifest is the objective. The objective is that it spurred conversations. We need more such spectacular storytelling. And that's not happening. Because what climate conversations are suffering from is narrative fatigue. It's the same old set of people talking to the same old set of people on the same old set of problems without any solutions. That leads to diminishing emotional impact. And this is something which we need to understand. The second is that climate conversations are competing in a very, very contested media landscape. You have wars and you have disasters, you have conflicts, etc. And climate is often seen as a slow burn issue. It does not make news, and that's a huge problem. Then the mechanics of modern information consumption is very important, and our scientists and our researchers and our scholars need to understand this. Social media is the place where most of the information today is consumed. And what does social media thrive on? Social media thrives on conflict, on outrage, on novelty. Does climate fit into any of this, or are narratives being framed that way? I'm saying we don't have to be apocalyptic, because that brings its own set of problems, but we need to have spectacular storytelling. The other thing we need to understand is, when we talk about climate, when we talk about narrative creation, who builds narratives? Narratives, and this is something which we need to focus on. Narratives are built by big businesses. They play a very important role. They use big money. And big money, big businesses look at profitability. Conversations which are profitable become important conversations. If you look at, I'll give you an example. See, crude prices peaked around 2008. I mean, in 2008, it went up to $200 a barrel. So 2008 to 2014, we had it hovering around 140, 130, 150 a barrel. 2008, the prices crashed. In 2014, the prices went down. And in 2023, it was around, 2020, it went down to as much as $23 a barrel. And today, it's around $60 a barrel. A lot, Western petrochem companies invested hundreds of billions of dollars between 2008 and 2014 in finding bio-based pathways to create, let's say, commodity chemicals. What happened? What happened to all those hundreds of billions of dollars? Some of those companies were also accused of green marketing, by the way. What happened after that? Once the crude prices came down, bio-based pathways like algae to oil or solism, etc., was not seen as being economically viable. So the conversations died down. The narratives went away. Now, what I think big corporations also need to understand is that a lot of science cannot happen in 5 years or 6 years, because obviously they have the stakeholders to answer to. We need to have longer gestation of 10 to 15 years. Can we have that patience? Can we bring that mindset change? I think these are some of the very important things we need to understand when we look at narrative creation. How do we create narratives that sustain through storytelling and through understanding the mechanics of modern spaces of information consumption?
Yeah, there's a lot to think about there. Thank you very much for that. Now I think we have about 15 minutes for questions. If anyone... I think there's a mic over there.
Honorable Foreign Minister, Madam Arzana Deva, honorable panelists, and everybody here. Good afternoon. My name is Prajwal Sharma. I have two questions, one for Madam Patricia, one for Madam Bandana. Empower Women, Prosperous Nepal. That was an initiative led by the government of Nepal in collaboration with the European Union and UN Women. It's a 4-year initiative, so has there been any remarkable achievements of this initiative, or is it just another initiative that, will lack its relevance in the coming years? That's a question for you. Secondly, Madam Bangarana, my mother really looks up to you. We're a great fan of you. So CEDAW is of course one of the most strongest frameworks we have. Upon its general recommendations, I believe in 2015, we have had constitutional amendments, we have had a lot of changes. But then after the COVID-19 pandemic, there's nothing in light that is really popping up. So is CEDAW losing its relevance in context of Nepal? Thank you. Prajwal Sharma signing off.
Maybe we'll hear all the questions and then answer.
Hello, awesome panelists. Thank you for your presentation. Well, I'm Pragya Kimere. I'm also associated with Institute of Foreign Affairs. My question is directed to Isabel Cotial from ECMOD. Well, women and indigenous groups living in highlands far west and remote part of Nepal, whose main occupation happens to be subsistence farming, agriculture, and are dependent on natural resources for livelihood, face the adverse impact of climate change. How has ECMOD taken up this issue? If you could share any adaptation and mitigation approaches, activities, programs launched towards empowering rural women, imparting adaptation skills, and making them climate resilient, we'll be very thankful. Thank you.
I think there's some questions back there.
Hello, I am Sunil Vike from Ministry of Forest and Environment. Thank you to all the panelists for the information and thoughtful, provoking discussion. I would like to ask Mr. Jaibal sir, what are the key challenges in integrating ZC principle, especially representatives, Dalit, person with disabilities, and other marginalized group into climate change related decision making at the government level? From your experience, what mechanisms have worked effectively in other countries or sector to ensure the inclusive of underrepresented group in climate and resilience planning? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. And there's one question right behind. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Jaipal Naduval. You said that one of the problems is that we look at gender issues through a Western lens, but then you also said that our societies are patriarchal. So how do we reconcile these two to move towards gender empowerment? Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, maybe one last question and then we'll go to the answer.
Well, I have a question to Ms. Patricia, just reflecting on what Mr. Jaibal had said, that narratives only work when they're economically viable. And as you mentioned, a lot of gender issues are often seen as costly because of that integrated effect. If any law comes up, it goes as bottom down to equal education, equal access to digital rights. So the moment you talk about women infrastructure, for example, building up from that bottom level becomes very costly. Any frameworks that have helped integrate that care economy cost and make it more viable, any frameworks that have worked so far?
Okay, I think we can start answering some of those questions. Would you like to start, Bandhiji?
Thank you. We have the UN resident coordinator also here, Hannah Singer, so your voices are being heard by the key entities as well. Well, thank you so much, young gentlemen, for your question. In terms of COVID, I think it was a global challenge. So the impact was worldwide, you know that. CEDAW was also impacted in terms that we were not able to meet physically and review the countries. So some of the backlogs have been great. There's a long list of countries that needs to be reviewed now. And with the present resource constraint, particularly with the global scenario now, even as sessions may not take place regularly, it might be diminished. So that's the impact. But I wanted to say that the COVID itself, during the COVID time, in fact, I was the key drafter for the COVID guidance note of CEDAW. So which entails that countries, when they report to CEDAW, need to report on their gender responsive response programs post-COVID. So that's an accountability thing, just about COVID. Another question that you said, is CEDAW losing its relevance? Not at all. It's that people are being disengaged, not interested, not knowing. This is just a technical word, CEDAW, what it is. I really urge everyone here to go through the Google and look at CEDAW. Nepal just reported. It appeared before the CEDAW committee in February 2025. There is a set of, again, I said, a specific roadmap recommendations to Nepal to be implemented for the next 4 years. So, it hasn't lost its relevance. It's how we use the CEDAW process and procedure in the context of your nation, how applicable it can be. How do UN and other entities look at the roadmap and work with the government to come up with a common agenda? How do civil society use those recommendations to intensify their advocacy and that they work together? As I said, even the sexual and reproductive health rights law that came in Nepal in 2018, which your Honorable Minister is very much engaged in that Safe Motherhood program as well as the chair. That came about, one of the recommendations was strongly from the CEDAW committee. So I'm not saying it's CEDAW committee recommendations alone that brought about the law, but it is a combination of the recommendation, the advocacy from civil society, the UN entities, the government, that brings about these changes. So CEDAW will never lose its relevance. It's, as I said, a legally binding, accountability framework where every 189 states are obligated to report every 4 years. So please use it as much as you can. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Would you like to answer some of the questions?
Yes, I think so. Thank you so much. There was a very relevant question around how Empower Women Prospers Nepal. That is, in fact, indeed a program led by the government of Nepal with the support of the European Union and the UN. It's 4 agencies that come together with our different mandates. So I'll be very keen to provide you more details, but just to say that, in fact, yes, a lot of progress has been done at 3 levels, federal, provincial, and local level, working in 32 palikas. And this, in fact, is one of the initiatives that for us is flagship because it can be an example of what I mentioned before around gender transformative. It addresses the mindset, the social norms, the opportunities, the access to services and to real assets, and the institutions. And it's very ambitious, it's very comprehensive, but I will be very happy to provide you more details on that because I think for us it's a flagship initiative. And on the very interesting question on like the cost of investing in gender equality, no? And I think it's very relevant because, for instance, when we start always our technical assistance with the local governments to propose using the tool of gender responsive budgeting, always the reaction is kind of like, okay, but I have to find money that I don't have. And in fact, it's not about an increased cost. It's how you use the resources that you already have for greatest or for effectiveness and for sustainability. We believe that without investing in gender equality, you just cannot make sure that your, in this case, for instance, the response to disaster is effective or that your responses are going to be sustainable. And in fact, certain agendas, like the care economy agenda, we know that there is a very strong case for increased job creation. So it's an investment. It's not a cost, it's an investment. So I think it's a very fair question to ask, and how we reverse it, I think, is going to be the key to answer that.
Thank you, Isabella. I think there was a question for you as well, if you'd like to answer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. So just to clarify, so ICIMOD is a knowledge organization, and so our role is very much to build the understanding and the capacity of how to respond to these challenges in the mountain areas, but also to trial and test solutions so that other organizations, institutions, our government partners, UN agencies can take them up. So we're very, very conscious of the crisis in terms of livelihoods in the mountain regions. We're already hitting 1.5. Many of the solutions that have been developed in the past were attuned and developed for a 1 degree or less world. So we're very conscious that there needs to be a very rapid innovation of what actually works in a 1.5 warming world. So some examples of what we've been working on. So mountain springs are a lifeline for most mountain communities. They are the main source of water, but 30% or more have dried out over the last decades. So we're working on various tools and technologies alongside our governments in Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, on how we can revive these springs. So there are tools, there are technologies that can help revive the springs and the water. We've also been looking at bioprospecting and what kinds of high altitude natural herbs and products could be taken to market. The mountains are extraordinarily rich. Yes, they are changing, but how can we bring value to these kinds of products? It's not easy, but it's what we're working on. We've also been looking at the pastoralists and how we can help. This is a rapidly changing livelihood economy, and yet pastoralists are fundamental to maintaining those high altitude ecosystems. So we're looking at how we can bring back some of the traditional practices of burning to ensure that that pasture, those grasses, are maintained and remain viable for the yak and the yak herders. We're also now beginning to embark on looking at mountain settlements. Many mountain communities are moving into urban areas. So we're looking at particularly mountain settlements and how we can reduce the risks, how we can help resolve things like solid waste management and waste management. And of course, instituting community-based early warning systems. Again, all these are solutions we're promoting, but it's very important that we work alongside the various implementing partners in order to scale these. Thank you.
Thank you, Jabalji. If you would like to answer some of the questions that were posed to you. I think there were three.
There were three?
Or two, at least.
Two. So I think the first question is, how do we make decision-making more representative? Was that the question? Yeah? That's the question. The thing is that in our decision-making processes, we need to move away from ad hocism and tokenism to institutionalization, which means that we also need, and this is very, very important, we need to decolonize our minds. And mark my words very carefully, we need to decolonize our minds. The idea of a lot of the way vulnerable communities are defined, etc., are very colonial. We need to find our own taxonomies, right? And we need to institutionalize those, which means that you ensure representation, affirmative action, but we need to find our own ways, which also calls into question some very uncomfortable realities. Our study tours going to Europe and America should actually go to our villages. That is where our learnings are. So look at decolonizing and look at lessons from within. There is no greater success, there is no greater pathway to success than that. I think coming to the second, so the answer is institutionalization and defining your own taxonomies. The second is, how do we break patriarchy? And so I think that was a question, that was the second question that had come from somewhere. The way to break patriarchy is to empower. We need to empower our women. The Solar Mama program, which I talked about, which empowers women by making them financially independent within their communities, by helping them to build solar equipment, assemble solar equipment, gives them money in their hands, also gives them decision-making powers because they get money. Similarly, male community leaders or community leaders who are typically and traditionally male need to be engaged with. I come from a patriarchal community and my surname is, from a matriarchal community and my surname is my mother's surname, and our women are very, very empowered, and and we also see a very typical role reversal in our community. But can we look at some of these systems that exist within our communities to address patriarchy? But it will require a huge policy intervention. For example, in many parts of Africa, women find it difficult to register land in their name. They have to register it in a man's name. So some of these policy frameworks also need to be really looked at, and empowerment is one thing. And like I said, negotiating, engaging with community leaders. You engage them, don't ramrod. Let it not be, it should not be a shotgun approach. It should be an approach where you engage with them. If you engage with them, you will see positive results. In many communities in Southern Asia, in many spaces in Southern Asia, Women are disadvantaged also because of cultural reasons. They cannot get out of their homes without the men folk. They wear clothing which may inhibit their ability to escape spaces when faced with a disaster. These are important questions that we need to answer. And we need to be honest to ourselves when we are looking at these problems. I think those were the two questions posed to me.
I think so. I think so. And there's no question for you of this meeting, but I have a question for you because we have a little bit of time. I think we have about 2 minutes left. You know, we've heard all these discussions over the past 2 days with the Sagarmatha Sambaad, and you came with certain expectations, I'm sure. And as a youth leader of Nepal, what do you make of, and this is a question I asked Vandanaji as well, there's policy and there's practice. How do we ensure that everything that was discussed here, that there's action, like something happens after this?
That's a great question, actually.
What are your hopes?
The answer already lies in the organizing of Sagarmatha Sambaad itself, because Right Honorable Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli initiated this understanding the climate crisis, understanding the climate injustice, understanding the vulnerability that that millions of Nepali people have to face for years. So what I see is our lobby, our negotiation in the global stage are not enough, and that is why there is the need of organizing such Sambaad here in Nepal. So I believe that Nepal, the government of Nepal is very serious about raising the climate issues in the global stage, and this has not been enough. We definitely expect that we've raised a good voice organizing this, inviting world leaders here. However, the countries that actually need to pay a lot of money, the leaders are not here. That could be a question of critique. But this is a very sincere effort by government of Nepal, organizing Sagarmatha Sambaad and inviting world leaders, the necessary stakeholders here, and reinstating the issue of climate change. So this is already a step, but this is not the end. The negotiation, the lobby, the speaking up in the world stage will carry on, and we're looking very positively for upcoming COP30.
Yeah, it's something you mentioned to me on the phone. Climate crisis, climate change was always more of a, in your words, you told me, an NGO or a INGO issue, and until it comes into the political mainstream, it is not taken seriously. And so I think we're...
In Nepal, everybody knows that the issue of climate change and the issue of disaster has always been taken care by non-government organizations. The political organizations, political parties are only busy tackling the political issues, but these kind of initiatives have sort of reaffirmed and this is an example that political parties and governments are also taking this issue very seriously and making their actual political agenda, and this is a thing to be appreciated, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you all. And as we conclude this very interesting, very powerful conversation, one truth stands clear, and it is that those closest to the climate crisis actually have some of the solutions here as well. Our job is to listen, our job is to support, and our job is to act so that climate policy not only becomes sustainable, but is just. And I think that's all I have to say before I hand over to the organizers. But if there's anything else that we've missed, and if you have some closing remarks, please do. No? Okay. Yeah, we're just, yes.
We thank you, Sumnima. Actually, this session, I think we are honored to have a national identity, but a global celebrity, a journalist for CNN, who's moderating the session. So I just wanted to thank you and acknowledge that as well.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists, our keynote speaker and moderators for your insightful and inspiring contribution. In this session, we explored how the climate crisis hits women and young people the hardest. This session also reminded us that real climate solutions need both data and lived experience, policy and wisdom. And now we are a little late behind our schedule, so we would like to present a small token of appreciation to our moderator, keynote speaker, and panelists as a gesture of appreciation for your time, contribution, and experience. May I now invite Honorable Dr. Arju Rana Deuba to the stage to do the honors, please. I'd like to kindly request Ms. Bandana Rana to accept the token of appreciation. Mr. Abdus Mia, please step forward I request you to step forward to receive the token of appreciation. I also request Mr. Jaybal Naduvat to step forward to accept the token of appreciation. Now I'd like to request Ms. Patricia Fernandez to step forward to accept the token of appreciation. Ms. Isabella Coselli, we'd like to invite you to step forward to receive the token of appreciation. Now, at last, I'd like to request Ms. Sumnima to step forward to receive the token of appreciation. A group photo session, please. Once again, thank you to all our wonderful speakers and panelists. As we're running a little bit late behind the time, so we'll have a quick 5 minutes break for the tea, and we'll be back at the hall after 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, a timeless source of wisdom for the world. Here stands Sagarmatha, Mount Everest, the pinnacle of the earth, a symbol of hope, perseverance, and strength. For centuries, this land has believed in the power of dialogue. Today, as humanity faces unprecedented challenges,
the land that carries a mantle of ancient practice of finding solutions through dialogue and discourse.
this legacy feels more important than ever. The world needs hope, action, resilience, and above all, the world needs dialogue. It is with this vision that we present Sagarmatha Sambaad, Nepal's permanent global dialogue platform.
gentlemen, we are about to start the session 12 soon, so please I kindly request to be seated. Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our parallel session 12, Sustaining Mountain Economy, under the theme Climate Justice and the Future of Humanity. Climate change impacts are felt acutely in the mountain regions, where warming is accelerating, altitude-dependent temperature rises, threatening food and water security, biodiversity, ecosystem, and cultural heritages. These changes are disrupting mountain economies that are crucial for regional and global environmental sustainability. Today, we will explore how Nepal and the broader Himalayan region achieve resilient economic growth through climate action, focusing on inclusive and just pathways for mountain communities. To moderate this important session, please join me in welcoming Dr. Rajesh Kumar Rai, Professor of Forestry at Tribhuvan University and expert in natural resource economics, forest management, and high-altitude pastoralism. Dr. Rajesh Kumar Rai is not only a distinguished professor at Tribhuvan University with deep expertise in forestry and natural resource economics, but also a respected mentor to many of us. His thoughtful guidance and dedication to sustainable development have inspired a new generation of climate and environmental leaders. We are truly honored to have him moderate this crucial session. Please, Rajesh, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Parima. Good afternoon and namaste to all. Welcome and thank you for joining us to this important session on sustaining mountain economy. So I will be here to moderate this session for the next 90 minutes. So this session is designed that the first we will have a keynote speaker, and then we will have a guided discussion that is followed by the floor discussion and wrap up. When we talk about the mountain, people often say that mountains are beautiful. And it is often said that when you seek what is more beautiful than mountain, and it's the more mountains. But the mountains are facing the challenge because of the climate change and also the social transformation. So today, in this 90 minutes, we will explore about the innovative solutions and share thoughts. And also we will discuss how to ensure the mountain economy is resilient and more sustainable. So that we will discuss that. For this, I will like to invite our distinguished keynote speaker first, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Paudel, to be seated in the dais. We have four more distinguished panelists. The first is Tasi Lamu Sherpa. She is a vice chair of Khumbu Pasang Lamu Sherpa Rural Municipality. Tasi, I would like to, We have Ms. Sara Manueli. She is the Advocacy and Outreach Officer from FAO Mountain Partnership, Italy. Similarly, I would like to request to the dais Dr. Malle Fofana, Asia Regional Director and Head of the program's Global Green Growth Institute. And our other panelist is Dr. Dechen Chiring, Director, Regional Office for the Pacific, UNEP, Thailand. Thank you very much for being here. First of all, without further delay, I will go with the keynote speak. For this, I will invite Professor Dr. Vishwanath Paudel. Sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to talk here. Thank you, organizers. I will be waiting for my presentation, actually. So, where is my presentation? Do I get to see it, or do I get to see you? Okay. What do I do? Turn it on? Okay. I don't see it, actually. You can give me a printout. Where is it? Okay. How do I do it? I can actually look at it. I can do it. So, I've structured my presentation on 4 subtopics. What do I do? Something like this. Or I don't know, if I could see it from here. There is no reflection or something? No? Guess what? I can actually do the presentation just like this. So when you talk about climate change, especially these days, we all know that people ask about the evidence and all that thing. Let's talk about the visual evidence first. What we have seen in Kathmandu and other Himalayan cities is that in the last 2 decades, In the last 2 decades, okay, good. So the data from the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology has said that, I think in 1971 to 1990, the average maximum temperature of Kathmandu Valley was, 24.5 degrees Celsius. Now it's 26 degrees Celsius. This is not in itself sufficient evidence, actually. So look at the average temperature, and I think it's increasing yearly by 0.06 degrees Celsius. And this is from the last 20 years. And this evidence is actually consistent with what we see in Kashmir Valley or other valleys in Himachal and Uttarakhand. In Kashmir Valley, we have actually seen almost similar increase in average temperature. So that is 1.5 degrees Celsius in 2 decades. And we all know, you look at IPCC report and all that thing, and this 1.5 degree, 2 degrees Celsius are pretty, dangerous increase. So this is something we got from our own. This is not from outside. We got from our own departments, right? So the next one is, and we have another source of data in our country, which is NDRRMA. So this is a Home Ministry office that tracks the number of disasters and also estimates the damage. And what we have seen in the last 3 years, and this is not the old office, we just started documenting data. And 2079 Bikram Sambat is basically 3 years ago. 484 people died and 3 billion was damaged. And then, in the next day, 2 years ago, 491 death, and last year, the total number of deaths was 748. The damage has doubled. Now, some of it has nothing to do with climate change, like earthquake. Others have something to do with climate change. So we have increasing incidence of landslide and all that thing. So, and another evidence we see is from the sustenance point of view. Our mountains, actually, there is a significant variation in sunlight availability, vegetation, gradient, all that thing, and there is real seasonal contrast in temperature. But because of this, our population is very significantly very diverse. Our mountainous population is very diverse. The ethnography is diverse. Even the way they live is diverse, right? So, but when the mountain ecosystem changes, all these instruments of sustenance have changed. Like agriculture, livestock, forest, mining, tourism, hydropower. This is what they live on, and this has changed. So, in general, in whole world, only 20% of the total population actually live in mountain, and most of the people who live in mountain, they live in developing countries. So mountains are difficult places to live. Most of the population live in cities anyway, flat land, all that thing. In our country, what we have seen lately, and this is based on our housing and housing and demography census of 2021. 32 of our 77 districts, all of them are in mountain. Their population has decreased in the last decade. So I think in last 2011 census, we have 27 districts whose population has decreased. Obviously, it's possible that this has nothing to do with climate change. It's possible. So I'll talk about that later on. But it is also possible that this is, this has been accelerated by climate change and the kind of hardship it brings. And then a lot of people, they move to lowland, and there is also problem in the lowland because there has been demographic change in mountains. So you have grazing pattern that is changing. You have a lot of things that is changing in the mountain, which results in maybe more landslide. A lot of things that changes also in lowland. Okay, so we have these things in lowland, and another source of proof, or what you say, is visuals. So we have seen these glaciers being receding, mountains blackening. You should look at the newspaper and people say, oh, Fishtail was, it has become black. So we see a lot of people talking about their mountains becoming black. And then, the snow lines have been moving upward. There is a variation in the flow of streams. So this is being reported by our hydropower developers. So all of these things. And this has become common lately. What we don't know, obviously, is it historically unique? Because we don't have data from the past, but what we have seen lately is something is changing. So is this, what is this change? Okay. So this is basically the visuals and other evidence we had. And then we have a lot of impact of these things. A quick survey of research that I did shows that there is variation in impact among high, middle, low, and foothills, low mountain and foothills. So there is heterogeneity in impact. You cannot just put everything together and say this is a national average or something like that. You need more nuanced data and more targeted policy because there is heterogeneity in impact. So, and then again, the challenge actually right now, and I look at a lot of these papers from our academics and also foreign academics, and the problem is always the indigeneity. Because there is so many things being changed. People are going abroad, they are earning money, they are moving out of mountains. So there is demographic shift. And also, because we are trying to modernize our agriculture, there is a substitution towards more water-intensive gas crop. You go to Ilam, you see tea and other things, right? So, yeah, there is more demand in Himalayas for more lucrative gas crops. So the substitution has gone towards that. But also, a lot of people from mountains, they have gone to other countries, and they buy land in the foothills, and they move to foothills. So there is demographic shift, but you cannot always attribute all of that to climate change. And so this, what we economists call indigeneity problem, has not been taken into account in many of the researches. And that's, it's a very difficult question anyway, so it's non-trivial to find out. But it looks like there is again, I'm not trying to minimize the impact of climate change. I'm saying that we need to, there is a lot of compounding factor that makes it difficult to look at the impact. But we see a lot of impact again. So one obvious candidate is health. So there is a direct impact on human health due to increased thermal stress and calamities. So we have, like I said, the temperature has increased 1.5 degrees Celsius over 2 decades, and there is a thermal stress, and also calamities. We can see a lot of these floods and all that thing. So climate change also indirectly affects human health. And this is something we keep on talking, there is a lot of news reports about these things, because they alter the ranges of waterborne disease, the respiratory disease caused by spread of disease vectors. In 2024, all Nepali districts except Humla and Mustang had dengue patients. Now this is strange because the mosquitoes, they used to be in lowland, not in the highland. Now we see more spread of these mosquitoes and the disease that are caused by them. Overall, there has been increased incidence of diseases that are the function of rate of pathogen replications in mountains. So this is one thing. Another thing is from water quality compromise. Diarrhea has spread. In 2024, again, I think this is one of our country's data, except for Umla and Mustang, the same two districts which has very low population, these districts have recorded cholera patients. Then there are other cardiorespiratory diseases may have also increased due to the increased concentration of air pollutants, and also malnutrition, which may have increased due to the crop production pattern shift. This, and also due to the variation in precipitation. So you have malnutrition there, you have cardiorespiratory diseases there, you have direct impact from calamities, you have direct impact from thermal stress. So health sector, it seems it's responding very, very directly to the climate change. Okay? And then another, like I just said, impact on population. One is from increased insecurity due to the crop crop production variation. So you have variation in crop production, people don't feel very comfortable. And we see that people are being driven out of their mountain homes. I think 500,000 houses are empty in our country right now, and most of them are in mountains. So we have problem of spread of forest, problem of spread of monkeys, and problem of massive depopulation and also massive feminization in our mountains right now. And this is from data. So again, there are so many factors contributing to this: economic, climate, everything. But again, if climate affects the economic status of people, in first order or second order impact would be depopulation of mountain, and we have seen that. So most of the mountainous districts in Nepal have seen population decrease in the last 2 decades, like I just said. So the foothill districts, the highest growth in population we have seen are from foothill districts. Number one is Bhaktapur, the center of the Kathmandu. Another one is Rupande, and then Chitwan, all foothill districts. So people move just from mountain to the foothill district. Okay? But 32 districts, again, like I said earlier, the population has decreased. Houses are empty. So these impacts are pretty clear. And then by disaster types. So what is happening is in our infrastructures also, you look at the report from road department, and this is the last best month to be in Kathmandu or Nepal, maybe. And after next month, you will see massive landslides every day. Every day. You go out of Kathmandu, it's very tough. And my parents live in Chitwan, and I travel frequently, and next couple of months will be very challenging for me, actually, going out of Kathmandu. So the number one problem, if you talk to the road guys right now, is destabilization of roads. Slope destabilization is a real serious problem in our country. Right now it affects roads. It will affect cable car. A lot of cable cars are being built, and they're very expensive actually right now. I see that a lot of cable car in our countries are, they're expensively built. They're high-cost infrastructures. Hotels, they all will be affected by disaster, especially slope destabilization. And then there is a hydrological threat. A lot of things are happening, right? After the earthquake, we know that some of the sources of water, they have been affected. And earthquake has probably nothing to do with climate change, at least, not that I know. But climate change directly also has affected the source of water. And, a lot of this hydrological threat due to the variation in water affects districts like Ilam, where they have cash crop like tea, which requires a lot of water, and other water intensive, more expensive cash crop. I think they feel the brunt of it. And there are reports of increasing flood, debris flows, landslides, rock falls, stuff like that. Increased incidence of thunderstorm. There is one study I just looked at. This is warmer air. They hold about 7% more moisture per degree Celsius of warming, increasing the chance of lightning. So, the air is warming, and there is a higher chance of lightning. And we have seen more lightning. I think the number of deaths reported in NDRRMA due to lightning has also increased. We have seen more wildfire. We don't know what is causing it, but a lot of these things are increasing. And then, so what do we do? So these are the stuff. And I'm going to bring my perspective as an economist. So I'm an economist by training. So that's what will guide my perspective. There are 4 key strategies right now in coping with climate change. And in my opinion, the first thing, as a policymaker, I don't want everybody to come to my office and say everything is happening because of climate change. So what we need to do right now is invest more in measurement of climate change. So hydrological data, we need more. Pollution data, we need more. And not only data, there are a lot of data going around. We need reliable data and good people to, kind of analyze it and visualize it for laymen like us. I don't want this statistician who speak in archaic language and that no administrator will understand or no politician will understand. And you cannot blame politician for not listening to you if you are not communicating well. Okay, so the language of communication should be more and more, very simple. Okay, So we need a data center. And another thing is we need a really good economist or social scientist who can establish causal relationship between climate change and whatever the impacts are. You cannot just randomly attribute everything to climate change. So we need more reliable, reliable analysis so that we can incorporate your feedback into rational decision making. Okay? Decision making has to be rational. Another one is, but despite that, what we economists normally say is there is something called precautionary principle. So even if there is no direct evidence, we still can be, we exercise precaution, right? So we can invest in abatement and mitigation strategies. So what I thought was maybe we should, revise our building codes, appropriately revise. The way we build our houses is very haphazard. We can change that. We can also change our standard for road. So the road standard is also, again, a lot of roads are built very randomly in our country. There is highway like the Kaligandaki highway, and then local governments, they randomly build non-engineered roads on the top of that, which causes more landslide. We don't want that. We don't want that. We can change that. And then hydropower safety standards can be changed. Emission standards can be changed, and you don't need solid proof of anything to do this thing. This is part of precaution. Okay, so that we can do. Another strategy is we need to prioritize climate resilient infrastructure development. This is something we keep on saying, but our highways are horrible. Okay, we'll finish. Maybe more than 1 minute, but. And then we also need to promote water-saving technology. In our country, I see that we have used very little water-saving technology. We still use a lot of your traditional canal. We need more maybe drip technology or water-saving technology. The Chinese are using a lot of it actually in Xinjiang and other places. So we can learn a lot from them also. And then the last is, because of the depopulation in mountain, I think the investment in the identification of new forms of sustenance. You don't give sustenance, people just move away. So we need that. And then I think there is one last slide today. How do we get the resources? And that is the main thing, right? We can come up with tons of solutions, but how do we get the money to invest, to implement it? So one is compensating and just taxes and tariff. So one thing, and if you're an economist, you would understand it really clearly, is there are two ways of addressing this tariff and taxes. One is what we call Pigouvian strategy. It emphasizes the role of government. So I tax whoever is polluting. Another, which is cost strategy, is market-based solution, right? So cap and trade and all that thing. But a country like ours, where the market hasn't developed, I think we still, I see the merit of going in Pigouvian style strategy. So we tax the polluter, we invest after that. So market maybe slowly, and after we have more development. And this is something I don't see people talking about this thing, but there is a real clear distinction between maybe London and Kathmandu, because of the state of market. And this is the direct one. We can do it in our country without relying on other countries. Okay? But there is different variation of this taxation that we do. We have excise taxes, we have this and that, we have environmental department. All that thing is in existence already, but we can do more. Okay? And then indirect. I see two different ways of dealing with this thing. One is in our country, for example, we see a lot of these smokes coming from agriculture fire from India or Pakistan also. There are some issues that are regional. And the regional issues should be talked regionally. Maybe if we need fund, we talk to each other. If the problem is regional, we don't go globally and ask for money. So I don't know. I'm not going to talk about SARC or anything. If it is Pakistan, India, and Nepal, we talk with 3 countries and try to solve it. If it is between India and Nepal, we talk with 2 countries. Right? So there should be a compensation mechanism by promoting regional cooperation, whatever it is. Okay? I think there is a real lack of this thing. And then the final one is if there are global issues, then we go to global climate funds. And this is anyway very unpredictable time. There is, I think, maybe in our lifetime, this may be one of the most challenging years for climate change scientists or economists because of the American attitude. Right? So if the Americans change, maybe other countries change. I was talking to her, and she said, most of the countries contribute to global funds proportionately. So if Americans reduce their fund, maybe Japan also reduces. Right? So there is another global challenge in forming global cooperation mechanism. But we need to go to that. So I think for a country like us, we should just follow these 3 strategies. And I conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Paudel, for this remarkable keynote speech. We often say that mountains are very unique, but his presentation shows that mountains are heterogeneous in terms of our culture and also socioeconomic status. But we share the same fate of the climate change, that we are at the risks of the climate change, and also we are exposed to the climate change as we are relying on the primary economic sectors. So for this, he proposed the 4 key strategies. That one, we have to invest on the research, that because we need the data more. And also we have to invest on the mitigation and abatement. And also our infrastructure should be more climate resilient. And if we want to keep the population in the mountain, then we have to think for the new form of the subsistence. And for this, he has proposed the 2 sources for the resources, that how we can generate the resources. One could be the taxes, that for the negative externalities, that who pollute and who destroy the environment. And second could be the compensatory mechanism through the regional cooperation. For this insightful keynote speech, I will request all of you for a big hand of applause to Dr. Paudel. With this, I would like to move on to our distinguished panelists. So we are lucky that we are in Sagarmatha Sambaad, and we have Vice Chair of the Pasang Lamu Rural Municipality, Tasi Lamu Sherpa, where Mount Everest is located. And Tasi is interacting with mountains since her childhood. She born up there and she brought up there. And also she interacted with Mount Everest from different roles, that when she grew up, then she became an entrepreneur there in the Mount Everest region. And also she became the social activist. And also she is bringing her children as a mother there. And now since last 7 years, Tasi is leading the rural municipality. With all these diverse experience, I would like to ask Tasi that from your perspective at local government level, how is rural municipality experience the impact of the climate change on livelihoods, infrastructure, and key economic activities? Like your municipality is heavily based on the tourism and the water resources. For your information, that Tasi will speak in Nepali, then I will summarize it. Yeah, thank you.
धन्यवाद प्रश्नको लागि। जलवायु परिवर्तनले हिमाली क्षेत्रमा जुन किसिमको असर र प्रभावहरू पारिराखेको छ, त्यो हामीले दिनानुदिन डेली लाइफमा हामीले भोगिराखेका छौँ। जुन कुरालाई चाहिँ म गत वर्ष मात्र भएको थामेमा आएको बाढीबाट हामीले कस्तो किसिमको प्रभावहरू भोग्नु परेको छ, कस्तो क्षति भोग्नु परेको छ, योबाट मैले सुरुवात गर्न चाहेँ। गत वर्ष भएको यो यहाँहरू सबैलाई जानकार भएकै कुरा हो, थामेमा आएको जुन ग्लफबाट ठुलो क्षति पुगेको छ। शेर्पाहरूको लामो इतिहास बोकेको तेन्जिङ नोर्गे, आपा शेर्पा, कामिरिता शेर्पा जस्ता विश्वविख्यात आरोहीहरूको जन्मथलोको पर्यटकीय गाउँ, सुन्दर गाउँ थामे अहिले विस्थापित हुने अवस्थामा पुगेको छ। करोडौँ धेरै लगानी गरेर आफ्नो जीवनभरिको कमाई लगानी गरेर होटल व्यवसाय सञ्चालन गरिराखेका त्यहाँका व्यवसायहरूले आफ्नो जीवनभरिको कमाई नै गुमाउनु परेको अवस्था छ र त्यहाँ नजिकै रहेको जुन नाम्चे, खुम्जुङ, कुन्ते लगायत विभिन्न बस्तीहरूमा विद्युत सेवा पुर्याउँदै आएको यो खुम्बु बिजुली कम्पनीमा पनि ठुलो क्षति पुगेको छ। सँगसँगै तल्लो तटीय क्षेत्रहरूमा माथिबाट आएको बाढीले कटान गरेर लैजाँदै गर्दाखेरि तल्लो बस्तीहरू पनि उच्च जोखिममा परेको छ र धेरै घरहरू पनि विस्थापित हुने अवस्थामा पुगेको छ। र गाउँपालिकाले लगानी गरेर बनाएको ट्रेकिङ ट्रेलहरू जुन यो नदीको किनाराहरूमा भएकोले गर्दाखेरि भौतिक संरचनाहरूको कुरा गर्नुपर्दाखेरि पुल, बाटोघाटो अनि खुम्बु जोड्ने मोटरेबल पुल जुन चाहिँ हामीले मापे दुधकोशीसँग सहकार्य गरेर बनाएको थियौँ, त्यसमा पनि ठुलो क्षति पुगेर अहिले हामीले पुनः त्यसमा फेरि लगानी गरेर अर्को बनाउनु पर्ने अवस्था पुगेको छ। र अहिले हिमालमा हिउँ कम परेर पानीको स्रोतमा अभाव सृजना हुने क्रम बढ्दो छ। खोला नालाहरूमा पानीको बहाव घटेर त्यहाँका मिनी हाइड्रोहरूमा एकदमै समस्याहरू आइसकेको अवस्था छ। विगतमा लामो इतिहासदेखि नै विगतमा राम्रो कृषि उत्पादन भइरहेको हिमाली क्षेत्र अहिले आएर त्यहाँको उत्पादन पनि घटेको छ। सँगसँगै पशुपालन जुन इकोसिस्टम त्यहाँको इकोसिस्टममा योगदान पुर्याउँदै आएको यो पशुपालन यहाँहरूलाई थाहा भएको कुरा हो। याक चौरीहरू पशुपालकहरूको सङ्ख्या पनि क्रम घट्दो छ। खुम्बु हिमाली क्षेत्रको एकमात्र आय स्रोत एकदमै प्रमुख आधार भनेको पर्यटन तथा पर्वतारोहण हो। यसले अहिलेको जलवायु परिवर्तनले हाम्रो पर्यटन क्षेत्रमा ठुलो असर परेको छ। सँगसँगै पर्वतारोहण हिमालमा पनि ठुलो असर परेको छ। पर्यटन क्षेत्रमा भन्नुपर्दाखेरि जुन हिसाबमा पर्यटकहरू हाम्रो खुम्बु क्षेत्रमा हिमालको सौन्दर्य हेर्नको लागि आउँदै गर्दाखेरि उनीहरूलाई यहाँबाट माथिसम्म जानको लागि राम्रो एक्सेस एकमात्र भनेको लुक्ला विमानस्थल हो। तर अहिलेको बदलिदो मौसमले गर्दाखेरि कहिले हप्ता दिनसम्म, कहिले 2 हप्तासम्म वेदरहरू बिग्रिरहँदाखेरि रामेछापबाट फ्लाइट गर्नुपर्दाखेरि पनि पर्यटकहरू त्यहाँसम्म आउँदाखेरि पनि उनीहरूलाई जुन एउटा फर्स्ट इम्प्रेस इज लास्ट इम्प्रेस भनेर बुझिन्छ, तर उहाँहरूलाई रामेछापमा हप्तौँ 2 हप्तासम्म बस्नु पर्दाखेरि एकदमै नराम्रो नकारात्मक इम्प्याक्ट परेकोले गर्दाखेरि हामीलाई थप पर्यटन प्रवर्धनमा पनि यसले ठुलो असर पारेको छ। पर्वतारोहणको कुरा गर्नुपर्दाखेरि अहिले हिमाल र शेर्पा भनेर नङ्ग मासुको जस्तो सम्बन्ध छ। तर अहिले हाम्रो शेर्पा समुदायका हिमाल आरोहण गर्ने धेरै व्यक्तित्वहरू विदेशी हुनुभएको छ। किन भन्दाखेरि अब हिमालको आरोहण एकदमै जोखिम छ। हिमालमा एकदमै त्यहाँको हिमालमा एकदमै अहिलेको यो तापक्रम बढ्दोले गर्दाखेरि उनीहरूलाई आरोहण गर्नको लागि पनि एकदमै रिस्क भएकोले गर्दाखेरि सँगसँगै जुन हिसाबमा आरोहण दलका व्यक्तिहरूले अहिले बल र उमेर हुँदाखेरि काम गर्दै गर्दाखेरि भोलि बल र उमेर नहुँदाखेरि उनीहरूलाई न पेन्सनको व्यवस्था छ, न त उनीहरूलाई कुनै सञ्चयको कोषको व्यवस्था छ, कुनै स्वास्थ्य सुविधा छ भन्दाखेरि यी सेवाहरू नहुँदाखेरि सँगसँगै भोलि उनीहरूले कुनै दुर्घटना भएर त्यहाँ आफ्नो ज्यान गुमाइरहनु पर्दाखेरि उनीहरूको बालबच्चा बिजोग हुने अवस्थाले गर्दाखेरि पनि यो अवस्थाले गर्दाखेरि उनीहरू विदेशिनु परेको छ। यसले समग्र पर्वतारोहण क्षेत्रमा नै ठुलो असर पार्छ। जसरी विदेशीहरूले शेर्पा भनेर ट्रस्ट गरेर पर्वतारोहण क्षेत्रमा धेरै आरोहण गरेर देशको रोयल्टीमै त्यहाँको हजारौँलाई रोजगार दिइरहेको अवस्था छ भन्दाखेरि यसले पर्यटन र पर्वतारोहणमा पनि ठुलो असर पारेको छ। सँगसँगै बेला बेलामा हुने एकदमै हावाहुरीले त्यहाँको घरको होटेलको छानाहरू उडाइरहँदाखेरि ठुलो क्षतिहरू बेहोरिरहनु परेको छ। हिमाली जीवन त्यति पनि कष्टकर छ। यहाँहरूमध्ये धेरैले हिमाली क्षेत्रमा भ्रमण गर्नु भएर पनि बुझ्नुभएकै होला। तथापि त्यहाँको डेली लाइफ यति कष्टकर छ कि त्यहाँको यो सम्पूर्ण असरबाट विशेष गरी त्यहाँको महिला, बालबालिका, ज्येष्ठ नागरिक र त्यहाँ भएका फरक क्षमता भएका व्यक्तित्वहरूलाई एकदमै यसले ठुलो असर पारेको छ। र अहिले दीर्घ रोगीहरू र वृद्धहरू, ज्येष्ठ नागरिकको हकमा पनि कहिलेकाहीँ त्यहाँ उपचार नभएर काठमाडौँ ल्याउनु पर्ने अवस्थामा पनि राम्रोसँग सडक सञ्जालको एक्सेस नभएको, सँगसँगै कहिलेकाहीँ आकस्मिक उपचारको लागि हेली मार्फत काठमाडौँ ल्याउनु पर्दाखेरि पनि वेदर हप्ता दिनसम्म 2 हप्तासम्म छोप्ने, हेलीसम्म उड्न नसक्ने अवस्था भएकोले गर्दाखेरि अहिले हाम्रा त्यहाँका ज्येष्ठ नागरिकहरू बाध्य भएर हस्पिटलको नजिकै यहीँ काठमाडौँमा उनीहरूले नचाहँदै पनि यहाँ आएर बस्नुपर्ने अवस्था सिर्जना भएको छ। गत सेप्टेम्बरमै पनि अविरल वर्षाको कारणले गर्दाखेरि जुन हिसाबमा हाम्रो त्यहाँ जाने पर्यटकहरू एकदमै बिचली अवस्थामा परेको थियो, रामेछापमा त्यहाँको पुल बगाएर लाँदाखेरि न फ्लाइट भएर लुख्रा जान सकिने अवस्था छ, न त उनीहरू काठमाडौँ फर्कन सक्ने अवस्था छ। भन्दाखेरि त्यो अवस्थामा सम्बन्धित निकायहरूको मन्त्रालयहरू, विभागहरूको राम्रो ध्यान नपुग्दाखेरि पनि यसले पर्यटनमा पनि ठुलो असर पारेको छ। तसर्थ समग्र रूपमा भन्नुपर्दाखेरि अहिलेको यो जलवायु परिवर्तनले हाम्रो हिमाली क्षेत्रमा त्यहाँको जनजीवनमा, कृषिमा र एकदमै त्यहाँको मूल आय स्रोत पर्यटन र पर्वतारोहणमा ठुलो प्रभाव पारेको छ, जुन हामीले भोगिराखेका छौँ एज त्यहाँको होटल व्यवसायको रूपमा र एउटा गाउँपालिकाको प्रतिनिधिको रूपमा हामीले त्यहाँ भोगिराखेका छौँ।
Thank you. It's okay? Okay. Thank you, Tasi. That she mentioned that the Khumbu region, that where her rural municipality is located, is highly reliant on the tourism. But due to the unfavorable weather, that the only one airport is not operating very well, so that tourists may have the bad impacts on their tourism sector. And also they are losing, because most of the people there are investing lots in the hotel business. And due to this unfavorable weather, that people are losing money, and also the storms are damaging their hotels. And next thing is that the area is facing too much water and also the too little water. When there is the too little water and water sources are drying up, and it is affecting the hydropower and the mini hydros there. But when there is the too much water, and the downstream is affected by the flood also. And similarly, agriculture is negatively affected. And most of the thing is that yaks are the symbol of the high mountains. And due to the bad weather and also due to its less return, low return, that most of the yak herders are leaving their traditional occupation, which is one of the oldest market-based traditional occupation in the high mountains. And when we talk about the Himalayas, and Sherpa are the key symbols, and Sherpas are the brand who really boost up the economic activities and also tourism in the countries. But due to the climate change, there is the increasing risks, and there is no financial security. That's why most of the Sherpa peoples are leaving their area and also their traditional occupation. That is also affecting the tourism in the Himalayas. Thank you, Tashi, for this wonderful remarks and also view. So now from this local experience, I will move to the global experience. That I'll go to Sarah Manuelli, that who is working on the Mountain Partnership Program at the FAO. So you heard Professor Paudel also, and also you heard Tasi, her local experience also. So given your work within the mountain communities globally, what are the key strategies for promoting resilient economic growth through climate action? especially in the mountain region, and how can these strategies ensure the growth in both sustainable and also the inclusive?
And this is work, yes. Thank you very much for the question, and I also would like to thank the government of Nepal for providing me the opportunity to speak at this very important 3-day dialogue on mountains. The Mountain Partnership has been working on mountains for over 22 years, so it's an honor and a privilege to be here. So it's a difficult question, so I'll just give some points and perhaps give some examples of the work that we do. Before I start, we've heard a lot over the days about the challenges faced by mountains. So I just want to just underline again that these challenges are real and have always existed in mountains. But now, of course, the climate crisis has increased mountains communities' capacity to adapt and their vulnerability. And I also wanted to highlight a stat that we always use to anchor our action for mountain communities, the fact that an FAO statistics that says that 1 in 3 in rural developing countries, mountain regions, are at risk from food insecurity and some form of malnutrition. And I think that's the key also for a lot of the action and response to that. We know that migration is an issue. Youth migrate because of lack of education, but also employment. So therefore, the economy is failing them. Male migration leaves women, often in charge to manage the farms, but without access. And I think this is a key point, the access to markets, to finance, to extensions, to training, and often to land ownership. And I think access to markets is something I'd like to center my intervention on, especially since we're talking about mountain communities. We know that in mountains, for example, mountain products, which are a great resource and richness for many mountain communities, suffer from very, very long value chains. What does that mean? That it means that before it actually reaches the market, it has so many intermediaries that the right price to the farmer is almost never really compensated. So what strategies? I think what I can say is how we have approached some of these issues. And I think, again, the basis of the approach is they're really looking at diversification of economies, which is something that, again, mountain communities have always done. It's a kind of key to their resilience. And that means looking at traditional sectors, maybe agriculture, tourism, through innovation and entrepreneurship. And innovation, I'd like to take that in the widest sense possible, not necessarily just digital technology or AI. It just can mean also a different way of doing things, or sitting down and doing a participatory approach to organic certification, a different way of approaching financing, a different institutional way of approaching challenges. Of course, the key there is to strengthen agricultural and textile. We've also worked in textiles value chains. We have what we call a business incubator and accelerator program that has worked so far in 8 countries, including Nepal. Recipients, 60% are women farmers. And it's a combination of small grants. When I say small, it's really between 25,000 and 50,000. We've been working with a UNDP GEF small grant program, and technical capacity, and of course capacity building. We're also working with women artisans and traditional crafts through a project which we call Ethical Fashion for Fragile Ecosystems. And it's really, again, tapping in the richness of mountain cultures and heritage, and combining that with the expertise and know-how, in this case, of fashion designers from Italy. And we put them together and they co-create and co-design fashion collections or capsule collections that then have a wider access to markets. And that may mean, in the case of fashion, to the global market, to the Fashion Week. But for the women also, they gain intellectual property rights of those models, and they can reproduce those models and, again, consolidate access to their markets, to the national and local markets. Another way that we have been working on is looking at sustainable mountain tourism and linking it to local gastronomy and organic agriculture. We have a project at the moment in collaboration with UN Tourism, working with 7 Pacific islands. Some of them are mountainous, most of them, and really looking at the agri-food systems, at the women farmers, and tailoring itineraries that are attractive to tourists. Because I think when we talk about markets, we also have to remember that there is quite a taste and appetite from consumers for a certain kind of tourism, a certain kind of mountain products, and we need to tap into that because there is an awareness, and therefore that's where also the marketing capacity comes in, being able to advertise your products, your trails, your itineraries to that audience. So just to conclude, I think some of the points that I would think are key for any strategy, both we work on different countries, but even here nationally are really focusing on innovation, finance and capacity development for the most vulnerable mountain communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for sharing your wonderful experience. And it's really true that mountains have different skills and the techniques that traditionally, and people are doing this kind of livelihood strategies. And when you co-design it in collaboration with the designers, and maybe when giving the materials and also access to the market, really that would help to bring up the mountain communities more uplift. And that could be also called the creative economy also. Thanks, Sarah, for this. And with this, that I will go a little bit to the regional level that, because we have also this global experience that doing this. And when we talk about this kind of economy, and there is always the question, because we also heard this morning also, yesterday also, this kind of activities is always the low return. And when we talk about this kind of economy, and people might have different expression also. So with this, I would like to go with Dr. Male Fofana, who is working with the Green Growth Institute, Global Green Growth Institute. So from your experience, what do you consider the most pressing climate action challenges that the mountain economies face? And when considering this green economy concept, that people might often think that it has the low return, as well as sometimes it requires the high investment. So to implement green growth concept, that what kind of regional cooperation is needed to address the challenges effectively?
Thank you very much. I would like also to thank the government of Nepal for inviting us, give us the opportunity to share our experience regarding that particular aspect. But before jumping to that subject, I would like really to just go back a little bit about where we discuss about green economy and why we talk about green growth at this stage. So maybe 100 years ago, we talked about let's say, the Industrial Revolution that we're all aware of now. That's the first phases that a lot of development countries go through. And then you have the second phase of growing. We talk about the mass consumption, which is we have to just, build, take, and disposal. There's no recycle mode, that particular aspect. And at some point, we all globally realize that we have some environmental limited resources. And the question's there, how we can build the economy with that limited resources. And the third one, adding pressure on all of that, is the climate crisis. So it means that at this stage, we want to solve 4 issues at the same time with one strategy. Which means, is that our previous way of dealing and building the strategy as really relevant now? And that's why the question of having a green growth modeling is quite important, because the green growth modelings help you to have a well-integrated solution to solve those 4 problems at once. That's one. Second is, if every country want to make the transformational changes, it's important to start with the clear green growth model. And reason why is that you have to go for the pro-growth step, which meaning how you can just build growth cleaner and smarter without sacrificing the economic growth. Second, the pro-poor, how you can create more green jobs, but also ensuring that you're being inclusive. The third one, how you can also ensuring that you will build let's say, enough asset to just preserve the capital natural. And third one, the fourth one, how they can be sustainable. But when you look at the different, let's say, strategy, the question is there, what is the link between the different policy? What is the link between different strategy we have? We have a mountain strategy. What is the link with the mountain strategy with the transport sector strategy at the urban level? Because there is a link when it comes to GSE emission happening in the transport sector in the urban area, which is really far from maybe that area, but impacting the mountain as well. That link needs to be made. And that will help us to really have the holistic approach. The green growth strategy itself alone is not sufficient. You need to have, at least at the national level, your own national financial vehicle that can have two purposes. One, serve as a de-risk mechanism. We cannot move that needle if we're not making that climate change or the threatened, let's say, attractive for the private sector. And to do so for the private sector, they've seen a risk in everything. And the best way to do it is to have the de-risk mechanism. And the second one that can be really that role of that national fund is can be used as absorption and trigger transformation in the sector. For example, on some particular project, we mentioned, let's say green hydrogen, or you mentioned something that links to climate smart agriculture. Private sector would be only, let's say, able to take the risk if the government showcase the right business model and then ask them to do the scaling up in that particular aspect. So they can help to bring transformational in that particular sector. And last not the least is that when we're designing, let's say, locally led or that green growth strategy, that should be a bottom-up approach, not top-down approach. Which means that all these things that we will design every mountain areas should have their own, what I will call the green growth strategy that can be really holistic in different way and go up at the national level. Otherwise, you will have different intervention coming in some place. There would be duplication, not complementarity, and maybe money is channeled where it's not needed and not important for the particular sector. So that green growth strategy will help to regulate the different investment, to regulate the different donor engagement, and also making sure there's a coordination among the different actors to ensure that every dollar's used will help to have the right impact expected in a couple of years. So that's my response.
Okay, just a follow-up question that you said that this green strategies require this bottom-up approach, but the countries in the mountains, they require the fast growth. So how this can be coincide that you can meet the national needs through this bottom-up approach?
You have two ways that you can have, can fast-track the approach. One is you have to build, and I think this intervention in the government have to play a role of impulsing the private sector in that particular with tasks, but also regulation in that. That's one. Second, you have to bring innovation. Technology can help to fast track and reduce the learning curve when it's come to that particular aspect. And third, the private sector should be the one driving the change there. There's no way to build a sustainable growth without giving the opportunity to the private sector to play that role. And it means local economy should drive that change when it's come to the mountain, not the public sector, which means the public sector have to build the foundation, enabling environment, push the local economy to go in that direction. And that can be tied to certain things that link to the loss and damage fund, for example. Because when disaster happened, that money go to the beneficiary. But who's winning the economy? It's informal sector, it's the local SMEs, but they are not part of the chain or the financial architecture when it's come to that. And it's quite important that we take that into consideration to fast track the problem.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I will come to you, back to you again about this private sector's involvement and everything that. So I will move to Dechen that you have long experience with the UNEP and also this international framework that UNFCCC and SDGs. So what we are doing here in Sagarmatha Sambaad, that we have the local voice also. We want to bring these voices into these international frameworks and everything that. So considering your experience with all these international frameworks, and what could be the better leverage to support sustainable development in the mountain region, that how we can do it? Yeah. You have to wait a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure to be here at the Sagarmatha Sambaad. And, you know, we've heard from Dr. Podel, we've heard from Sarah, we've heard from Tashi, we've heard from Mali. So what do these international frameworks mean? What does the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change means? It means that when countries are not able to nationally agree on a solution to address the adverse impacts of climate change, you come together to set rules. So what Paris did was, you know, there's a legally binding aspect of the Paris Agreement, that is measurement, reporting, verification of emissions, the nationally determined contributions. But there was another part of Paris which is voluntary, and this is the adaptation commitments. So many countries, and Nepal has prepared the National Adaptation Plan. So what these agreements do is they set the direction. They tell private sector, they tell the government that we are going to stay within a 1.5-degree world. And that means that there are implications in terms of how you manage the emissions that a country has. So when you start to look at something like mountain economies, and I have a close colleague, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk from Ladakh, and he said he's looked at the global emissions. 80% of it comes from G20 countries. And his conclusion is people have to live simply so we in the mountains can simply live. And I think this comes to a very important part of the advocacy that countries like Nepal and other least developed countries, small island developing states, have to do. We have to ask for ambitious nationally determined contributions from the G20 because they kind of impacts the hearing, whether it's local tourism, whether it's agricultural impacts, whether it's building resilient infrastructure. I mean, these are going to come at cost to our national governments. So there are lots of frameworks. You talk about, you know, the Sustainable Development Goals. You talk about the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biological Diversity, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. And it's really important, and Nepal just presented the NDC 3.0, that the impacts on mountain communities are put in these documents, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. But we also start to look at the importance of mountains and the water towers, you know, important for food security, domestic consumption, industrial consumption. So it's going to be really important for countries like Nepal to do national capital accounting, payment for ecosystem services, looking at inclusive wealth. You know, what does conservation of the mountains mean for water security in the rest of South Asia. And once you have these numbers, there will be an economic incentive to invest in conservation. I think Mali talked about, you know, the third aspect, you know, how do we de-risk investments? Because it's going to be difficult to get private sector to countries, small mountain countries. And so I think government plays a really important aspect. One, a really important aspect of advocacy, making a case in terms of solidarity, but in terms also of creating financial vehicles that can de-risk investment. And I think here when we look at accessing grant financing, I mean, grant financing is really precious and we have to use it to de-risk. So we start, so there's a lot of work that we've been doing in Nepal on things like ecosystem-based adaptation, you know, conserving, you know, environmental infrastructure. And here, government plays an important role because they, you know, they set the regulatory framework, but you have to get private sector in. And I think the coordination with the Ministry of Finance, looking at urban development, looking at municipalities, the coordination becomes increasingly important. These and I see across the room many friends of mine who are very strong negotiators in the UNFCCC processes, who've been really effective advocates for Nepal. And I see Ambassador Ian Fry from Tuvalu, who's been an advocate for, you know, the small island developing states and LDCs. And I think global advocacy is important. But sustaining mountain environment is going to need, we have to make sure that the livelihoods of local people, they can see the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Dechen, that you rightly pointed out that how the mountains can get benefited from its natural capital accounting. I think we have right person as a keynote speaker also here to address this issue also. I will come back to you later, sir. So before that, I will go again to Tashi that. Tashi, you heard lots that when you raise the problem, then there are also some solutions that we can go through the innovations and also enterprises, and also that our traditional artisans can work with this co-designing and everything to address these issues. So considering this, what opportunity do you see to address the problem you already mentioned earlier, and what kind of assistance the rural municipality can expect from the provincial, national, and international actors that would help scaling up these initiatives in your municipality?
पुनः धन्यवाद। यो जुन जलवायु परिवर्तनको असरले पारेको प्रभावहरू र हाम्रो हिमाली क्षेत्रको अर्थतन्त्रमा प्रवर्धन गर्नका लागि के कस्ता कार्यक्रमहरू र कुन कुन निकायहरू गर्दा कसरी हामीले समन्वय गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुराहरू म सरस्वती कुरा गरिरहँदाखेरि सुरुमा अहिले अरूभन्दा नि हाम्रो हिमाली क्षेत्रमा धेरै तालहरू भएकोले एक त एकदमै सानो ताल जुन थामेको घटनाले पनि हाम्रो त्यहाँको समुदायलाई एकदमै त्रसित बनाएको छ। एक त हाम्रो बस्तीहरू नदीको वरपर भएको छ, टुरिज्म ट्रायलहरू पनि त्यही नदीकै वरपर भएकोले गर्दाखेरि अझ यो सानो ताल फुटेर आउँदा त यत्रो विपद भयो भने अब अन्य तालहरू भोलि कुनै विस्फोट भएको खण्डमा हामीले धेरै ठुलो क्षति बेहोर्नुपर्छ भनेर हाम्रो त्यहाँको जनताहरू त्रसित भएकोले गर्दा अहिले यो सुरुमा चाहिँ जति भएको लेकहरूको म्यापिङ गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ र त्यसलाई म्यापिङ गरेर त्यहाँ भएका लेक तालहरूको अध्ययन अनुसन्धान गरेर जुन एकदमै हाई जोखिम छ त्यसको लागि तत्काल गर्नुपर्ने एक्सन प्लानहरू के छ त्यो विषयमा तत्काल यो विषयमा गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ र जुन तटीय क्षेत्रमा भएकोले गर्दाखेरि जोखिम एकदम हाई जोखिम भएको तालहरूबाट एकदमै प्रभावित हुने क्षेत्रहरूमा चाहिँ अर्ली वार्निङ सिस्टमहरू जडान गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ र यी कार्यहरू गरिरहँदाखेरि त्यहाँ अध्ययन अनुसन्धान गरिरहँदाखेरि भोलि त्यसको त्योसँग सम्बन्धित रिलेटेड प्रोग्रामहरू प्लानहरू गरिरहँदाखेरि स्थानीय सहभागिता अझ भन्नुपर्दाखेरि त्यहाँको लोकल अर्गनाइजेसनहरूलाई सहभागिता गराउन एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ जस्तो लाग्छ र अर्को कुरा जुन हाम्रो अस्ति यो थामेको विपद भएपछि हामीले यो हाम्रो प्राधिकरणबाट एउटा टिम गएर हाम्रो त्यहाँको अध्ययन रिपोर्ट ढिलै भए पनि आयो भन्दाखेरि त्यही अध्ययनमा पनि हामीले त्यहीँको लोकल हाम्रो त्यही लोकल नाम्चेकै उहाँ इसी मोडको तेन्जिङ छोकेल शेर्पा उहाँको पनि सहभागितामा उहाँ पनि रहेर त्यो टिमबाट रिपोर्ट आयो भन्दाखेरि उहाँले त्यहाँको लोकालिटी बुझेको, त्यहाँको परिवेश बुझेको, त्यहाँको भाषा त्यहाँको लोकल भाषा शेर्पा भाषा बुझेकोले गर्दाखेरि पनि त्यो रिपोर्ट अलिक प्रभावकारी भएको मैले अनुभव गरेको छु भन्दाखेरि आगामी प्रोग्रामहरू पनि यसरी नै गर्दाखेरि बेटर हुन्छ। नम्बर 2 मैले अघि नै भने हिमाली क्षेत्रको पर्यटन र पर्वतारोहण नै मेन आय स्रोत हो, तसर्थ त्यहाँ आउने पर्यटकहरूलाई सहज वातावरणमा त्यहाँ पुर्याउन हामी सम्बन्धित निकायहरू गाउँपालिका, स्थानीय सरकार, केन्द्र सरकार सबैको जिम्मेवार हो। भन्दाखेरि जसरी लुक्लाको मौसम बिग्रिँदाखेरि हामीले त्यहाँ फ्लाइट गर्न सक्दैनौँ भन्दाखेरि लुक्ला नजिकै रहेको कुनै विमानस्थललाई अपग्रेड गराएर ठुलो जहाज चल्न सक्ने विमानस्थल बनाएको खण्डमा त्यहाँबाट नजिकको डिस्टेन्स भएकोले गर्दाखेरि थोरै मात्र विगतमा अक्टोबरमा एकदम राम्रो वेदर हुन्थ्यो भन्दा अहिले पनि अक्टोबरमा एकदमै वेदर बिग्रेर पर्यटकहरूले शास्ति भोग्नु परेको छ भन्दाखेरि छोटो डिस्टेन्समा चाहिँ थोरै मात्र मौसम खुल्दाखेरि पनि सटल गर्न सकिने भएकोले गर्दाखेरि एक त पूर्वाधारमा जोड दिनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अर्को कुरा हामीले रोडको एक्सेस हामीले गाडीको रोडको एक्सेस त पुऱ्यायौँ, तर त्यो अहिले कच्ची बाटो छ, त्यो 12 महिना चल्न सक्ने वातावरण छैन भन्दाखेरि त्यो रोडलाई पनि धेरै डिस्टेन्स लामो पनि छैन, सल्लेरीबाट 71 किलोमिटर मात्र छ भन्दा त्यसलाई 12 महिना चल्न सक्ने खालको पूर्वाधार निर्माण गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। र अहिले हामीले थामेको घटनामा एक त घटना घटिसक्यो, त्यो पछि हामी अन्यलमा पर्यौँ, गाउँपालिका आफै पनि अन्यलमा पर्यौँ। एक त हामी यता प्राधिकरणको आशमा बस्दा बस्दा हामीले धेरै कामहरू हामीले चाहेर सर्टेन त्यही टाइममा नै हामीले विशेष सभाबाट हाम्रो योजना कटौती गरेर हामीले बजेट सेक्युर त गऱ्यौँ, तर त्योसँग हामीले त्यहाँको पीडितहरूलाई उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले राहत दिने र त्यहाँसँग उहाँहरूलाई त्यही रिलेटेड कामहरूमा र पूर्वाधारमा बाहेक अन्य कामहरू गर्न सकेनौँ, किनकि हामी त्यही ठाउँमा उहाँहरूलाई बस्नको लागि बस्ती बसाउन पनि त्यो रिपोर्ट नआएकोले गर्दा। अर्को कुरा हामी फेरि उहाँहरूलाई पुनः अर्को ठाउँमा पुनर्स्थापना गर्नको लागि पनि कुनै रिपोर्ट आधार नभएकोले गर्दाखेरि हामी अन्यल पर्यो भन्दाखेरि अहिले हामीलाई चाहिँ यो एक्सपर्टको एक्सेस योसँग रिलेटेड काम गर्ने एक्सपर्टहरू को हो त, र कसलाई चाहिँ हामी स्थानीय तहले चाहिँ उहाँहरू मार्फत काम गर्दाखेरि कुन कुन एक्सपर्ट टिमहरूसँग हामी कसरी नजिक रहने त उहाँहरूसँग विपद भएको र अहिले विपदै नहुँदाखेरि भोलिको दिनहरूमा पनि त्यहाँ भएका हिमताल सम्बन्धी हिमाल सम्बन्धी अन्य कुराहरूको विषयमा पनि उहाँहरूसँग बुझ्ने, उहाँहरूसँग थप प्लानहरू पूर्व तयारीको प्लानहरू बनाउने, यी कामहरू गर्नको लागि पनि हामीलाई चाहिँ एक्सपर्टसँग चाहिँ पहुँच उहाँहरूसँगसम्म चाहिँ कसरी पुग्ने र को चाहिँ एउटा गभर्मेन्टबाट नै आधिकारिक लिस्ट भएको एक्सपर्टहरू को हुनुहुन्छ त भनेर पाएको खण्डमा पनि हामीलाई काम गर्नको लागि सहज हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अर्को कुरा हामीले अब कम कार्बन उत्सर्जन गर्नको लागि हामीले नेसनल ग्रिडको प्लान गरिरहेछौँ, त्यो धेरै प्रक्रिया अगाडि पनि पुगिसकेको छ। जुन अहिले पानी कम खोलानालामा पानी कम भएर हामीले पर्यटकलाई त्यो क्षेत्रमा आइरहँदाखेरि दिनुपर्ने सुविधाहरू दिनको लागि त हामीलाई त त्यहाँ त ऊर्जा शक्ति त चाहियो, त्यसको लागि हामीले त्यहाँको हाइड्रोबाट त अब त दिनानुदिन पानी कम भएकोले गर्दा त त्यो सम्भव छैन भन्दाखेरि हामीले यो जुन नेसनल ग्रिडको प्लान गरिरहेछौँ, प्लान गर्दै गर्दा पनि हाम्रो वार्ड नम्बर एउटा एरिया बफर जोन एरिया पर्छ, दुईटा एरियामा नेसनल पार्क एरिया पर्छ भन्दाखेरि भोलिको दिनहरूमा पनि सम्बन्धित निकायहरूबाट चाहिँ यो कामहरू गरिरहँदाखेरि चाहिँ प्रक्रियामा चाहिँ अझ सहज वातावरण बनाइदिएको खण्डमा यो सहज हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। र अघि नै मैले भने टुरिज्म र पर्वतारोहणहरूको यो आरोहीहरूको लागि जति हाम्रो क्षेत्रमा यो पर्वतारोहण सेक्टरबाट रोयल्टी उठ्छ त्यसको सर्टेन एमाउन्टको एउटा आरोही कोष बनाएर उहाँहरू काम गर्न नसक्ने अलिक एजेड भएपछि उहाँहरूलाई त्यहाँबाट कुनै सेवा सुविधा दिने र उहाँहरू कुनै घटनामा परेर उहाँहरूले ज्यान गुमाउनु परेको खण्डमा उहाँहरूको फ्यामिलीहरूको लागि एउटा सेक्योर एउटा कुनै कोष भएको खण्डमा त्योबाट चाहिँ उहाँहरू अहिले पर्वतारोहण सेक्टरमा जति पनि उहाँहरू अहिले निराश भएर उहाँहरू विदेशिनु भएको छ भन्दाखेरि त्यसले पनि उहाँहरूलाई यही नेपालमै बसेर पनि थप काम गर्ने प्रेरणा मिल्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अर्को कुरो नीतिगत हिसाबमा नीति र नियम नीतिगत हिसाबमा नै यो क्लाइमेट सम्बन्धी अझ हिमाललाई र लेकहरूलाई सम्बोधन हुने कुराहरूमा जोड दिनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। र जति पनि रोयल्टीहरू आउँछ अहिले हामी स्थानीय सरकारले 25% मात्र पाइरहेछौँ भन्दाखेरि त्यो 25% एक त हाम्रो जियोग्राफिकल एरिया एकदमै ठुलो भएकोले गर्दाखेरि पनि सीमित स्रोत साधनले हामीलाई काम गर्न एकदमै गाह्रो भइरहेछ भन्दाखेरि आगामी दिनहरूमा सम्बन्धित पालिकामा चाहिँ थप रोयल्टी चाहिँ जाने वातावरण बनाएको खण्डमा पनि यसले चाहिँ हामीलाई चाहिँ स्थानीय तहमा नै हिजो विपद भइरहँदाखेरि हामी केन्द्र सरकारको कुनै सहयोग नआउँदा पनि हामी स्थानीय सरकारले नै निर्णय गरेर त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ हाम्रो त्यहाँको पीडितलाई हामीले त्यहीँ राहत उपलब्ध गरायौँ, उहाँहरूको त्यहाँ बाटो छिनेको बाटोको एक्सेसहरू बनायौँ भन्दाखेरि आगामी दिनहरूमा पनि यस्ता यो रोयल्टीहरू चाहिँ अलिकति सम्बन्धित पालिकामा नै थप आएको खण्डमा हामीलाई काम गर्न सहज हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अन्तमा मैले अघि नै भने जुन यो एक्सपर्ट टिम विपद प्राधिकरणमा पनि एउटा टिम नहुँदाखेरि उहाँहरू एक त टिम बनाउँदा अर्को कुरा त्यहाँ एउटा बजेट व्यवस्थापन गर्दा पनि ढिलाइ भएकोले गर्दाखेरि हामी गाउँपालिका एकदमै अन्यलमा परेर हामीले सही समयमा धेरै उहाँहरूको लागि पुनर्स्थापनाको लागि काम गर्न सकेका छैनौँ। त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि आगामी दिनहरूमा चाहिँ एउटा एक्सपर्ट टिम चाहिँ अलरेडी हुनुपर्छ। सँगसँगै आकस्मिक कोष यस्ता विपदका घटनाहरू परिआइरहेको अवस्थामा एट द टाइम तत्काल चलाउनको लागि चाहिँ त्यो कोष चाहिँ उपलब्ध हुनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। हस्, थ्याङ्क यू।
Okay, thank you, Tasiji. She raised the concern about the data, that particularly the mapping of the lakes and their vulnerability, that, and also the access to the service to the expert, that who can really advise them that where are the risks of the climate and how they can be mitigated and what could be done when they face the problem also. And also she raised the concern about the coordination among the different government agencies, that when we talk about the promoting the tourism in the mountain areas, then only the blaming the climate and leaving to the Ministry of Forest and Environment may not work. So there could be the other agencies also who can do it. And also she raised concern about the benefit sharing from the tourism among the different level of the governments, that the rural municipality is getting only 25%, which is not enough to address those challenges, and also the concern about the emergency fund. So there is always the concern about the fund. So I will go to Dr. Malhar, that you also talk about that when we talk about this green growth and resilient economy, you highlighted the engagement of the financial institutions and the private sector. So how can we involve them, engage them to make the economy, mountain economy, resilient?
Thank you. From my side, the way I see it is national financial institution or private sector, they speak one simple language, is if I put my money here, if I can have the return for investment. So if they're not seeing it from what you're doing, they will not think about it putting the money there. And I think that's where it's just look at, when you look at the value chain of investment or finance, you will have to look at who are really the one, if you transform their portfolio, they can drag the entire value chain. And I'm quite happy to say today that Nepal is in that direction, right? When you know, for example, with the Nepal Infrastructure Bank, NIFRA, started now thinking how they can green their portfolio. So with the support of the Korea International Corporation and GGJI, Nepal will have the first ever green bond issues here. So which is quite fundamental transformational phase happening now from the financial sector, which means that if you have one financial sector institution start doing green bonds, others would follow. And they will play a snowball effect. What is meant by that is that once they issue the bonds, for example, it's mean all the nature positive infrastructure will think about how they can integrate climate mitigation or climate adaptation. So you're changing the entire portfolio by using just a green framework, helping them to move in that direction. So that's one. Looking the one who's in the value chain can really transform that sector drastically. The second, from the private sector perspective, is again that de-risk mechanism. How you can put that de-risk mechanism. And also how the government can anticipate when it's come to carbon market, which is becoming more and more one of the conversations, how they can just integrate carbon market in the financial models. For example, when you go to adaptation, climate smart agriculture, those adaptation-related projects, private sector don't want to invest because the risk is so high. But you can make it much more attractive by integrating the carbon component. So it means that finding the financial mechanism can be helpful. And last not the least, concretely speaking, and sharing that there is a decarbonization process happening, we're supporting with the Nepal government to just look at the micro buses or mini buses here, how they can just transform that sector by integrated electronic buses with about 3,500 that we're going to push in that direction. So once you start pushing that at the micro level, then the change can happen. It's just finding the snowball effect, and the private sector will do it. What I'm trying to say is that private sector have to see, and that's what we're doing the last couple of years because we mobilized at least $15 billion for our member states, and Nepal is part of it. Private sector have to see climate change as the business. They already seen it from the mitigation side, but how we can push them to see that same thing from the adaptation part. That's the main question, and that's how we can just come up with de-risk mechanism, putting in place the policy in place, or also show the business model that is feasible. Once you show them it's feasible, they will put the money. And the same thing happening with NIFRA, with the Nepal Infrastructure Bank, we're going now with the green bonds, and also the other things happening with this, the transport sector, with the microbuses when you have 3,500 started. And the first buses will come here in June, which means that we're really trying to make it, and people see exactly what's happening to make the transformational. It's about transformative approach.
Thank you, Malhar. That is really interesting that private sector has to see climate change as a business opportunity. Yeah, maybe that's really interesting one. So now I will move to Dechen that. So you see that the local issues also, and also how to engage private sectors and the financial institution also. So considering this, that what are the key opportunities that you see on these climate actions in the mountain that can make mountain economies more resilient? And for this, that how the government and the other organizations can work together?
Thank you, Professor Rai. So the Convention on Biological Diversity, they're starting a process of reviewing the programs of work. So we have to go back in and we have to ensure that mountain ecosystems are included in the different programs of work. The global goal on adaptation, start to look at investments in the mountains, because this will give you the public funds that will help governments set framework, put in regulations, support municipalities, and then create the enabling framework that you can see private sector come in. Private sector, again, when you start to look at different aspects, investing in mountain communities is difficult. Infrastructure is expensive. Communities are distant. Population volumes are low. And so I think there you will have to make the argument that there are scarce resources, water resources, which is needed for the lowlands. Because in itself, you're going to find, private sector is going to find much easier places to invest. And here I think we have to look at in sort of the payment for ecosystem services. And then you have to think, do some of the things that Sarah's talked about. Look at the boutique, very niche aspects of, you know, high value, whether it's medicinal, whether it's a Sagarmatha, you know, amazing, the tallest mountains in the world. But if you start to look at and really advocating for a coordinated approach. One of the things that is alarming in Nepal is, of course, you start to see short-lived climate pollutants, and you start to see sort of black ice. And black ice means mountains, the melting is going to take place faster. So you're going to have to tackle methane, you're going to have to tackle nitrous oxide, you're going to have to tackle ground level ozone, which is important for agriculture. So you're really going to have to tackle this issue from a series of aspects. There is not going to be sort of one solution, but all important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dechen, that really, that when we talk about the investment in the mountain region, that we have the low population, and always if we talk about the low per capita return, then it is always the low. So it is always challenging. So I will move to Sarah, that you have experience in this communication and outreach. So how these kind of issues, including that local and indigenous knowledge, community-led advocacy and storytelling, can amplify through platforms like the Sagarmatha Sambaad, be leveraged more effectively to mobilize the financial and policy support for sustaining mountain economy?
Thank you. Well, I think three key entry points for me, what we work on is really representation, advocacy, and knowledge sharing. those are really where we need to work on. And we know that mountain communities are often underrepresented in global climate discussions. I'd also like to say that for many years, mountains were underrepresented in many climate discussions. We're now facing a good period, a good momentum for mountains, but it wasn't like that for many, many years. And I think, it's important that mountain communities are there to share and demonstrate their local and traditional knowledge, which often are solutions for adaptation and resilience. I think community-led advocacy can help a lot, and I think Nepal has a great example of that tradition. Platforms like Sagarmatha Sambaad give mountain communities and youth the opportunity to liaise directly with policymakers, call for actions, if not investments. It's very important to have youth involved. We've discussed this before. And when I say youth, I don't mean youth as a token. I mean youth at the table. And that means youth-led initiatives, youth-led programming, coupled, of course, with financing and intergenerational dialogue and collaboration to really look at innovations and solutions. The Mountain Partnership works a lot with the Mountain Youth Hub, which was founded a couple of years ago. It's now grown to 300 members all around the world. And what we support them in the sense that we provide them an advocacy platform. So where maybe before someone else went from a different age group, we say to them, you go and talk at the ECOSOC forum, go and express your needs and your solutions and your mountain voice, talk at the Indigenous forum at the United Nations. So really providing that space. And then, of course, there is what I said before, the knowledge sharing. I think it's very important to look at what comes out from the field, from the communities, and link it to the global and the policy level. The best practices, the solutions, the innovations, those need to be collected and then pushed and wherever it's a policy brief or it's a recommendations or their key messages. And another element, of course, is storytelling. And that's where the Mountain Youth and social media platforms and communications and videos can help us because, for all of us, if we can relate to a story, we relate to the plight of someone, there's an immediate emotional connection. And that is for everyone, I think. It's a universal language. And I think, again, Mountain Youth can really help advocate for the cause because they have that immediacy, they have that voice, they have that urgent need to express. And I think for us it's very important that they lead the process. So again, youth is not a token. They have to lead the process. They have to lead the representation and the mountain voice. And obviously there are the future leaders of tomorrow. So that's who we're talking at. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, very much. So now I will open the floor. That we have very few limited time. So I request you you can ask the direct question, very brief, to the panelist, a specific panelist, or the keynote speaker. Please keep your question very brief so that we can take much more questions. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Maybe 4, 5 questions we can take. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Wright. Since we're talking about the sustaining mountain economy, in my opinion, investment on youth actually ensure the sustaining mountain economy. So that also reduce the migration problem from the mountain. So in this light, I would like to ask some questions. Especially my question goes to Dr. Bishro and Sarah. What sort of policy intervention we should explore so that the big amount of investment go to the youth in the mountains so that we can retain them in the land? And also, I would be happy if you kindly prioritize the priority, the intervention priorities, number 1, number 2, and number 3. Thank you so much.
Okay. So we have the, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm Krishna Tiwari, Institute of Forestry. I'm teaching the mountain courses in Triveni University. So when you talk about the last 2 days, you talk about the mountain are inaccessibility, fragility, and then poverty, and also now the impact on climate change. So when we talk about the economy, we talk about the in the mountain, now the remittance economy rather than the agriculture economy in this context. How this remittance economy convert into agriculture economy so that mountain people will be depends more their local product. Now it is all depend on the city area. All the there's food are being go to the village and they depend. So that my question is Dr. Paudel and also the Dr. Malhar about how this agriculture is more beneficial for the youth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have here first, yeah.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I'm the 81. I'll repeat. So, climate change is the international problem. And this problem cannot be solved immediately. It is the coordination, cooperation. But there is more. I noticed that Professor Biswanath Paudel and Tasula Master gave so much problem and challenges. So we have I noticed that there are the effect of 6E. Energy, it has affected in energy because we build hydropower, but the natural calamity destroyed. Then energy, education, all the this is a school or building are collapse. Energy, education, employment, environment, hospital construction,
Sir,
and entrepreneurship.
Brief your question.
Okay, I like to know what are the strategy and vision as a former vice chair, and what is the future programming for the commitment to solve this problem? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have three now. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Rishi Pandey, Pokhara University. I have one question and two suggestions.
Just ask the question.
Yeah.
Suggestion you can do later.
Okay, okay then. Just who finance? We have technology, trustable technology. We have ability to develop a sound policy, and even we have a ability to implement. But who finance? This is the central question for sustainability in response to climate change. That's why how we generate financing, adaptation, and mitigation. That's
Okay,
the
thank
central
you.
question.
Thank you. So we have two here. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the wonderful panel discussion. Well, my question is to Mr. Maula Fofana. Sir, World Bank has projected that Nepal's tourism contribution to GDP will be near about 6% in 2025, by the end of 2025. And mountain is our flagship product, as we know. However, the snowy mountains are gradually turning black. This has posed a serious threat to the country's economy and livelihood, especially women, indigenous and marginalized communities, which are dependent on mountain tourism and income generated by this sector. Given this backdrop, what recommendations would you want to give to the local people living in highlands to make their mountain economy resilient? Thank you.
So we have last one. Yeah.
Thank you so much, panelists, for your insightful conversation. My question goes out to Ms. Sarah. You spoke about market and market linkages. I am a gender specialist, and I'm also working in the private sector development for people from different regions. So when it comes to products made in the mountains, what advice would you give on how we can export those products to the international market? You know, given road access and access to knowledge, information, everything, your suggestion on how we can get those products in the right markets internationally would be of great help. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. So I will go to the panelists. So we start from here.
I'll try to be very brief, and I will be happy to continue the conversation after this panel. It's all about, you mentioned youth, right? I think there's one thing that we have to consider when we, going in that direction. It's all about creating green jobs. There's two things. One, how you can ensure that the current youth that are currently having some job that will disappear with the new changes, how we can help them to recycle, to have more skills when it's come to that offer. Second, there will be new jobs happening, right, when it's come to the offer side. So it means how we can help those youth to be trained and to be ready for this new type of job which no longer exists in that area, which means that there will be often demand conversation happening quite quickly. And that's come to the point that we should define what we mean by green jobs. And every type of project can also have that subject, which means every type of project that will be investing in that Nepal have to just make sure that it's locally led percentage, but also ensuring that green job is built. If the green job is not existing in that area in the mountain, they have to train the youth to just take that lead, and that helps just make it sustainable. The second aspect you mentioned on the World Bank situation and tourism, I think there's a couple of things that we have to think about. One is just protect it. How we can protect the natural capital, because that's your asset. And think about two scenarios, because you talk about tourism. If there is external crisis, no flight coming to Nepal, how you can build your national tourism to make it happen. That's the protection part. The second is how we can promote that, not only promoting the tourism outside, but also jobs, at the same time exporting the materials, but also create exchange happening between cities to protect that part. And last not the least is looking forward when it's come to create internal local economy, which not will be dependent on other economy external, which maybe take longer, but if you have a long vision about that, can help us to make it happen. So that's happening also in other countries. So that's the response I can give to all the question quickly.
I think there was a question on who finances. So there are a lot of global funds, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, Multilateral Fund, there's a lot of bilateral funds, but they're all voluntary. So I think here the issue, a lot of the negotiations between countries is looking to make sure there is financing and looking the whole idea about common but differentiated responsibilities, respective national capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a question about the mountain products. I think I might say something a bit controversial, but I think we mentioned that before. So I think it's a lot about the local and national markets that need to be reinforced, especially because we know that mountain products, someone used the term boutique, I quite like that. They are very high value and niche, and we know that we're not talking about large quantities. We're talking about very, as I said, high value products, which could be from the herbs, the spices, the cheese, that might not make, I'm not an economist, but I'm saying that you can export them and you can build that demand, but you're always talking about something quite small quantities. So that's what we've done with the crafts and the fashion project. Again, very ad hoc, we call them capsule collections, because we're not talking about 24 items that then have to be reproduced, each of them 400 times, because we know that the capacity isn't there. So I think the focus is really looking at the niche and the exquisite value of these mountain products, and then you create your marketing strategy on that. So if it is export, you're still looking at something, a specific audience, a consumer market. It might be online, it might be through hotels, it might be through restaurants, it might be through word of mouth, it might be through press. But of course, we're not talking about major exportation. So I think that's the lens, perhaps, that you would need to use. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. I will go to Vishwasar.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. In response to your question, the prioritization of investment on youth, I think in 16th plan, we said let's invest on women-based technology first because we saw that the villages are either depopulated or feminized. Right? There are many women are left in village. So the agriculture technologies has to be, in agriculture has to be more technology-based, but the technology is not like big tractor or ship deer. We need technologies that are useful to women. And and also more than that, even at the household level, we need to invest in things like washing machine. So I looked at the data from Bhutan some time ago, and I think 47% of Bhutanese households actually have washing machine. And washing machine is a very significant thing because it saves a lot of time for women, because men don't wash clothes anyway, despite our wish. Maybe I do at home, but not. But the thing is, when they have free time, they also spend time on their children. So first, invest on women-based technologies in agriculture and also household level. Number two is health and education, very important because they are, and invest there. So in our country, what does it mean is, maybe we should increase what we call diva khaja, the daily allowance for daytime food for the children. In our time, actually, they were both part of 16th plan. When I was in the planning commission, I really wanted to invest more. I wanted to invest more on hostels in mountainous regions, which, if you go to Chiton, you'd see one of them. Anyway, so, and then the third one, which is very important, is investment in startup. What does it mean? So I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to invest in semiconductor in a mountain or something, right? So that kind of startup is not something I'm talking about. I'm talking about small farms that use local raw materials. And because we cannot just import raw material and maybe bring manpower and then start a company in Baglung. We cannot do that, right? So for that, our starting point has always been, let's first use our own, first promote the farms that use our own raw materials, so that there is at least some competitive advantage on that. Okay, so that kind of startup is what we're talking. So these are the development will be gradual, right? So we invest rationally on these things. So that was the one, and then you asked. I think this actually also answers your question because you said in the presence of remittance, how do we change the structure of economy? And I say, let's put a lot of this remittance money. Right now, we're in a, I'm sure you know that our external sector is okay. So we have around $17 billion of foreign exchange. We have loan, the government has loan, but we have foreign exchange that is comparable to Bangladesh and better than Pakistan. So we can actually invest in machines and or farms that use foreign machineries, and maybe we can experiment with several things. So maybe if it is up to me, I would probably promote hydropower, also cement industries, because we have a lot of limestone, agriculture-based industries. Start from raw material. Start from the industries that use local raw materials. The only exception would be footwear industries, which are doing pretty good right now, but they actually import things from outside. So start from that. Start from something that we feel confident about, and then make a good base. Okay. So the last one. So you asked me a question on what was the So what are the strategies to address the climate change? Address the disaster brought by climate change. I think I gave that in my slide. So there are 4 strategies that I talked about. One is first invest in research, so that we can conclusively identify the impact, causal impact of maybe temperature on whatever sectors. So we don't have that kind of thing right now. So collect good data, connect this with the social science research and all that thing. Number 1. I think in number 2, I said let's invest on abatement and mitigation strategies. And I said, this is part of what we call precautionary principle. So even if there is no, even if you don't want to hear about climate change and everything, you can still invest on that thing, as a part of precaution. And then, there are the third one is investment on climate resilient infrastructure. So build better roads, because right now in every rainy season, the roads fall apart. We have a lot of problem with the road. So in addition to the road, we can invest on water saving technologies in agriculture, like drip technologies, stuff like that. So that was the third one. And then I think the fourth one is the investment on, I think it's technology, something like that. So, this is in my slide. So anyway, there are 4 strategies that I talked about. So that is what, I think is the right way forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir. So in the last 90 minutes, we discussed about how to keep people in the mountains. So we came in the conclusion that innovation and enterprise development can make the mountain economy resilient and sustainable, so that we can keep the people in the mountain. For this, we need more investment. And for the investment, we have to think to engage financial institutions and the private sector in this resilient economy. With this, I would like to conclude this session, and also thanks to the keynote speaker, panelists, and all the participants. Thank you very much, and I will hand over to Mike to the organizer.
Thank you so much to the amazing panelists, all keynote speakers, moderator, and the engaging participants. This session unpacked the urgent need for resilient economic growth in the mountain regions facing escalating climate threats. Speakers called for inclusive climate action, sustainable development, and stronger cooperation to ensure the resilience of mountain communities and ecosystems. Now it is time for appreciating the keynote speaker, panelists, and moderator for their contribution. To do that, I like to invite Mr. Sri Chandra Prasad Dhakal, President of FNCCI and a member of Steering Committee of Sagarmatha Sambaad, to the stage to present a token of appreciation. I'd like to request Mr. Biswanath Paudel to receive the token of appreciation. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Sara Manoli to receive the token of appreciation. I'd also like to request Tasi Lamo Sherpa to receive the token of appreciation. Now I'd like to request Ms. Denchan Shering to receive a token of appreciation. Now, last but not the least, I'd like to invite Dr. Rajesh Kumar Rai to receive a token of appreciation. And I'd like to request everyone on the panel to please get ready for a group photo. Once again, a heartfelt thankful to all the speakers and panelists for sharing the expertise. And now we have another session, session 13 from 5 p.m. But it's already late, so I think we'll take a short 10-minute break and we'll be at the hall after 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
birthplace of Gautam Buddha, a timeless source of wisdom for the world. Here stands Sagarmatha, Mount Everest, the pinnacle of the earth, a symbol of hope, perseverance, and strength. For centuries, this land has believed in the power of dialogue. Today, as humanity faces unprecedented challenges,
the land that carries a mantle of ancient practice of finding solutions through dialogue and discourse.
this legacy feels more important than ever. The world needs hope, action, resilience, and above all, the world needs dialogue. It is with this vision that we present Sagarmatha Sambaad, Nepal's permanent
जलवायु परिवर्तनले हामी सबैलाई असर गरिरहेको छ, तर सबैभन्दा बढी जोखिममा हामी बालबालिका र युवाहरू परिरहेका छौँ। हामी जन्मेको क्षणदेखि नै हामीले फेर्ने सास, हामीले पिउने पानी, हामीले खाने खाना र हाम्रा सपनाहरू सबैलाई यसले असर पारिरहेको छ। अत्यधिक गर्मी, बाढी र पहिरोले हाम्रा विद्यालयहरू बन्द हुन्छन्। गर्मीको लहरले हामीलाई बिरामी बनाउँछ। बाली उब्जन हुन नसक्दा भोकै पेट सुत्न बाध्य हुन्छौँ। नेपालमा वायु प्रदूषणको स्तर नियमित रूपमा संसारको सबैभन्दा खराब मध्ये एक भइरहेको हुन्छ, जसले गर्दा सुरक्षित रूपमा सास फेर्न, खेल्न, स्कुल र कलेज जान पनि गाह्रो भइरहेको छ। प्रकोपहरूले आवासहरू मात्र भत्काउँदैनन्, तिनीहरूले सपनाहरू पनि चकनाचुर पार्छन् र हाम्रो सुरक्षाको आवाज पनि खोज्छन्। यी घटनाहरूले हामीमाथि शोक, चिन्ता र आघातका गहिरा भावनात्मक घाउहरू छोड्छन्। जलवायु परिवर्तन टाढाको खतरा होइन, यो अहिले नै भइरहेको छ र हामी बालबालिका र युवाहरू यसको मूल्य चुकाइरहेका छौँ।
जलवायु परिवर्तन ठुलो चिन्ताको विषय हो, तर बालबालिका र युवाहरू यसको समाधान गर्न आफ्नो भूमिकाहरू निर्वाह गरिरहेकै छन्। हामी जवाफदेही भइरहेका छौँ। हामी विद्यालय र समुदायहरूमा जलवायु परिवर्तनबारे जागरुकता बढाउँदैछौँ। स्थानीय सरकारलाई जलवायु मैत्री र वातावरण मैत्री कार्यहरू गर्नका लागि वकालत गर्दैछौँ। हामी नयाँ र नवप्रवर्तनशील उपायहरू ल्याउने प्रयास गरिरहेका छौँ। हामीले फोहोरलाई बहुमूल्य वस्तुहरूमा रूपान्तरण गरिरहेका छौँ। हामी प्रदूषण नियन्त्रण गर्ने प्रविधिहरू ल्याउँदैछौँ। हामी चक्रीय अर्थव्यवस्थालाई प्रवर्धन गर्ने, प्रकृति संरक्षण गर्ने, जलवायु स्मार्ट कृषि, स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, व्यवसाय र आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स जस्ता विविध क्षेत्रहरूमा आफैले समाधान ल्याउने काम पनि गरिरहेका छौँ।
बालबालिका र युवाहरूले जलवायु परिवर्तनको प्रभाव कम गर्न प्रयासहरू गरिरहे तापनि हामी यो लडाईँ एक्लै लड्न सक्दैनौँ। यसका लागि हामीलाई हाम्रो सरकार, वैश्यकहरू, अगुवाहरू र सम्पूर्ण समुदाय सबैको साथ र सहयोग आवश्यक छ।
हामी भोलिका अगुवा मात्र होइनौँ, हामी आजका संवाहक पनि हौँ। त्यसकारण जलवायु परिवर्तनको न्यूनीकरण र अनुकूलनमा कदमहरू चाल्दा बालबालिका तथा युवाहरूको आवश्यकता र आवाजलाई प्राथमिकतामा राख्न तपाईँहरूलाई पनि हामी आह्वान गर्दछौँ।
भविष्य हाम्रो हातमा छ, तर हामीलाई तपाईँको पनि साथ चाहिन्छ।
के तपाईँ हामीलाई साथ दिनुहुन्छ?
जलवायु परिवर्तनले हामी सबैलाई असर गरिरहेको छ, तर सबैभन्दा बढी जोखिममा हामी बालबालिका र युवाहरू परिरहेका छौँ। हामी जन्मेको क्षणदेखि नै हामीले फेर्ने सास, हामीले पिउने पानी, हामीले खाने खाना र हाम्रा सपनाहरू सबैलाई यसले असर पारिरहेको छ। अत्यधिक गर्मी, बाढी र पहिरोले हाम्रा विद्यालयहरू बन्द हुन्छन्। गर्मीको लहरले हामीलाई बिरामी बनाउँछ। बाली उब्जन हुन नसक्दा भोकै पेट सुत्न बाध्य हुन्छौँ। नेपालमा वायु प्रदूषणको स्तर नियमित रूपमा संसारको सबैभन्दा खराब मध्ये एक भइरहेको हुन्छ, जसले गर्दा सुरक्षित रूपमा सास फेर्न, खेल्न, स्कुल र कलेज जान पनि गाह्रो भइरहेको छ। प्रकोपहरूले आवासहरू मात्र भत्काउँदैनन्, तिनीहरूले सपनाहरू पनि चकनाचुर पार्छन् र हाम्रो सुरक्षाको आवाज पनि खुस्छन्। यी घटनाहरूले हामीमाथि शोक, चिन्ता र आघातका गहिरा भावनात्मक घाउहरू छोड्छन्। जलवायु परिवर्तन टाढाको खतरा होइन, यो अहिले नै भइरहेको छ र हामी बालबालिका र युवाहरू यसको मूल्य चुकाइरहेका छौँ।
जलवायु परिवर्तन ठुलो चिन्ताको विषय हो, तर बालबालिका र युवाहरू यसको समाधान गर्न आफ्नो भूमिकाहरू निर्वाह गरिरहेकै छन्। हामी जवाफदेही भइरहेका छौँ। हामी विद्यालय र समुदायहरूमा जलवायु परिवर्तनबारे जागरुकता बढाउँदैछौँ। स्थानीय सरकारलाई जलवायु मैत्री र वातावरण मैत्री कार्यहरू गर्नका लागि वकालत गर्दैछौँ। हामी नयाँ र नवप्रवर्तनशील उपायहरू ल्याउने प्रयास गरिरहेका छौँ। हामीले
Mountains, the water towers of our world. For centuries, these glaciers and snow have fed rivers that sustain billions of living beings. Nepal is home to 8 of the tallest mountains in the world, including Sagarmatha, our Everest. These peaks form the heart of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the third pole. This region is home to 270 million who are dependent on water from these mountains. But this lifeline is breaking. Hindu Kush Himalaya glaciers disappeared 65% faster compared with the previous decade. By 2050, it is expected that we will hit peak water, following which our river flow will begin to decline. For the 1.65 billion people downstream, this isn't a distant threat. It is already here. The transformation is happening at a rapid pace and scale. Glaciers vanishing before our eyes, devastating floods, decline in crop productivity, families displaced, hazardous levels of air pollution. Just in Nepal, in 2024, 250 lives were lost to floods triggered by torrential rains in Kathmandu. A glacial lake outburst flood in Thame erased an entire village. These disasters are not natural. They are climate-driven, and the science is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which is too hot for our region, we'll lose 1/3 of glaciers by 2100.
Nepal is on the front lines of the climate crisis. This is climate injustice, unequal and loaded against countries like ours, which have non-significant contributions to global emissions. But our commitment to fighting the climate crisis is unwavering. Nepal has preserved 45% forest cover. 24% of our land is under protected areas, and much of our farming is by default nature-based. Our glacier and snow-fed rivers provide vital ecosystem services to millions downstream. Yet, we are among the hardest hit by climate change.
We've reached the final session of the day 2 of the Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025.
Let's reshape policies, and not just with urgency, but with equity, compassion, and long-term vision.
हामी स्पष्ट छौं, हिमाल केवल हाम्रो सम्पत्ति मात्र होइन, यो विश्वको जीवन रेखा पनि हो। यिनको रक्षा गर्नु हाम्रो प्राथमिकता हो र रहेको पनि छ।
Glacier melt is accelerating, triggering cascading impacts downstream. Our springs are drying. The climate crisis knows no borders. Its effects are already being felt far beyond the mountains. That's why Sagarmatha Sambaad is not just a summit, but a call from the Himalaya to the world.
International climate policy, Mr. Singh has been a leading voice advocating for equity, loss and damage finance, and systematic transformation in climate governance. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Harjit Singh.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind words. Friends, it's really an honor to be moderating this very important session, and I hope we are going to see more people in the room. This is the last session of the second day. But we know that this conversation is extremely important, and Sagarmatha Sambaad, thanks to the leadership of the government of Nepal, such a visionary initiative that provides us this very important platform to address the most pressing environmental challenges of our times, and with a special focus on how we see vulnerabilities in the mountainous regions, but the invaluable contributions that these ecosystems make. And we will be taking a deeper dive into the role of young people and looking at science, technology, and innovation. And especially when we talk about a world where 1.8 billion young people are there globally, which is the largest youth generation in history, we need to recognize and harness their energy and their initiative and their willingness to rapidly embrace technologies. And also, from a long-term perspective, we need to look at how we look at the intergenerational justice. And they have played a very phenomenal role in the climate justice movement. We know that in the last few years, how they took to streets, how they held governments to account. And as climate impacts are increasing, we would like to see how young people can play a role, particularly in vulnerable regions like Hindu Kush Himalayas. And they are uniquely positioned to devise local innovative solutions, whether we look at food security or we look at climate proofing our houses and infrastructure, to phasing out fossil fuels in a just and equitable manner. And so our discussion is going to be really important for us to go into some of those issues. And to do that, I have a very eminent panel. So I'm going to introduce and would request them to come to stage one by one. So such an honor to invite Professor Dr. Bhagwan Koirala, who is a Nepalese cardiothoracic surgeon. He is a distinguished Nepalese cardiothoracic surgeon, professor, and philanthropist, widely recognized for pioneering open heart surgery in Nepal, and he has made profound contributions to the country's healthcare sector, particularly in the cardiac care. And so I was reading pages and pages about him. So Dr. Koirala was instrumental in establishing and leading Nepal's first dedicated heart hospital, the Shaheed Gangalal National Heart Center, significantly improving access to cardiac surgery for the Nepali population. And he has played a very important role in turning a former shoe warehouse into a state-of-art cardiac facility. Let's talk about technology and innovation. So we'd love to hear more about it, Doctor. And he's very passionate advocate for accessible healthcare, and his focus on how poor people can get access is just remarkable. His oft-quoted motto is, "No child of this country shall die of heart disease because of poverty." And the way he advocates for air quality improvement and people's rights. And throughout his career, of course, back to heart surgeries, 14,000 heart surgeries plus. And he's also an academic, so one of the Nepal's most respected medical figures. So such a pleasure to have you. Please take your seat. This is about youth, so I'm going to invite Diksha Baral, who is a climate justice activist and national network coordinator of Nepalese Youth for Climate Action, the largest and oldest youth network tackling climate change. She has been actively engaged in advocating and raising awareness among young people, children, and communities about climate change and the kind of impacts people are facing. She successfully organized many national conferences, and she has been representing young people at COP28, COP29, and many young people's delegation. And she also campaigns for several, yeah, absolutely. And she has led many campaigns such as Safe and Clean Air for All, Know What You Breathe campaign, Shift campaign, Red Alert campaign, and also Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which I'm part of. So yeah, her mission is to ignite global awareness and action against climate change through inspiring grassroots level actions. Please, pleasure to have you. Next, I'm going to invite Professor Prajal Pradhan, who is at the University of Groningen, the Netherlands. He has experience designing relevant research on sustainable development, climate change, and food systems, extremely important in our times. His current research focuses on understanding the necessary conditions for long-term sustainability, including achieving sustainable development goals, food system transformation, and climate resilience. Professor Prajal has received ERC Starting Grant 2022, and he was a lead author of the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Land, and a contributing author of the AR6 Assessment Report 6, IPCC Working Group 3 report, and IPCC Working Group 2 report of the AR6. So such a pleasure to have this deep experience from the climate science. So welcome, Professor Pradhan. Dan Sweeney, he is a research scientist and a mechanical engineer leading household energy and air quality research at the D-Lab at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Aligned with D-Lab's approach, Dan's work emphasizes design with as opposed to design for. So when we talk about working with communities, I think that's going to be a great example of how we work with communities and not for. So really looking forward to your insights. And he has been working in collaboration with community organizations and social enterprises that are serving communities, particularly looking at household energy products and services. Very important for this session, so he co-leads Himalaya Home Energy, a consortium of universities, NGOs, and social businesses that work with rural communities to design and distribute affordable and efficient energy technologies tailored to local needs and preferences. So prior to MIT, he was a Fulbright scholar and holds BS and PhD degrees in mechanical engineering. So such a deep experience and very relevant for this Samvad. Last but not the least, I have Romsat Vachira Ratan Kornakul. I hope I pronounced your name right. She is a regional focal point for climate change and the environment at the UN Human Rights, OHCHR. She convenes environment and climate change in Asia, and she works to integrate human rights principles into climate change policy and governance, supporting UN agencies and governments and civil society and regional actors in advancing rights-based approaches to environmental protection and climate action. So her work focuses on strengthening legal frameworks, advocating for environmental human rights defenders, and amplifying the voices of vulnerable people, particularly women, children, youth, indigenous people, and communities. So you can understand such an eminent panel we have. Before we get started, we have an introductory video, or two videos actually, if you can play those to remind us about the Samvad, please.
Call of the Sagarmatha, Nepal, a nation where the mountain touches the sky. Call of the Sagarmatha, Nepal, a nation where the mountain touches the sky.
They are watching the first episode of the Sagarmatha Sambaad aims to tackle the greatest challenge of our times, climate change, mountain, and the future vision to humans. This dialogue will touch on the necessity of preserving the 1.5 degree Celsius ambition to save our planet, connecting islands to islands in corridor connectivity, food security, and resilient agriculture. Empowering local climate actions in the mountains. We will also explore the opportunities of a green economy. Powering the future with clean energy, uncovering the basis of nature, culture, and adventure in the mountains. Our mountain ecosystems are fragile. Nepal is among the most vulnerable countries to climate change. The dialogue will address this head-on, covering mountain risk assessment and monitoring, addressing loss and damage with anticipatory action. The discussions will be comprehensive and ambitious, covering climate justice and the shared future of humanity, sustainable cities, and resilient communities. Building an inclusive future with children, youth, women, disabled people, and senior citizens. Intergenerational equity, bridging science and technology to strengthen mountain resilience, sustaining our mountain economies with innovation and care. But Nepal cannot face this alone. We call for global and regional partnerships. Pricing of the ecosystem services we protect and fair payment mechanisms for their conservation. Water, food, and health security must be the foundation of a climate resilient future of our mountains. We need more climate finance to respond to the climate disasters. We envision cities and communities that are green, resilient, and inclusive. We strive for the prosperity, well-being of our people, and the health of our planet. Let's do it together. Let's do it with urgency, solidarity, and innovation. The fate of humanity depends on the choices we make now for our glaciers, our mountains, and generations to come.
missed some of the sessions or thematic areas, you get a sense of the kind of issues that are being covered at Sagarmatha Sambaad, which is extremely important for us to look at the challenges as well as solutions. And hearing Honorable Prime Minister Oli, I must mention, last year I had the honor of meeting him as part of a small delegation. We were supposed to meet for about half an hour, and the discussion went on for more than 75 minutes, and I was deeply impressed with the way he was explaining about the geography and environmental challenges in the region and what needs to happen on climate change. So a lot of it was coming from his deep understanding, and this particular Samvad is a testament to his commitment and understanding of climate change and how important the issue is. Okay, so now is the time to invite Dr. Koirala to give a keynote address, and he has a few slides. So over to you, Dr. Koirala.
Thank you, Harjit, such a nice introduction. And thanks to the government of Nepal for organizing such an important international meeting. And I'm really proud and honored to be here in this particular meeting. Now, you heard my background. I'm a clinician. I still work in a very busy practice setup. But the reason I'm here today is I spent my third of my life trying to learn the tricks and trade of medicine and surgery and then cardiac surgery. And third would have been trying to work on how do we really make that technology available and accessible to the people of Nepal. And briefly, Harjit touched upon, we try to do that at a certain scale. As I grew a little maybe mature, I don't want to say I grew older, but started realizing that fixing one patient at a time is great. You feel good, and that's very important. But you also have to look at the determinants of health as we learn in our community and public health science. And I had to learn to run hospitals, work through the systems. So then I started learning the little bit of science of public health, and that's how I got into thinking through how do we really start changing the systems. And one of the determinants of health in the current era, particularly for Nepal, is the climate change. Of course, there are a lot of other things associated with it, and I'm not an environmental scientist in that sense, but a lot of common sense things come into play, and we see how this particular issue is completely changing the landscape of non-communicable diseases in the country. I'm going to show you some of the numbers that I think you're all aware, but I think it's worth repeating here. And I'm going to be talking a little bit more from the health perspective on this particular topic. And because health and education are two most important things that we always strive to get right in the national context. Probably would not be wrong to say that climate change and NCDs, non-communicable diseases, are two major global crises of our time. Because from a health perspective, I'm going to show you Nepal, the biggest cause of death, you may not be fully aware that 3/4 of all deaths in Nepal, and in many other LMICs, low-income countries, are from non-communicable diseases. If you add the injuries, which again relate to a lot of these climate changes and the catastrophes that we see now and then, it becomes 78% of all deaths happen due to these conditions. That's massive. So we're going to have to do something about the bigger perspective that leads to this massive amount of deaths. And if you really put it down, 3 major disease conditions cause deaths in cardiovascular, respiratory, and cancers. So I think there's a lot to talk about how do we really work at the bigger system level to minimize the consequence of this. And by the way, 54 to 58%, this data changed depending upon who you quote, of the cost of these treatments go out of pocket at the point of care delivery. So I think here is impact of climate change on health, but also I, as somebody who's working on trying to work through the system, learning the health system delivery, we also have to think through the impact of health activities on the climate change, on the the pollution and the impact on the environment. Just to be brief, I don't want to be too scientific here. I think what I'm going to say now on would be something that our youth would pick up on those topics and try to build on that, think through, and maybe interact with the health community on trying to find newer ways of tackling those issues through the innovation and research in future. Just to summarize, though, the climate change, starting from the change in the quality of air, increasing the pollution, which, sometimes I come out on the street at times, just asking the government, let me have a clean air to breathe, government, something like that. But this is something overarching, and that changes a lot of things. And pollution is one of the biggest causes of cardiovascular disease now, and it's one of the 5 risk factors that WHO defines as a cause of cardiovascular disease. Same thing happens with agricultural pattern changes, food supply. We already have malnutrition, and then that gets worse by these types of changes in the environment, these landslides, the floods. The rise in temperature. Somebody was talking today that there are now centers for dealing with high temperature insults, and there are a lot of issues in our migrant workers of the damages that high temperatures during working hours do cause, particularly the renal problems and the cardiovascular assault. Is a big issue in itself. And some other issues that in totality will increase the risk of non-communicable disease. And obviously floods, water pollution would also increase some of the diarrheal diseases and other things. And all of that will cause increased mental health issues, stresses, anxiety, depression, and a lot of that. And this will also reduce the chances of children and adolescents getting right learning opportunities at villages and even in the cities at this time. So it's overarching, even from the health perspective, this topic is very important. Now, there are, I think Harjit put it aptly in the beginning introductory remarks that 1.2, 1.5 billion children aged between 15 and 24, and 20% of Nepal's population between 16 and 25 years, and 40% between 16 to 40. This youth is increasing in number. Unfortunately, many of them are going out for jobs because of a number of reasons, but this is a huge resource that Nepal can bank on. We also have problem of poverty, as I said before. 1/4 actually lives below the poverty line. We have massive geographic, educational, and economic challenges, as I briefly touched upon. So between all of this, we have to work trying to fix our own basic healthcare system, as well as try and prevent the massive devastating impacts of the climate change. We do have a lot of rules developing as we speak now, including on the climate change, as you guys know better than I know. But the UNICEF did a survey on what was the knowledge about those rules and regulations in some of the study that they carried out. And looks like our youngsters, not many people over 40 years of age, but youngsters probably are aware, at least a little worried about the climate change. They're aware that there are laws, and 96% tell that they are keen to address climate change. This is a good sign in the young population. They are educated now better than ever before. Well, there was a nice study done by this group. I think British Council sponsored this, and just to see that the knowledge of climate change policies and its acts is quite prevalent, and they also tell that the sources of information is mostly social media rather than structured national advocacy platforms. Well, I guess there are a few things that I want to share with the young colleagues that you guys are going to have to take it further, elaborate on it, develop the ways to deal with it, trying to create the platforms for sharing those things. Would be different ways of promotions of green belts. And by the way, Nepal actually has done very good job in increasing the size of the green areas over the last 20-25 years. Increased the forest area covers now more than 40%, if I'm not wrong, starting from 20-25% 20-25 years ago. So I think we've done a good job in forest side, but there are a lot of other issues that are yet to be done. Increasing awareness among the population, your neighbors, your family members itself, We do talk a lot, but following that in real life becomes a challenge. So I think using new technologies, including social media, formal education, and interestingly, energy efficiency is something that Nepal has done well in last 5 years or so. I'm going to probably show you a few numbers. I don't need to really be authentic on that. But we have a long way to go on the renewable energy, although we started talking about it. Now, there would be a lot of new technologies that we could use in the area of early warning of these disasters, including use of AIs, use of drones, use of telemedicine services. We've been talking about telemedicine to provide care in the remote sites since last 20 years or some, but somehow hasn't really gone that well. I think there is a lot to do on this side. And by the way, these EVs have taken over like 75% of the sale last year in Nepal as opposed to the fossil fuel. It's great news, but we have too much of traffic congestions, and I think the motor vehicle accidents is an issue here. So I would like to see that our youth, you guys, learn to lead this agenda and increase the climate literacy among yourself, your colleagues, families. And by the way, you guys are the best advocates, best teachers of your family. Advocacy and influence on climate policies. I think a lot of things would come up with this great panel. How do we really do that? Bring on board the youth. And you guys need to learn how do we really develop projects based on those concepts, and also have some business skills. You need resources to be able to do that. You can't just keep asking money to do the work. So I think I would say, in short, that we need to engage youth in fighting climate crisis through probably incorporating this topic and agenda in our schools and university education. And the way health education is important right from the beginning, I think including this topic would be equally important. Mandatory participation of young population in national, international meetings, and probably in the policy development forums would be something that I would strongly advocate for. And I think we need to find more evidence which will provide us in power to do decision making. I think this is where we lack. Nepal doesn't do much of research on itself, and neither does it have a lot of resources to do that. But unless we have numbers, we can't really advocate for what we want to really do. And digital technology now is really gone beyond. By the way, when we talk about advancement in science, we always think, oh, Nepal is not yet ready to use advanced science. I think it's the opposite. Nepal is the best place suited for use of those advanced technologies if we really do it right. So again, we also need to look at the effects of healthcare system on the climate, on the air pollution, and global warming, which is just the beginning of the discussions in Nepal, probably in most of these low-income countries now. But I'm happy to say that some of the projects that we're now trying to do, we're really trying to focus on how not to damage the health of others by trying to provide care. I think there's a lot Nepal and other countries can do on this. And also Nepal is a unique place, as you are being part of this whole process. And I think Nepal can be a place where a lot of things can be developed so that the global community can see and learn from particularly the high altitude science. Well, I hesitate to say that we could lead research in mountain medicines, but definitely we can be a major part of this research in mountain medicine. And there are some initiatives already going on. And just to tell you, by the way, how about, say, thousands of trekkers in Everest, Kanchenjunga, and all these 8 highest peaks of Nepal, hundreds of deaths up in the mountains. And now we're part of the discussion, not yet launched. How do we really save those lives? High stake, great people, advocates for Nepal, advocate for mountain. They just die just because they are not being rescued in time right at the high altitude. And it's something that high tech can enable us to save many of those, probably dozens, if not hundreds. That would give another confidence for more trekkers to come in and see those. And we could also lead the world in doing research in mountain medicine at the highest altitudes of the world. And there are a lot of other places we have high altitudes, but I think this would be something that, and we've done some research. My colleague has done the effect of heart function, effect of altitude on heart function, the heart rates and blood pressures at average level. So these are the things that we could always look at doing leading research in Nepal. So I think to cut the long story short, I think we as a community, we have to realign our priorities, particularly in Nepal and countries like this. We have to come up with common national agenda. Climate change is one of those. Obviously, we have other major issues like access to quality health and education, to be able to breathe a clean air, and of course, bad governance is a plague of the current times, and I would wish that we could see better governance in coming days. I would stop here, and if there are any questions, I'll take it.
Excellent. A big round of applause for Dr. Koirala, and I must say, thank you so much for all the work that you do and for your insights. And I would dare say that doctors and medical professionals are the most trusted in the society. So what you say, what you do really matters. And deep respect and appreciation for the work you do, wearing your white coat in the operation theaters and taking the issue to the streets.
Thank you.
Because people listen to you. Thank you so much. So building on all those insights, I'm going to go to Romset, because what we heard today, the kind of impacts we are seeing, it's a human rights issue. Let's talk about that a bit more. So Romset, you work with United Nations human rights body. So from a human rights perspective, how does climate change disproportionately affects the fundamental rights of young people in particular in vulnerable regions like the Himalayas? And why is their participation in climate action, including through science, technology, and innovation, is a rights imperative? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Hajit, and namaste, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Nepal government for inviting me to be part of this important discussion. And actually, my recent visit to Nepal, it was just last year in September during the flooding and landslide. And so I see and witness the incident with my own eyes, where the infrastructure are disrupted. I stuck at the airport for a day, and then I visit the Pokhara and visit the Kulung village and see what is the situation on the ground and how especially the young people from the communities engaged and preserve their communities. So I firmly believe that unlocking the potential of youth is not just the beneficial, but also the essential for the just and sustainable future. So as Hajit already mentioned, I work with the Human Rights Office, the United Nations Human Rights. So I look at the issue, the impact of climate change from human rights lens. So everything that we just saw from the video or from the keynote speech of Dr. Bangwant is I look into this issue from the human rights lens, including the international human rights obligations. So the imminent issue that the young people, and I cannot talk about young people without talking about children, has been disproportionately impacted by the climate change is the death, which is the human rights to life and human rights to health. The extreme weather event, especially in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, the climate-related disasters like glacier melt, food insecurity, water scarcity, extreme weather event threaten the survival of children and youth because of their physical conditions. And we see a lot of research or even the study about the preterm birth, premature death, malnutrition, and also the long-term development of youth. So these all impact the life and well-being of young people and children. And I see a lot of people from the younger generation, and I would like to ask the question as well. Do you feel hopeful or depressed after 2 days of listening about climate change? Do you feel hopeful? Do you feel depressed? I'm glad to see that everyone still feels hopeful, because it's not the physical impact, but also the mental health issue. because of these extreme weather event or the insecurity or displacement, it creates a lot of anxiety and stress on young people, PTSD, depression, especially for young people or children who has experienced the loss of their family members due to extreme weather event. And another thing I would like to highlight that's really relevant to children and youth is the right to education. Because as we know that climate-related disaster has impact the education facilities. And UNESCO has estimate that around the world, 175 million children are exposed to extreme weather events annually. And between 2008 to 2018, an average of 24 million children were forced out of school due to the extreme weather event. And also, it's linked to a long-term issue like the economic stability, because they forced out of the school. They might experience the youth unemployment, migration, or even lead to the child labor and migration. And also, one thing I really want to highlight is that that's why all of these challenges really imperative for their participation in the climate decision making, because we all heard this, nothing without us, about us without us. So many youth still face this issue, and I stop at the first draft here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramset, for really, a round of applause. Really unpacking some of those issues, and I'm sure we'll pick that up, and I'm going to request the audience to keep your questions ready, and we would like to hear from you and engage in a dialogue. And when we talk about human rights violations, and here we are at the Sagarmatha Sambaad discussing climate justice, it's a justice issue. So I'm going to come to Diksha to connect all those with the climate justice aspect and share what are the primary barriers young Nepalese are actually facing, as especially the marginalized communities in mountainous regions, in accessing science, technology, innovation to address some of these issues, and what are the opportunities that you see for them in terms of climate action and how they can really play that role and to deliver climate justice. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Harjeet, and good evening, everyone. So it's an honor to speak at this platform, and I would really like to thank Government of Nepal for this opportunity. So, talking about the climate justice, and when we talk about the people, young people from the mountain community, the situation there is really different. Few weeks ago, I was myself there at Thame Solukhumbu at the pre-event of Sagarmatha Sambaad, and I could see the first-hand impact of climate change. Last year only, there was a glacial lake outburst flood, and that impacted the whole mountain community. And when I went there, I could see it from the different lens. So I had a talk with small children and what was their perspective or what they had seen. So the situation there is that they fear for tomorrow. They have been deprived of education for a few days because the only school was swept away by the flood. And also the only health post was also swept away. So for the few days they had to actually travel to different place that was about 3 hours far, and now they are staying there. That means children, when we talk about the children or young people, even the basic right is deprived due to climate change. So connecting it to the climate justice and mountain people, they are doubly marginalized. That means they are economically marginalized and also by the climate change. That means we have to see it from the different lens, and when it comes to the science and technology and connecting it or trying to connect it to the solutions, first of all, in Nepal, when we look at our education system, that is like very basic, or that does not actually connect practically to the. So I have even experienced that. So I belong to the environmental science background. And the education here is not that practical, that I have got to learn about the climate change. very later. And similar to that, the people from the mountain community, which is often excluded or even excluded from other areas and very hard to reach. That is, the scenario is very different from even here from the Kathmandu. So we have to actually, keeping all that aside, we also have to look to the solutions. The platforms like NYCA, which I'm a part of, is a leading platform here in Nepal, connecting different young people from all over the country in the hills, mountains, and in the Tarai plains. So we have been working together to raise awareness and try to teach children and youth, also the youth, about the climate change issues and how we can actually be a part of those solutions. Also, we are also trying to work in the grassroots. We promote the grassroots initiatives, and also, as we believe in the grassroots actions, we are trying to work more with the local communities and local government as well. And if this session is all about the innovation, so we also believe that innovation not only limits to the inventions or the generation of products, but also connecting with the policies. That's where we are trying to connect or bridge the local initiatives with the national and international policies. So in this way, we are trying to bring forward those mountain voices and also connect with the policies. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Diksha. She comes from the community, she works with the community, and she understands the kind of challenges that they are facing and developing solutions with them. I think that's remarkable. And thank you so much for all your work, and you are the real inspiration for all of us to really spend much more time at the grassroots level. So thank you again. It's time to move towards how. And Professor Pradhan, I'm going to come to you, and you are an IPCC author. For those who don't know, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is the top global body that synthesizes the work from around the world and actually sets the tone and direction for what needs to happen. So being an IPCC author, contributing to the scientific understanding that underpins dialogues like the one that we are having here, you have to tell us about how, and how we can actively involve youth, the challenges that Diksha talked about in terms of engaging them in science and technology and innovation, which is so fundamentally critical for addressing the climate crisis, particularly in the mountainous region where access is a real issue. So, and how can we look at it from a long-term perspective? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Harjit. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, Subha Sandhya. So in my view, yeah, so youth needs to kick to ensure long-term sustainability. What I mean by kick is like K is for knowledge, I is for innovation, I is for implementation, and C is for critical thinking. Yeah? So let me explain a bit more what I mean here. Yeah? First, let's talk about knowledge. Yeah? In terms of knowledge, youth can contribute to generate holistic knowledge, yeah? Not the fragmented one. Yeah? The holistic knowledge on sustainability. Yeah? What does sustainability means? Yeah? And here, we have to understand that sometimes when we talk about sustainability, we are thinking only in terms of environmental sustainability. But here, my definition of sustainability is to building societal prosperity and foundation within the Earth system limit, within the planetary boundary, at the meantime ensuring planetary health. So we have to think about this sort of knowledge where youth can generate new knowledge on sustainability, not in fragments, but more a holistic knowledge in a systematic manner. That's the first point. And the second point is implementation and action is needed. And youth can contribute a lot in implementing sustainable solutions. And when we talk about sustainability, the current framework of sustainability is the global agreed framework of sustainability is the Sustainable Development Goals. So in 2015, global community, global governance agreed 17 Sustainable Development Goals consisting of 169 targets to be achieved by 2030. Unfortunately, no country is on track to meet the SDGs, all the SDGs. It doesn't matter whether it's a rich country or a poor country. So here I see I see a lot of things can be done by youth also to accelerate SDG progress, yeah. And one of the thing here is also to understand when you talk about sustainability and multidimensional, multifaceted aspect of sustainability, there are synergies, there are trade-offs. So one example of synergy would be, like when you look at the data of the countries where we have a huge under 5 mortality rate, yeah, and open defecation, yeah, and we can see a good relation between like country which has a high rate of open defecation also has a high rate of under 5 mortality rate. In that context, if we generate a proper sanitation facilities, yeah, it will help also to reduce under 5 mortality rate. So there are a lot of synergies like this in SDGs. Yeah. However, there are also trade-offs. For example, if you look at the material consumption and then poverty head count, what we see is like poor country has a lower amount of material consumption. However, the rich country has a higher amount of material consumption. Yeah? And in terms of sustainability, what we need to do is like we have to ensure the responsible level of material consumption. At the meantime, we have to also ensure elimination of poverty. What does that mean is the traditional paradigm of reducing poverty and increasing material consumption doesn't work when we talk about sustainability. So here we have to think about synergies, we have to think about trade-offs and try to look at the solutions where we can leverage synergies. At the meantime, we can also tackle trade-off. At the meantime, SDGs are till 2030, yeah? So we have to also think about a post-2030 agenda. The third and the most important thing is critical thinking, yeah? Because whenever we are talking about science, technology, and innovation, we think that science and technology will solve everything, yeah? We are thinking about techno-fix, yeah? So that might not be the case. So I will also encourage youth also for critical thinking. One example, we heard a lot about artificial intelligence, yeah? And I have also interacted with some of our youth, and they are using artificial intelligence for different purposes, yeah? And we have to think about how can we use artificial intelligence knowing its potential and limits. So basically, in my perspective, there's three things, right? Knowledge, implementation, and critical thinking is required from the youth side, yeah, so that they can contribute not only for climate action and reducing mitigating climate change, but also to ensure sustainable transformation, yeah, where we are trying. What we mean here is like to balance socio-economic and environmental aspect, all the 3 dimensions of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Pradhan. I hope everybody listened to that kick that he was talking about, and I'm going to be going for a quiz in the next few minutes. So please remember, right? And I hope you are listening. And I totally agree with you, and especially the way you talked about the development and climate action. They are not at odds with each other. We have to talk about, and especially in the developing country context, we also have an opportunity when development has not reached that point right at the beginning, how we can integrate climate action and SDGs. They're not at odds with each other, but must go hand in hand. And especially when you talk about empowering people, and something that I have been saying for a very long time, that we should not look at empowerment just as a destination. We need to give them some skills or knowledge. No, the way you empower people is extremely important. So your kick actually matters, because things are changing so fast that you cannot expect somebody sitting at the top in the boardroom or a company is going to develop solutions for you. You have to develop your own solutions, which means you need to have knowledge, you need to have the power of implementation, and that thinking to come up with your own solutions, because things are changing. Imagine we are living in a 1.6 degree warmer world. When we got the Paris Agreement, we were around 1 degree warmer. And every fraction of warming is bringing us devastating impacts and such uncertainty which we can't really deal with. So we should have those skills. So I totally agree with you. Before I go for the second round, I'm going to open the floor and would like to hear. Oh, sorry, I'm going to go to Dan. Sorry, I got too excited. Okay, so let's take a pause. Let's go to Dan to hear one more important work, and particularly going into the how part of it. So Dan, your work on MIT Lab, especially with the Himalaya Home Energy Consortium, directly addresses some of the critical needs that we have in the mountain communities, which does remain a central concern of Sagarmatha Sambaad. And I would request you to share why and how community-driven design in energy technology is so urgent, and how do you engage communities? So over to you.
All right, thank you, Harjeet, and namaste. It's nice to see everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I traveled a long way to come to this. I've been to Nepal many times before, but usually I'm not in a place like this, a room, a meeting like this. I spend a lot of time in the rural areas. I'm very comfortable breaking stones and cutting grass and working with mato. I'm a little bit less comfortable here, but but I'm happy to speak about some of the things that we're doing. So I'm part of a group at MIT. We're a small group, an interdisciplinary group that focuses on the rural challenges around the world. And a big part of what we do is we follow MIT's motto, which is mens et manus. That's Latin, it means mind and hands. And I think in Nepali it's man rahat. Is that right? Yeah, which sounds good too. And so, you know, we have a lot of courses. Diksha, you mentioned about the theoretical knowledge, right? We learn a lot of that in school, right? But we have fewer opportunities to put that into practice. And so a big part of what I do is introduce students, introduce young people to these experiences where they can put those skills into practice, and a special type of experience that they may not get at MIT or even in the US, which is in places like Nepal, where the rural context is very different and the challenges are very different. So I'm very lucky. I get to visit Nepal frequently. We have a collaboration here with Kathmandu University and Dulikhel Hospital. And we get to go with our students from KU and from MIT to the rural areas in Kavre, Nuwakot, Rasua, or a few places. And they get to spend some time living in those communities, doing the everyday tasks that mostly women are doing, but helping with those. And then working together with the community members to develop some solutions to the challenges they're facing. And we focus a lot on energy, although there's many other needs we've heard about today in agriculture, in economic activities, and transportation, connecting to other places. So what I really appreciate about working with these type of youth, these students, is these students are from, you know, the best institutes in their countries, right? They will go on to become leaders in business and government, research, academia. And so it's a really great opportunity for me and my collaborators at KU Dulikhel Hospital to introduce these students to a different learning platform, I would say, in the rural context. And I've had a lot of students tell me that their time of their whole experience at MIT, at KU, the work that we did in the communities was the most impactful. They're going to take that forward for the rest of their lives. Maybe some of them will be at COPs, some of them will be in other, you know, big positions. And so I think they'll take those experiences forward. The other youth that I work with through my job are the youth in the communities. And I think in Nepal, it's 40% of the population is in this 16 to 40-year-old age bracket. And so I did a little research. Most of the places that I work, I look at the population age distribution. So it's a chart where you can see population of a country by age. And in a lot of developing countries, it follows a pyramid shape. We know this, right? So we have a lot of people in the younger groups. I think the mean age in Nepal is 24 years. So many people are entering the workforce. And I think about, you know, what are these people going to do, right? 70% of the population is still rural, or more than that, I think, in Nepal. What will they do for income and employment? And so what we really try to do through our work is engage those youth and introduce them to a transformation they may have not gotten in their education or in their life at home. And that's really using a design process, design cycle that a lot of us know about, and creativity to think about challenges in their daily life and then come up with solutions to those challenges, right? So I can speak more about some specific examples, but we think that community engagement really achieves, you know, in the long term, much better adoption, better health outcomes that we've measured, better outcomes on the environment. We've measured wood consumption in some communities where we've worked and found that some of the technologies we've developed have really decreased harvesting of firewood from forests. So yeah, these outcomes are generally better. The downside of working collaboratively with a community is it takes long, right? We have to travel far. It's at least 1 day to go to any place that we work, sometimes up to 3 days in Nepal. And so there's a lot of challenges there. It can be costly, right? We're sending teams from MIT, from KU to work with these communities. So there are a lot of challenges there too, but I think we're still focused on those long-term benefits. So I think I'll stop there. I have a few other points, but we'll pick those up later.
Thank you so much, Dan. I'm sure we'll come back to you once we have questions from the floor. And thank you for giving example of actually implementing the kick that Professor Pradhan talks about, how to really take that to the ground. So as you could see, I'm very excited to open the floor, and I really want to hear from you. And it's time for you to ask questions or share reflections. I already see a hand from a young lady, 2, 3, great. Wonderful. Can we start from there? Please introduce yourself, and if you want to address your question to a particular panelist, please do. No, start with the lady, please. Yeah, from her. She'll speak first.
Hello. Yeah. Namaste, everyone. My name is Tashi Lanzom, and yes, I'm a young person. I just want to point out that as I see this lot of empty seats here, it's a reminder that that young people's participation in this Sambaad has been very low. So I want to point this out because this is the first climate dialogue where I have seen so many empty spaces. Because as we all know, the young people are more interested in the climate sector and climate change than our older generation, because of the fact that this crisis is intergenerational in nature. So let this be a kind of a reminder to whoever responsible to include more youths here. And yeah. So I just want to point that out. I'm so sorry, no questions.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Extremely useful. I'm sure organizers are in the room listening. Go ahead.
Hi, namaste. It's me Naveen, a public health professional, currently working on public health issue. Dr. Koira is the keynote speaker, but I have a question for him, so I need an answer from him. Yesterday, Right Honorable Prime Minister launched the NDC report, and I just opened it and directly saw the adaptation priorities of the government. And there I saw that in the health, drinking water and sanitation, that only 500 health professionals will be trained by 2030. We are talking that climate change has a lot of direct impacts on the human health. In the intersectionality approach, health should not be left behind. Is this number is sufficient to involve young health professionals in these 5 years of duration? And later on by 2035, it will be reached to 5,000. As we are talking, health should be considered in every aspect of climate. Are we making evidence-based priorities or adaptation priorities by government of Nepal? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll collect a few questions. Let's take, I think there was one more hand from there, and then yeah, a couple of, we'll come to you.
Hello everyone. It's me, Sumit Shah. As a public health student and executive member of We for Change, I have questions to concerned panelists. I have 3 questions regarding these sessions as a youth lead. How did you suggest empowering youth from marginalized community to participate actively in scientific and technological field? And another question I have, what roles do you see for young public health professionals in designing and implementing early warning systems for climate sensitive disease? And last questions I have, what policy recommendation can youth advocate focus on to ensure that public health remains a priority in national climate strategy? Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I am Asna Pandey, grade 10 student from Darwar High School. I'm a
I'm a 14-year-old and I am here as a children. So I have few questions to Ms. Diksha Baral, and as well I have questions for Mr. Harjit Singh if it's possible. So my question to Diksha Baral is that, as you said, in our country we don't have practical learning, or like we have moreover like a theoretical learning in our country. So what is the gap that is there which is stopping our country from that, and what NGOs or like INGOs or the government can do to maybe minimize it? Or it's not only about unlocking youth potential, but it's also about acknowledging them. Like we should acknowledge who are there for science, technology, or for climate, right? So what are the problems that you see as a young maybe like people, but like what are the things that you see should be done, or like we should start to do as from now, so that we can make improvements for the future? And I have a question for Mr. Harjit Singh, by the way. So as fossil fuel is like a lot of people in our country are dependent on fossil fuel from like the day they start, like from the children to older people. We are dependent on fossil fuel, and it's not possible to just shift to clean energy immediately, right? So in remote areas it is not possible for clean energy, or it's not affordable yet, right? So how can we balance those both, and how can we go together while balancing the people who are facing fossil fuel issues as well? How can we go along with them, or like how can we make it affordable, or maybe how can we make them how can we access them to like clean energy? Like, do you have any suggestions? So yeah, that's much. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw one more hand here. Okay, we'll go to her.
Okay, namaste everyone. I am Srisa Pandey, co-founder of Biodrishti. We are a climate tech innovator, and my question is for Prajal sir. And what do you see the difference between the mindset of the students outside and here, if you have any experience here, and how to develop the mindset that go towards the innovating something and not being the employee of the other people? So what can be done in the present context, and what if our next Einstein or our Marie Curie are in the classroom lost and they haven't found their potential? So what can be done for the unlocking the innovative mindset? Thank you.
Excellent question. We can take two more and then I'll go to the panelists.
Hello.
Okay, you go ahead. Can we give mic to him, please?
So hello, it's me Ritesh Panthi. I am currently representing the Diplomat magazine to cover this event, Sagarmatha Sambaad. And my question is, Ms. Romchat, I'm also pursuing my LLM in Human Rights and Gender Justice in Nepal. So my question is, in Nepal, climate change disproportionately impact marginalized communities, including indigenous people, women, and children, threatening their fundamental rights to life, housing, health, development. Okay. How can the OSCHR support Nepal in integrating human rights principles into its climate adaptation strategies, ensuring that these vulnerable groups are actively involved in decision-making process and have equitable access to climate finance and loss and damage mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the last question of this round.
Lorenzo Quintana, University of Groningen. I have a question for Ms. Diksha and Mr. Prajal, and it concerns the fact that we know that in the next round of the IPCC, also the mountain community will be involved, and also the indigenous knowledge will be involved. What will be, in your opinion, the best way to make sure that also the youth is heard in that round of informing the science of the IPCC in general, about what is best for bringing that knowledge forward? And Prajal, from the scientific perspective, and also your experience as an author of the IPCC, IPCC. What could be the best way to integrate this knowledge into the scientific insights and work and report that you are drafting in that regard?
Thank you. Did you introduce yourself?
Lorenzo Quintana, University of Groningen.
Thank you so much. And thank you for a very practical question. I think we can go to Dr. Koirala first to respond to the questions.
I think this was directed from him, right? I didn't exactly get which particular speciality of training you were talking about, but I can also take the second question from the public health perspective. We really do have a challenge of developing the projection of which type of health professional does Nepal need to take care of its population over the next 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. That's a challenge in itself, and we also realize that that's a changing number. It doesn't remain same. You got to keep doing back and forth. But I do agree for sure, and I was part of the working groups in a number of occasions on Medical Education Commission in Nepal and part of the writing of the act itself, that unfortunate that we could not come up with a number of slots that are required to deal with the public health issues, at least to keep one public health officer in each municipality of Nepal. I think hopefully this is in process, and the latest gestures are that what we call positions in the government system are being sanctioned. It has not yet been. I totally agree that that's extremely important. And the same thing applies to a number of other professions. So again, coming up with the target number, as well as coming up with the strategies to train those people through our university system and or utilizing external support is a big challenge. I do agree that we need to work a lot more on the healthcare system's need rather than what our medical schools and colleges really want to produce doctors. So I do agree with the issue, but it's an ever-increasing, ever difficult task to address because there are two systems working at the same time. Health system demands and the health education institutions that have little different priorities and interests. But that's a great question, and I do support your idea that we need more health professionals, public health professionals in every municipality.
Thank you so much. Diksha?
So, thank you, Asna, for the question. So I would like to address that first regarding the theoretical and practical education. During my travel to few municipalities, rural municipalities in Madhya province, I was there for formation of eco clubs and engaging with children. So during the conversation, I got to learn, and I also looked at the curriculum of Nepal, and actually I was pretty amazed that the curriculum itself covered like the things like Paris Agreement, but when I had a little chat with them, they were unable to distinguish between weather and climate itself. So, actually the curriculum of Nepal is not so localized or not based on the local context and how children could actually understand that. And also we also do not have that capacity of the teachers, or we are not investing that much on the capacity of teachers so that they could actually teach how the children will understand. So I see that as a major problem here in Nepal, and so to actually improve that or engage children and young people and help them learn practically, I think eco clubs are the best ways, because they could actually practically do their things and learn what they want to do. So these are the things for the first question, and I could not understand the second question. Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, that was for me.
Okay.
Brother, would you like to respond to the question?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I would like to respond to like a few of those questions. Yeah? So like yes, the climate change and health is an emerging issue. Yeah, and there are a lot of ongoing research on that as well. Yeah? Even there is also, and in IPCC there was also member countries who are calling for climate change and health as a special report. So, but here, when we talk about health, I would suggest that we have to also think a bit more broader. Yeah, we have to think about one health approach. Yeah, which is about health, not only about human health, but it's also about health of our environment and also our animals. So we can discuss more about that. But now the public health need to be much more broader than, let's say, considering only human health. Second thing about the students, what students can see. For me, for me, the students, mainly our bachelor and master students, are these are the army of the research. Many of the research are done by our bachelor and master students, and then of course PhDs. There are a lot of things are done in terms of bachelor thesis, in terms of internship, in terms of research projects, and the difference between Nepal and maybe in other country might be that maybe like students from Nepal need to take their bachelor project, their internship, and their project work more seriously. We have cases. I have many PhD master students who have published their study based on their master thesis, and I can see that potential also here as well. And we do have master student who has published, which research has published in Nature journals. So master student can publish their work in Nature journal. And if you work hard, if you do the right way of research, then definitely you can also do that. And I see this untapped potential here in terms of Nepal. And this is not only call for the youth here, but also the faculty member in the university. Please encourage your student to take the research seriously. And also support your student for publication. I have seen faculty members here from Nepal, mainly from Purvanchal campus, Riven University, who supported his students, and make publication out of that. So that's the second point. Regarding IPCC and youth. So first thing we have to understand is that what IPCC does is that IPCC doesn't do research. What IPCC do is IPCC let's say assess the status of current knowledge, which are published either in a scientific journal or in a great literature. And when there are documented knowledge, definitely IPCC authors during the assessment process can pick it up. And also beside the authors, we all as a community can also take a part in IPCC. Every time, whenever the first author draft is ready, it is open for expert review. An expert can be anyone. You as a youth, as an indigenous person, can also be an expert, and then you can select a chapter or even a section in a chapter where you want to comment, and you can comment with your evidence saying that, okay, these are the proof like this, documented here, give a link, and then IPCC author during their revision process need to take those comments seriously, need to address each and every comment. So if you want to voices up, so in terms of city report, like first author draft is coming soon, look at those first author draft and make comment over there. And then there is one unasked question here in the forum, because I asked the beautiful lady in front, what is your question? And she was saying that she will ask her question first, but she didn't ask the question, so I asked her question to the audience, so make it vocal. Now it's you, don't look outside. So her question was like, children hasn't contributed much to the climate change, but why they are suffering much, and what they can do to mitigate climate change. And I would say it's not only kids, it's all for us. So it's easy to talk, but hard to act. And one of the action we need to do is we need to transition more and more towards our sustainable lifestyle. Let's reflect on our lifestyle and see like how sustainable we are, and try to be more sustainable. I know that there are certain boundary conditions, there are certain environments where we are locked in, but within that environment, first sustainable lifestyle, but also encouraging policy environment so that this policy environment can promote more and more sustainable lifestyle. So that will be a bit of answer to your question, which you haven't asked. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for playing also the audience role. Dan, over to you if you want to answer any of the questions.
I don't think I got any questions, but I'll just briefly respond to Ms. Pandey about creating innovative mindsets in young people. One thing I've learned working in Nepal is there's often, I don't know if anyone agrees, this may be controversial, but there's a deference to seniors, to older people, to people who are of higher education, even people that are from the cities, right? So we often find like the rural people that we're working with initially, it's very hard to get their opinions, and I think they generally feel undervalued. We've talked a lot, like today and yesterday, about the indigenous knowledge, but you really have to encourage that and value it when you're working together with them. So I think breaking down that deference at MIT, the students have a lot of freedom, they have a lot of autonomy, right? The administration mostly stays out of the way. They say, you guys know what the best conditions for your learning will be, right? And I think that's unique, I know, and it's not always easy to do, but getting out of the way a bit and also valuing that indigenous knowledge. My two top collaborators recently, one is a gagri maker in Banepa. He was an amazing guy. I spent a week with him, with my students. He taught us how to make gagri, and then we developed a new technology, a water heater technology based on gagri with him. And it was great. We were in a small shop. It was dusty and dirty, but really great learning experience. The other one is Savitri in Uttarakhand, in a small village. She's a woman leader there. And she taught us how to make, there it's miti kachula or mato kachula. And she was an expert. She knew exactly how much clay, cow dung, grass, different components that you need to add and where stones should be placed. And then we worked together with her to retrofit her miti kachula into to having a chimney to take out about 80% of the smoke, so it was more healthier environment for her. So we really appreciated, valued her as an engineer, even though she had very little education.
That's amazing, Dan. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Question about human rights, and when I talk about human rights with climate change people, of course, many people feel like this is a scary issue, or even feel like this is a really sensitive issue. But many people mention IPCC as well. So I don't know how many of you know that IPCC AR6 actually affirmed the right-based approach in the IPCC report. And the IPCC AR6 affirmed that the right-based approach actually reduce the trade-off, or also increase the effective and also the sustainability of the climate actions. And here in Nepal, I met many friends who I met at the IPCC AR7 scoping meeting. I represent OSCHR at the IPCC AR7 scoping meeting. And my background is not physical science. My background is law, a social science. And we discussed and spent the week and identified the right-based approach, or the social dimension that actually contribute to the effective climate change policy. We identify a number of barriers and also how to make the climate governance more effective. So that is the role of OSCHR. We help identify, we help offer the right-based approach, human rights, gender equality, justice concept. So it's not the conceptual, but human rights is the basis for the right to participation, rights of people who, everyone here can really engage and meaningfully participate with the climate action for the more sustainable and effective climate policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we started a bit late, so I'm going to take the liberty of actually extending it for 10 more minutes if everybody is fine and are going to stay with us. Is that okay? Are you going to be with us? Okay, excellent. And Archana, I have not skipped your question just in case you're thinking. I wanted to give a chance to my co-panelists first to talk about the fossil fuel, because what you asked is a brilliant question. And coming from a 14-year-old, I must say, it's just wonderful the way you think and the way you have the courage to ask questions. The fossil fuel, Dr. Koirala was talking about the air quality issue. We need to start connecting those issues. It's primarily fossil fuels. and which is at the heart of the political economy that we are dealing with. So your question is, why we are not having renewable energy when we all have that kind of science and technology, and that's what we are talking about, yet we are dependent on fossil fuels. Not that we don't have solutions. It's about the mindset. It's about the political will. It's about where we are investing our money. And it's important to recognize that while we are having such technological innovations and strides in renewable energy, it has not really shifted our dependence on fossil fuels. It remains about 80% over the last 3 decades, and I'm saying 3 decades because we got the convention in 1992. So there is something dangerously wrong with it. And let's also look at the kind of money that's going to the fossil fuel industry. The subsidies that have been counted by IMF is about $7 trillion that amount to $13 million per minute. Let me repeat that for you. $13 million per minute. That's the range of direct and indirect subsidies that are going to the fossil fuel industry. Yes, part of it are also going for social welfare and bringing down the cost of fossil fuels. But why are we stuck with fossil fuels? That's a fundamental question. When we have all the money that can go in renewable energy to actually make that technology free, and that's another question that we should be asking, because we are talking about science, technology, and innovation. Why are we not making climate technology as a public good? Why are we not making it free for everybody to actually use when we are already facing the climate crisis? And that's a question which really we should be answering, because that's connected with, as you asked, is with the political economy. And because the industry and corporations do not want that technology to go to people. So what we need is exactly what you're hearing, to work with young people to come up with those solutions, but also challenge those corporations and governments who are not meeting their obligations for providing finance. For Nepal, and we are talking about the budget and investment, lack of finance is a real issue, whether we talk about building capacity in education or health. So finance must flow. So we need to come up with solutions on ground, do a lot of innovations, but don't forget about holding the rich countries to account who are historically responsible for the crisis. When Nepal would have developed a lot more, is now facing many climate disasters, which is pushing us back 10, 20, 30 years. I think that's a fundamental problem which we should be asking. Okay, I can open the floor for 2 or 3 more questions before we wind up. Anybody? I see 1, 2, and Archana again. Okay, 3 questions and then we go to him first.
Everyone present here, good evening. My question is for the moderator, Mr. Harjeet Singh. My name is Prajwal Sharma. I'm doing my bachelor's in economics and law from Kathmandu University. So, as you are involved with fossil fuels, the treaty initiative, do you think there must be certain exception for marginalized, for underrepresented communities that do not have access to, modern technologies that minimize fossil fuel, right? So do you think there must be certain exception for these communities, like, okay, this is an amount of the emission that is allowed for these communities because of their economic challenges, because of their marginalized state? Do you think there must be provision like that? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sumana Casey. I am a dentist by profession, and I also run a nonprofit oriented towards health. As someone who is working towards establishing telemedicine service in Mahankal Rural Municipality in Lalitpur, I am very grateful that Dr. Koirala touched the topic of telemedicine and proposed it as a solution for combating climate change effects. So in my journey of establishing telemedicine service in a rural municipality, I have come to acknowledge that there are a lot of challenges in establishing that. First being technological aspect, which is a hindrance in context of Nepal. Second, there is no manpower to actually operate the telemedicine services. And third, there is no provision of incentive for the health professionals to actually get on board despite their duty hours. So I want to ask Dr. Koirala, how exactly can we harness the power of youth potential and expertise of professional like yours in establishing telemedicine services in rural areas?
Thank you so much. Can we give a mic to Archana again, please? And that's the last question.
evening, everyone, once again. So I'm not going to ask any question, but I would like to share experience with you all. So I was the participant of Malhar Sambaad this April, and through that, Malhar Sambaad is actually a call for climate change, and it was a program held for children and youth, Balbalika ra Yuva Banera. And so after a long day, after all those efforts, we made a declaration that day, and we even presented that declaration to the ministry. But it is an unfortunate moment for us, as we couldn't share our declaration or hope or whatever we created or whatever we got through that day. So I think as a participant of Malhar Sambaad, it is a really unfortunate moment, or like I really did expect it to present our thoughts or declaration, but we think that in tomorrow's declaration, in the main declaration, we will be acknowledged, and I hope that all of us will get to see what we created, because it was not only children's, because we were there representing our community, ethnicity, or the lens we see the climate change and the way we are affected by the climate change. So it was hard work. It was maybe it was just an effort as from the children and youth for the climate change. So I think we should be acknowledged. I think our declaration should be included in the main declaration of Sagarmatha Sambaad. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we start responding to your question, first of all, again, thanks to your, and congratulations and kudos to your courage for saying that. Continue reaching out to the government at various levels, and I'll give you a mantra, which is what I practice, especially when you work with the government. Collaborate where you can, resist where you must, right? So there are times when governments are overwhelmed with a lot of things and issues. We need to also understand they have a lack of capacity, lack of resources. So keep trying. And then there's a point where you realize they're not listening, that's when you resist, right? Collaborate where you can, resist where you must, and especially as a young person, keep at it. Dr. Gala, can I come to you to respond to the other question?
Thank you. I think it's a great question about the practicalities, difficulties, and challenges of telemedicine in the current context. As I mentioned briefly, we've been talking about it, trying to use that as a solution for far remote sites, and not only far remote sites. The academic exchanges between institutions within and outside is always a benefit. And I totally agree with you that the technological challenges, the user friendliness of that, and the ability of our clients, patients to be able to use that is one. But I totally agree with you, the complacency, if you like, on the side of the healthcare professionals at the demand side, as well as on the provider side, consultant sides, is, in my view, the biggest setback. So I think my take on it, not only from our own experience, but from other international experience, and I'm actually talking to one of my Japanese colleagues in managing diabetes among young children. So D to D versus D to P connections have a different value. So I start now working on direct patient to doctor conversations. That turns out to be more effective, reliable, consistent than when you try to do through other health professionals, because there is no real incentive now, because we tend to think that telemedicine comes for free and you are not really paid for it and it is not accountable for. So I think we need to work on these two models of connections. Who do you talk to? Secondly, whether or not that there is a way to really consider that as a formal advice and consultation. And by the way, Nepal Medical Council, because most of that is related to the doctors, has actually passed a guideline since COVID time, because that COVID brought in some good changes, including this one guideline on telemedicine, is considered as a formal consultation and legally permissible, legally acceptable, and also payable, by the way, if you do it right. And there are limitations and some definition as to how do you do it, how do you not do it. So I think that's the only comment that I want to make about it. One fast, maybe, you said closing remark, but I want to go back to Dan. And what I would urge my colleagues, younger colleagues, and of course anybody, is try to do is, we don't need knowledge today. We all have it here, right? What we need to do is what exactly Dan said. It's an implementation science. Try to find ways to implement whatever we know for the greater benefit of the people in the communities of our remote sites or in the cities for now. Urban poor is a big challenge today in Nepal as well as elsewhere. So I think what we need to do, and I think the theme today is how do we really innovate, find newer, simpler ways to put in practice the thing that we know from bigger science. I think that would be my take today, and I'd like to share and try to find as many simpler ways of implementing the bigger science in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Koela. That's very valuable. I'm going to come to all our panelists to give just a 30-second closing remark, but before that, I said I'm going to go for a quiz. You need to explain KIC. Who's going to do that? K stands for? I and C. Excellent. So you're all awake. Thank you for that. Can we start with you, Diksha?
Okay, so first of all, since Asna brought up about the Bayu Sambaad, I'd certainly like to talk about that as well, because Bayu Sambaad, which we organized, was itself a part of Sagarmatha Sambaad as a pre-event, and it was co-designed with the Ministry of Forest and Environment. So I think we are where it is a step that we are actually trying to work together with the government and bringing up the solutions, and that focused about the solution mostly and engage more young people who could not join us in this main Sagarmatha Sambaad. So, but regarding the space and the opportunities to the youth, I think we still need to work on, and I also agree with her. So regarding on my closing remarks, I would like to share a short quote, I think, which you all have heard from Greta Thunberg. She says that act like your house is on fire because it is. And we also have seen that actually the climate impacts are here. That means the situation is getting really worse, and we need to take actions and not limit with only the words. And young people are already on the forefront and taking leads, because we believe that for us it's not just about reacting to the crisis, it's about protecting our communities and saving the future we still believe in. Thank you.
Yeah, so instead of final remark, let me answer two questions, and also giving some solution here. The first thing is about emission. So definitely that's why we call it net zero emission. It's not zero emission, it's net zero emission accounting for carbon sink. Even though and there might be some emission coming from different sector. If you look at the scenarios, there are scenarios where there are use of fossil energy for certain cases. I don't know by heart, but it's about net zero emission, and definitely the question is that in terms of emission budget, how to divide that cake, and how to account that, either account it in terms of population or account it in terms of GDP or account it in terms of historical legacies, historical contribution. And this is really a big discussion in international negotiation, which my other colleagues here are much more aware than myself. Regarding the youth declaration, so be brave. So just drop me an email if you want. So there are preprint. There are way to publish things online. And you can print this sort of thing online using preprint server, and make it like a youth declaration from Sagarmatha Sambaad, and make a preprint, get a DOI, If you don't know how to do that, ask Google, ask AI, If you don't find answer, write me an email. I will let you know how to publish that preprint. And then once you make a preprint, we do have a colleague here from diplomacy something. The journalist here. Talk with him or her. And then make it popular. Good? Yeah, that would be a solution. And then we should not wait till our government to act. Yeah, there are different options we can act from our side. Nah? So will that be a good option for you?
All right, yeah, just to echo Dr. Koirala, I think we all have the tools, the capacity to develop solutions, right? It may not be a big thing, it could be something small, but we can all contribute. It'll take a lot of small actions. So people say, how do I do it? How do I start? So it's pretty simple, and this is what we teach when we're working in communities too. One, choose something that you feel strongly about, a problem, a challenge that you want to work on. Two, learn about it. Gather information that you need. I think Mita Ji yesterday said, go and talk to the people there that are facing that challenge, right? Go out and speak with them. Assemble a team and develop some ideas, brainstorm. What are some possible solutions? Think way outside the box, even crazy things. Those will stimulate further ideas. Choose one or two to take forward. Build it, prototype it, do it quickly. We do something called sketch modeling. We use basic materials like paper and cardboard, whatever's around, to make something that looks like what you want to develop. You can talk to people and say, is this something that you would use? Would you buy it? How much would you pay? Build the real solution, test it, evaluate, and get feedback. Try it in the real context if you can, and then repeat all of this again until you get it right.
Thank you. My last remark is stress this slogan.
Nepal, home to the Himalayas, the sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, a timeless source of wisdom for the world. Here stands Sagarmatha, Mount Everest, the pinnacle of the earth, a symbol of hope, perseverance, and strength. For centuries, this land has believed in the power of dialogue. Today, as humanity faces unprecedented challenges,
the land that carries a mantle of ancient practice of finding solutions through dialogue and discussion.
this legacy feels more important than ever. The world needs hope, action, resilience, and above all, the world needs dialogue. It is with this vision that we present Sagarmatha Sambaad, Nepal's permanent global dialogue platform.
Mountains, the water towers of our world. For centuries, these glaciers and snow have fed rivers that sustain billions of living beings. Nepal is home to 8 of the tallest mountains in the world, including Sagarmatha, our Everest. These peaks form the heart of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the third pole. This region is home to 270 million who are dependent on water from these mountains. But this lifeline is breaking. Hindu Kush Himalaya glaciers disappeared 65% faster compared with the previous decade. By 2050, it is expected that we will hit peak water, following which our river flow will begin to decline. For the 1.65 billion people downstream, this isn't a distant threat. It is already here. The transformation is happening at a rapid pace and scale. Glaciers vanishing before our eyes, devastating floods, decline in crop productivity, families displaced, hazardous levels of air pollution. Just in Nepal, in 2024, 250 lives were lost to floods triggered by torrential rains in Kathmandu. A glacial lake outburst flood in Thame erased an entire village. These disasters are not natural. They are climate-driven, and the science is clear. Even at 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, which is too hot for our region, we'll lose 1/3 of glaciers by 2100.
Nepal is on the front lines of the climate crisis. This is climate injustice, unequal and loaded against countries like ours, which have non-significant contributions to global emissions. But our commitment to fighting the climate crisis is unwavering. Nepal has preserved 45% forest cover. 24% of our land is under protected areas, and much of our farming is by default nature-based. Our glacier and snow-fed rivers provide vital ecosystem services to millions downstream. Yet, we are among the hardest hit by climate change.
Let's reshape policies, and not just with urgency, but with equity, compassion, and long-term vision.
हामी स्पष्ट छौं, हिमाल केवल हाम्रो सम्पत्ति मात्र होइन, यो विश्वको जीवन रेखा पनि हो। यिनको रक्षा गर्नु हाम्रो प्राथमिकता हो र रहेको पनि छ।
Glacier melt is accelerating, triggering cascading impacts downstream. Our springs are drying. The climate crisis knows no borders. its effects are already being felt far beyond the mountains. That's why Sagarmatha Sambaad is not just a summit, but a call from the Himalaya to the world. We urge global leaders, scientists, and frontline communities to join hands to demand adaptation and loss and damage financing for the most impacted, like us, and to accelerate the phase-out of fossil fuels in favor of clean, renewable energy. Regional and global cooperation is not a choice, it is a necessity. Climate justice is non-negotiable, and we must act together before it is too